Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtebe TV and your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what you think about the latest development on our political front. Well, today, Baba did us proud by shining at the UK tour and his speech at the Chatham House. His address was of that typical composed leader that everyone would want to buy into. You're free to have a contrary opinion, but I trust there is much for us to learn from this old is gold. And he has done well by articulating the issues that came up into his address as well as the questions. We'll be diving into that even as the conversation continues. And of course, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance were on the campaign front, led by the Deputy President William Ruto, and they were out there with the masses at Ngara. And what came out from the DP is that all the Bodabodas to go to the police station and seize back the bikes that were taken. Find that to be very, very, very wanting as far as national leadership is concerned. I don't know what you think. You're welcome to air your view and give us your take on the same. Of course, the President UHURU Kenyatta was at the new Kenyatta market today talking to Wananchi as he supervises the development program in the place and telling Wananchi he has delivered what he could and he wants the next government to proceed from where he has left. Excited crowds who are there are listening to him keenly and following what he was directing. I believe there is one or two lessons to be lifted from there, from this peaceful leadership approach, other than the confrontational conflict violence that is being advocated for by the other side. And of course, the AZIMIO gospel was all over the city of Nairobi, led by the chairman of ODM, Aladwa. They were in Dagoretti North, they were in Langata, and things seems to be shaping up. The machinery for the AZIMIO campaign seems to be always on the move and causing waves everywhere. I believe there is much also to be looked at in the same. Well, it is that time again. Let us get down to talking. I want to salute those of you that are coming in. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself into this space where we will get talking. Grefas Ingati, thank you so much. You say, I keenly listen to Baba all through, and indeed all is gold. He's wise, composed, tactful, as his at his fingertips. He finally cracked a laughter when he was asked about football. Well, thank you so much, Salome Mbone. We appreciate you. We are so happy with Baba. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all that are coming in fast and furious. We appreciate Alum. Thank you so much. Say proud to be associated with Baba the Fifth. Thank you so much. James Gome, hello, how are you? We are fine. Thank you so much. Apostle Paul Richard, he never disappoints. Baba the Fifth. Thank you so much. Onyando Wycliffe, absolutely amazing watching live. Thank you so much. Amos Kemoi, you belong to Papa. Thank you so much. Rajab Abdallah, I'm watching from Mombasa. Karibu sana. Bree King, thank you so much. Elfas Wanyonyi, nakupenda Kenyans. Thank you so much. Whatever that means. Janet Miruka, asante sana. Baba made me proud. Asante sana. Margaret Cherus, hi, good people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kuna Clement Maloba. karibu kwa show Fred Mobegi, asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Naomba kila mmoja hakikisha kwamba unaalika mtu kutazama pamoja na wewe na kujifunza kwa pamoja, kwa sababu ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike. Uamuzi tunaofanya ni wa kihistoria katika uchaguzi unaokuja. Kwa hivyo kusikue na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma ikifika wakati wa kufanya uamuzi ambao ni wa muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo usifanye uamuzi bila kujua, na njia moja ya kujua ni kutazama mitazamo ya watu tofauti, ili ukifanya uamuzi wako usiwe ni wewe tu umeona, bali umeona katika macho tofauti na umepata ufahamu unaofaa kuhakikisha kwamba uamuzi wako ni bora kuliko wa mwingine. Thank you so much. Anasema nini huyu? Let me bring in these people so that we can get talking. I want to appreciate Davis Mwandaga. Thank you so much. Baby Loves Toto. Thank you so much. Maureen Adega. I salute you. Evelyn Filora. Asante sana. Fatima Nasimiyu. Thank you so much. Omwata Frederick. Kuna Davis Mwangaga again. Thank you so much. Nick Lazarus Ogembo. We salute you. Kuna nani huyu? Dominic Nyagwara Obudo. Yes, I got it. Thank you so much. Susan Otieno. Kuna Pamela Kageni. We salute you. Thank you so much. Kuna huyu GHGG. GFGGGHGG. I don't know what that means, but you are great. You are most welcome. Victor Vito. Wow, majina leo imezidi, lakini Mungu mwema. Haya, tunawakaribisha wote tujumuike kwa pamoja. Naomba kusikue na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma. Karibu na karibisha mtu atazame pamoja nasi wakati tunaanza majadiliano ya leo. Naamini kwamba tumewekwa hapa wakati na masaa kama haya ili tuwe sehemu ya historia inayofanyika katika nchi hii wakati tutakwenda katika uchaguzi come August 9th. So don't just be here. Make sure that you're learning everything you can learn and you're embracing all you need to embrace in order for you to flow with the nation in the right direction and be able to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa sana.
Aha, habari
leo nimefurahi. Leo nimefurahi, hata ile stress ya jana imeisha. Baba ametuwakilisha vema. That is the quality of leadership. Anaitwa baba. Anajibu maswali pole pole kulingana na vile ameulizwa. Hata mzungu amefurahia. That is what we want anyway in leadership. And the president amesimama, yani like he was a presidential, is a president, that is it. Wow, sasa mikawacha ya baba kwa sababu tumefurahia. We are so happy. Yes. Okay. So let me come with this motorbike.
Hello.
Yeah, can you give it to someone first?
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. She's engaged somewhere. Okay, Romians, how are you? Yes, Romians, unmute. Your gadget is working. Yes.
Mnanisikia?
Karibu.
Habari ya okay, acha niwasalimu nyote. Bernard, Marcelina, habari zenu? Leo nina furaha sana.
Karibu.
Leo nina furaha kubwa sana. Nimeona the president leo amewakilisha Chatham. Ameongea vizuri na ameongea kama president kwa ukweli. Very very eloquent, full of wisdom. Anajibu maswali ya toroki, maswali is not demanding. Ni mtu mwenye anaelewa uongozi ni nini. Kwa hivyo baba ametuwakilisha vizuri kule UK na nimeona hata yule ambaye alikuwa anajaribu kuminterview alimuonyesha respect unlike the other time ya GP alipokuwa huko. Acha niachane na hiyo. Kuna kando na kufurahi hivyo, kuna kitu ambacho pia kimenirudisha nyuma na kimenifanya nimehuzunika sana. Toa kichwa dadi. Sasa hii mambo ya bodaboda, surely bodaboda, and I'm wondering kama wakweli wa Kenya kabisa, kama tunasema huyu atakuwa leader wetu, I don't know where we are heading to. Sinaona kabisa kama tutasema huyu ndiye atakuwa kiongozi wetu, bado anahitaji kuenda darasa ya uongozi. He still need to go in class ndio qualify kabisa kuchukua hiyo nafasi ya president. Bado hiyo nafasi hata deputy president I think I got it by accident. He did not deserve it. So today inciting bodaboda and telling them to go to police station and take their motorbikes plus the money that they'd given out, it means that this guy is ready to incite. And you know, Bernard, I'm sorry to say this, bodaboda wengi ni wale watu wanatumika vibaya, na hata wale ambao walikuwa wanataki yule msichana pale hapo Forest Road, ilikuwa kwa sababu the peer influence ya kutokuwa na akili ya kutafakari mambo kabla wajafanya. So imagine somebody of a level of the deputy president telling this guy to go and in fact, it's like sending them to attack the police station and take their motorbike. He did not tell them, go and negotiate with police and get your motorbike. Instead, alisema, nataka niwaambie wale watu wenye pikipiki zao zilichukuliwa waende hadi police station wachukue pikipiki zao na ile pesa ambayo lipa kwa njia yenye si halali. He said that and we heard him. That is very bad of him. He needed to style up if he want to be a leader. Kiongozi akuji na kiburi. Kiburi ni mwanzo wa kuanguka. Na tayari tumeona kwamba huyu amesha concede defeat. Leo nimepata nini ya Star asubuhi. Na nimefurahia sana. Star leo imetuonyesha ukweli wa mambo na bado tunaendelea. Kwa hivyo I just want to urge Kenyans tuangalie the kind of leaders wenye tunachagua. Today our big man Bazu, the president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amefanya impromptu visit Kenyatta market and you saw the way people were excited. Unajua that is the kind of leaders we want. Mwenye akikuja mahali you feel kweli huyu ni kiongozi wetu amekuja with excitement. Not incitement, the excitement. Vile mtoto akiona babake anafurahia, daddy au mami amefika. But the other side, they're just going in Nairobi and watembea Nairobi and they're talking to the middle and the low class people, inciting them. What do you expect of them? Wakati nchi itaungua, I'm very sure Deputy President William Ruto will not be in this country. He will go to Uganda to his friend and he's going to leave us here. Where are we going to, Kenyans? Tuangalie mahali tunaenda. Hii mambo ya kukuwa incited na kuambiwa bodaboda kama makosa ilifanyika. Nakumbuka kosa utokea, Bernard, kosa utokea ndio makosa mengine yaonekane. The president and the Matiang'i were not wrong because were it not for that incident then makosa mengine yangekuwa yameonekana, ingekuwa yamefunikwa. So that one imetusaidia ama imesaidia serikali kugundua kumbe kuna makosa yanafanyika. So we don't need to blame the government. Instead we should give advice to the government on the way in which they should handle such cases, but not sending incitement to wananchi. That is very bad of the leader of his caliber. He should not be inciting wananchi. And then another thing I'm wondering with these people, by the way, UDA is just in here kuna wimbo lisema wananyamba kwa hewa ya Kenya. Hao watu wananyamba kwa hewa ya Kenya. Kwa sababu instead of uniting wananchi, they are polluting in our environment. Nobody in UDA talks sense. Nobody has ever stood and talk sense. Look at Musalia Mudavadi, mtu nilikuwa nadhani ni sober. Siku hizi ameharibika, sijui alikula kitu gani. Initially used to talk well. I like my best friend Gideon Moi. Unajua Gideon Moi is a very sober-minded person and when he talks of wisdom and anaongea kwa upole kama kiongozi. Wakati Musalia alikuwa na Gideon alikuwa na reason, but nowadays amekuwa polluted, huyu Musalia amekuwa polluted, his mind is just thinking like the hooligan. Is more of a hooligan, by the way. So Kenyans, especially the youth, we need to change on our perspective of the kind of leaders that we want. We need we need to show the type of leaders that we want. Otherwise, nimeona Mama Salina anainua mkono juu, acha nimwachie nafasi. Ama ni swali?
Ulikuwa unachukua nafasi yake lakini simemaliza. Asante sana Mama Selina, karibu.
Thank you so much. Yeah, nilisema wacha nimalize. So Bernard, kiongozi kumwambia watu, nimefikiria incident moja ya I think it was 97. Kuna mbunge alikuwa Nakuru, alikuwa anaitwa Ito Imanyara, akamwambia watu waende State House na mapaskeli waende wachukue State House Nakuru. Walifunguliwa Nakuru, State House ilijaa. Wacha nikwambie, walifungiwa ndani, walichapwa. Watu walitoka State House bila viatu, bila baskeli. So, but that was a member of parliament. Yes. I'm at work there. Anyway, let me talk later.
It's okay. Nyagwara.
Hello.
Bwana Nyagwara, how are you? Nyagwara, you unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Yes. Are you now getting me?
Yes, I can get you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm happy about two things that have happened that have exposed our DP. The first one is his tour to the state and UK. Now Kenyans are able to know what he really stands for. When he went there and opposed the same government is serving, and the today's incident, we saw a DP inciting Kenyans, actually telling Kenyans to go and pick their bodabodas without any hope, without telling them that he has talked to the government, they will be given the bodabodas. He's telling them, just go and pick. So we are wondering, how can a bodaboda man just go to a police station and pick a bike that was picked from him? So in short, he's just telling them, you go there, even if you'll be beaten or arrested, I don't care. So I'm happy. We need such instances to be more, so that people will be able to know who he is, who DP is. And we congratulate Baba for today. We saw how he was answering questions very well. He didn't have stress, a quality leadership that we saw in him. I think that is what I can say for now. I'm still following.
Asante sana Nyagwara kwa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele. Baba is magic. How are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Yeah. My name is James Mogam. I am in Reading, United Kingdom. I've always attended.
We can't get you clearly. Ebu songa karibu na mic ama toa headphone.
Nimeweka hii kitu kwa kichwa, headphone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
With the difficulty. You need
okay,
to get closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
I am a fan of Baba for many years. Since 1982, I was in Form 5, Malindi High School. That's when I started following Baba. And any times he comes to the UK, I attended that meeting. My first one was in Oxford, when he was launching a certain book for a friend of mine. Then from there, after the handshake, he came to London. I came there, and always I had a chance to talk. And even this moment, I was invited. But I'm also running my own campaign in Reading. I'm studying as a counselor. So basically, that's why I never came to meet with Baba this moment. I do not want to say what Ruto said and what he did not say, but I can see someone who is bankrupt with ideas about leadership. If you ask him how to deal with corruption I don't think whether he has ever given an answer to that question. Baba is our Mandela, someone who has struggled for many years to reach where he is. I remember when he came here last year and I came in London to attend his meeting, I told him, Baba, I want to see you all over the country. I come from KENYATTA. I told him, Baba, go to KENYATTA. I want to see you there. Kenya is ours. I love Baba. Baba is magic. Baba is a star. Baba is monumental. The future of Kenya is in the hands of Baba, not in the hands of Ruto. All what Ruto has is a machinery to take him to State House and start grabbing even more and more than build the nation. Kenyans, our future is safe in the hands of Baba. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that appeal. We appreciate it, and great support for Baba there. From 82, that's a long time. Thank you so much
Before
for
you are
being,
born, yeah? Before most of you are born here.
I was born.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Mama Selina, have you settled now?
At least, yes.
Please make your submission as we move on.
Thank you so much. So, Pena,
Yes.
a deputy president inciting the Asola nation, the children that he wants to lead, ile watu wanasema anawapenda sana, ile watu manifesto yake anawaambia anawatetea, kumwambia waende kwa polisi kuchukua pikipiki sao na warutishiwe pesa. Hao watoto waende kwa polisi tena tu, wafungwe, wachapwe, wauawe, wapige mawe. This man anataka kuanza vita, lakini ameshindwa ataanzia wapi? How can a deputy president, yes, anaweza ongea na Matiang'i kama deputy president, aseme watu walilipa pesa, ninawalipia, nataka waandike listi mapikipiki, yes, in a good way, lakini si kusema nimewaamurisha mtoke sasa na muende mchukue. How atachukua serikali when is the president? I think nafikiria atakuwa president ya road show, atakuwa anaamua mambo yake kwa barabara, of which Kenyans are not ready. Tumetoka hiyo enzi ya Moi, alikuwa nafuta watu barabarani, watu wako na hiyo kasumba, but it is not in this Kenya. Leo ingine niliona vile walikuwa nafanya the yellow thing is, where is Alex? Oh, my brother is here. Alex, thank you so much. Your t-shirt are really going very, very fast. Leo Ngara ilikuwa yellow tupu, and that is okay. Now wacha nikuje Excellency the President akiwa Kenyatta Market. Aliongea na watu akasema ile kazi amefanya, na watu wakamsikiza, na akawaambia baba atakuja kumaliza ile kazi hajafanya, na akasema wale wanatusiana, yeye amesema awachie waendelee kutusiana, because you cannot do two months. Amwezi kuwa wendasimu wawili mnakimbia uchi. Mwendasimu amekimbia na manguo, at least ujifiche, mtu mwingine akupatie nguo, and that is what the president is doing. Hataki kupishana, wacha aendelee kuongelesha wa Kenya. Ingine ni ile mkutano ya AZIMIO, kina Alachi, Chairman Aladwa, Bobby Owino and the rest. Ilikuwa decent, ilikuwa campaign ya maana takoreti. People walijitokesha, walisikia viongozi yao, walipatia all aspirants kama council, MCAs, members of parliament. I'm so happy, niliona wamama wengi sana wanaitisha viti, women reps. Ona AZIMIO wako na women rep karibu 5 or 7, na wote walipatiwa chance waongee. kula ile wananchi wa Takoretu Nairobi watachakua, ndiye atakuwa their leader. Otherwise niliona watu wamejipanga na wakiendelea hivyo ni sawa. Jana tena tulisema jioni tukiwa na Temba, wakati tulikasirika, Temba alituongelesha akasema, you guys, hawa watu wasipoendelea kutusi rais, wasipoendelea kumess, how can we win? Na akatuambia that is a platform of winning. Hiyo ni kasi ya baba, na wote tukakubaliana watusi Uhuru kabisa, waseme ile kile kitu Uhuru hajaifanya, hili Wakenya wajue which hands are they safe. Wako safe kwa kufamia police station? Are they safe in the president that anaambia wananchi, ana-incite wananchi? Are they safe in the hands of baba? Alitulia London, he was a presidential material. So we want to tell Kenyans, please, hawa watu wamejua wameshindwa, so wanataka kufuruka nchi, wanataka ianzwe vita kabla ya uchaguzi. But we are telling Kenyans, look, be careful. Na mimi nataka pena mtatuambie, kwa sababu mko Kenya, wakati aliambia bodaboda waende Ngara police station kuchukua pikipiki, kunawezekana kuna wenye walienda, ama Kenyans are smart. Tunataka kujua hivyo, kama 10,000 ama 3 ama 20 ama none. Kama wakuenda, tutawaambia pongezi na tutasema they know what they want. Lakini kama walienda pia ni bahati mbaya, aende wawatoe, kama wamefungwa, kama wamechapwa, akaramie. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Nitasikiza, I'm here. Kwa sasa waja nisikie maoni ya Wakenya.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you so much. I just want you. I want to play that clip, and I want you to see the people behind the DP and see their body language, whether they are buying into what he's saying or not. I don't think anybody in Nairobi is that naive to come from a political rally and go to a police station. I don't think so. Let's just get the clip first.
Mimi nataka niseme hivi, watu wa Ngara. Nimesema wakati ule, hii Nairobi, wewe weka hii nini yako chini. Hii Nairobi ni mtaa wa mahasla, ni kweli ama si kweli? Kanairo ni mtaa wa mahasla, ni kweli ama si kweli? Na ndio nimesema hapa tuko na shamba ambayo tutanunua hii shamba na tuwajengee soko hapa ya ghorofa 5, ndio tuhakikisha kwamba wafanyabiashara wa hapa wanapata mahali ya kuendesha biashara yao bila ya kusumbuliwa na mtu yeyote. Mnanielewa? Nimesema vile vile wale bodaboda wote walinyang'anywa pikipiki zao na wakalipishwa pesa ambayo sio halali, waende wachukue pikipiki zao kutoka police station na warudishiwe pesa yao, kwa sababu ni wafanyabiashara ambao wanafanya biashara halali. Mnanielewa? Wahalifu ni watu ambao wanavunja sheria, na wahalifu ni wahalifu. Wale walimbaka mama hapa Forest Road, hawa ni wahalifu, washikwe na polisi, waadhibiwe na wakutane na sheria. Lakini wafanyabiashara wa bodaboda wasihangaishwe kwa makosa ya watu wahalifu, na wahalifu wote wakabiliane na sheria vile tunakabiliana na wahalifu hapa Forest Road. Hata wale waliiba pesa ya KEMSA waadhibiwe, wachukuliwe hatua za kisheria. Tunaelewana watu wa Ngara? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kwani wale watu waliiba pesa kwa KEMSA walikuwa watu wa bodaboda? Watu hawaje mchezo bwana.
So look at the crowd behind him. Okay, they have come. They are surprised. They are least concerned. I mean, nobody in their right sense is going to buy into what he's saying. They have just come to confirm whether he will lie to them. Order. There is Honorable K. Otieno, your gadget is not well. Honorable K. Otieno, your gadget is not well connected. You get out and then reconfigure. Allows StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. You can't be able to talk to the studio if you disable any of the requests by StreamYard. All right. Nani, yes, Hezron, what is it? Unmute, the mic is beside your name. You click on the mic beside your name.
Asante sana bana Pen, habari ya jioni.
Fiti, namna gani?
Iko salama, naona Nairobi Kenairo kumejaja bana. Na tunamchagua rais wa tano wa Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. So kulingana na penye William Samoei Ruto, the fifth president of the Kenya, penye amesema mambo ya Karura Forest. So yenyewe ukweli wale watu wenye walikuwa wamefanya hiyo maovu wangechukuliwa hatua, si wana bodaboda wote wenye wako na adhia. So wangechukulia hatua wale watu walifanya hiyo kitendo. So na tena polisi wanafaa waangalie vizuri
Forest Road, si Karura, Forest Road.
Forest Road, I mean.
Sawa Mama Selina, ngoja. So
okay.
Yes,
okay. So wale wenye walifanya hizo maovu wangechukuliwa hatua ya kisheria. So hawangefinyilia wale watu wengine wa bodaboda yani.
Okay.
Ndio.
Okay, umemaliza Okay, ushawaingizwa police station? Ushawaingia police station?
Yes, nishalala.
Nishalala police station.
Ndio.
Ukajitoa mwenyewe ama kuna mtu alikuja kukutoa?
Mi nilijitoa peke yangu juu nilipelekwa mpaka kotini, lakini hatia haikupata huko.
Ulijifungia alafu ukajifungulia mwenyewe ukatoka? Unamaanisha nini? Ulijitoa mwenyewe?
Nilienda mpaka kotini, mashtaka haikunipata.
Oh, so ulishikwa, ukaweka police station, ukapelekwa kotini, ndio koti ikakuachilia, sio?
Ndio.
Hiyo inamaanisha kitu ikishaingiwa kwa police station kwa kuwa kina hatia, njia kutoka kwa police station ni ipi?
Kenya iko na sahi, Kenya si fair by the way. Saa zingine ni kusuluhisha hiyo kesi kama itaweza suluhika hapo, of which kama iwezi suluhika hapo unaenda mpaka kotini. Kesi yako itapeleka. Ndio.
You remember the case when Sudi was it Honorable Sudi was arrested and the young people went to protest for him to be released somewhere in Nakuru? You remember the incident? Unmute. Click on the mic beside your name. Did it
Yes,
work?
I remember the day. No?
So vijana wakitoka Ngara waende police station kuchukua bike. What will happen?
Unajua na inategemea na ni makosa gani yenye wamefanya by the way. Inafaa ukumbuke hivyo pena.
Okay.
Ndio.
Thank you so much. I would want you to think,
Ndio.
understand that the deputy president knows how the police works, and he knows how the law works. So when he tells the people to go to the police station and pick the bike, what does he mean?
Nasema
Bernard, wacha niulize Kiprotich kitu. Kiprotich ya mune. Kiprotich.
Hezron, unmute the mic. Is busy. He has run away. It's okay. He will come back. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. How is everybody? Mama Selina, how are you? How is everybody there?
I'm fine.
Bernard, we must call out this guy they call Dr. William Samoei Ruto. We must call him out. You know, there's this book here. This is the Holy Bible. The Holy Bible tells us that God is not a God of confusion. And there's a reason why God is not a God of confusion, because God works in order. There's a particular order in which God works. When we look at the Constitution of Kenya 2010 here, this is our guiding principle as a nation of Kenya. This is what is supposed to govern us. And when you go to Article 3 of the Kenyan Constitution, that article says that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. So today, I choose to defend the Constitution of Kenya 2010 by calling out Dr. William Samoei Ruto. How can Dr. William Samoei Ruto ask poor Bodaboda operators whose bicycles were impounded by the police to walk to the police stations and take back their motorbikes? How can he? Is William Ruto calling for anarchy in this country? Is he calling for anarchy? Because, you know, we are a country that is governed under the rule of law. And, you know, it's very, very clear that if your motorbike is impounded by the police, the best procedure for you to do, if you think that the police have impounded it wrongly, is for you to go to the courts so that you can get what we call a court order that will direct the police to release the motorbike to you. You know, it's not a dictum and hurry, walk in, walk out, where now you go and you pick what you believe belongs to you. Because the police have been very clear on what these young Bodaboda people need to do to go and get back their Bodaboda by their Bodabodas. They have told them, come with your logbook, come with your driving license, there, so that at least we can know you are the owner of the motorbike, and so that we can also know that you are licensed to ride the motorbike before we release the motorbike to you. They don't want to release motorbikes to people. They are not very sure they can legally ride those motorbikes. Then, what makes now William Ruto to think that young Kenyans who are very, very innocent should walk into police stations? Unless he's inciting the young Kenyans, unless he's now calling for anarchy, unless he wants Kenya to become a banana republic. Because so long as we are a country that believes in the rule of law, then there must be order. And the order is an ordinary country. Things are just as I've told you, that if you think that the police are holding on your motorbike illegally, then move to court. You go to the magistrate court or you go to the high court and you seek an order that will tell the police to release this particular motorbike to you. But you don't listen to somebody on the streets of Nairobi telling you that you guys just walk to police stations and pick your motorbikes. This guy, my friend, if you are a motorbike rider, today let me give you free advice. Don't dare. People just don't storm police stations. Police stations are protected areas. If you storm police stations, you know what will happen to you. And again, William Ruto now declares fines that were imposed on the border riders. You remember there are some of them who were fined 30, I think it was between 10,000 and 35,000. He's calling those fines illegal. You know, as a country that is governed by the rule of law, or if you think that you have been fined wrongly, you either seek for what we call the judicial review or you appeal against that sentence. So that if the higher court now feels that you are fined wrongly, it can order that the fine be refunded to you. How does William Ruto shouting on the streets of Nairobi that the fines were illegal make those fines become illegal? So you look, this is a disparate guy. A disparate guy who is now behaving like that guy. Was he called Samson? You remember the story of Samson? Does he want now to go down with everybody by now inciting young people so that they can go into police stations? What is he telling us? Is he behaving like Samson who wants to go down with everybody so that everybody can go down with him? We need to call out this William Ruto and tell him that Kenya is a country that is governed by the rule of law, and we are stickler to the law, and it's only the law that will guide this country, and not his roadside statements. And today again, here he was mocking the people he's now calling the handshake brothers. And I think by calling the handshake brothers must be in his term. They must be President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. You know, he was trying to tell Kenyatta ati watu hawajawahi lala njaa, watu hawajawahi kosa kazi. You know, look at those types of talk. You know, what is he up to? When you go, you are not telling young people ati tuko na handshake brothers here, hawajawahi lala njaa, hawajawahi kosa kazi. You know, what is that? Eh? Is he now up to inciting young Kenyans? What is he up to? But I'm happy, just like you have shown in that clip. I don't think that most Kenyans are interested into those lies. You know, they'll just listen to him, but they'll not take him seriously as I think they will. Oh, Raila Odinga, today we saw him in London, and he raised a very patent point in London. For example, he said him and Raila Odinga has traveled to London on his personal bill, which means he paid for his air ticket, he's paying for his hotels. But here is another guy called William Ruto who traveled on public coffers. And when he was in London and the United States, he was accusing the government for all manners of things. So he was asking, what type of double standard is that? So today we also saw Haniri. You know, ANC is now becoming empty. Today, George Haniri defected from ANC because he said when Mudavadi decided to go to Kenya Kwanza, they were never consulted. So he didn't see any reason on how he could have joined Mudavadi in Kenya Kwanza. Finally, Bernard, you didn't put it as part of our point of discussion today, but I think it's also important that we also look at the opinion polls that were highlighted in the Star newspaper today, because they will also show us how things are shaping up and why some of us believe that William Ruto will not become the president of the Republic of Kenya. So that opinion poll, I'll just pick like three areas, then I'll close by debate. For example, if you look at Central Kenya, in Central Kenya, we were only looking for between 20 and 30%, which could translate to around 1 million votes. And if Raila Odinga gets 1 million votes in Mount Kenya, then it will be done. It will be done for him, and we'll be sure that he's becoming the president. But for the opinion poll that was released yesterday, you can see that in central Kenya, Raila Odinga is now enjoying 35.6% against William Ruto's 54.7%. So look at that margin. Because for William Ruto to win, he needs to maintain the between 85 and 90% that Uhuru Kenyatta got in central Kenya in 2017. But look how badly he's faring. The guy is only at 54.7%. Then how will he become president if that is the margin? And Raila Odinga is at 35.6%. If you look at another area that I wanted you to, us to also look at, Ukambani, even before Kalonzo Musyoka joined Raila Odinga in Ukambani was enjoying 48%, as William Ruto enjoyed only 28.4%. If you go to Northeastern, William Ruto is doing very poorly, while Raila Odinga is at 67.5%. William Ruto is only at 30%. Then if you go even into areas that William Ruto calls his strongholds, for example, in what they call North Rift, you'll find that as much as he enjoys 60.9%, in North Rift, Raila still has 30.3% in North Rift. And if you go to Upper Eastern, the area that has Meru, Raila Odinga has 40.5%, as William Ruto has 54.9%. So if you look at these projections as they appeared in that opinion poll yesterday, it's just as clear as day and night that William Ruto will not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya come the 9th of August this year. Bernard, nadhani dakika zangu 3 zimeisha, wacha niruhusu watu wengine pia wachangie. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate your givings and perspectives and your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. The people in the comment section, watch your language. Don't insult anybody. If somebody insults another, don't answer them. You can report them by highlighting or calling my attention to. If somebody is insulting, we block them. We ban them from the platform. So don't be sucked into insult, because you may also go together with the person who started the insult. So be careful. If you want to be part of this program, you are free to. If you don't want, if you're not comfortable with the conversation is not favoring you, it's choking you every time somebody talks, move away to another platform. You don't have to be here, and you don't have to listen to what is happening. We are being accused of being one-sided. This place is open. The people who walk in are the ones that speak. You stay out and complain. That is your own making. It's not our own making. If the majority of the people in the platform are AZIMIO, what do you want me to do? Chase them so that I the people for UDA? It doesn't work that way. So let's do it. Ukiona watu wa AZIMIO ni wengi, enda ukusanye watu wa UDA ulete pia, tutawaongeza kama unataka balance. But the truth is, the truth will be constant every time, no matter how many lies you propagate. So let's ensure that we do it the right way. He said what? Then there are those attacking Baba for being old and all that. But he's outshining your youngster. That is my take. Alex, how are you? Ban Alex, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, Bernard. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, sisi tunafurahia. Baba, as I said, we are beyond now the petty politics of UDA rallies. As I told you, we are being presidential. We are governing this country by all means, and we are representing Kenyans in a good way. So I will tell my people that as we approach Canaan, munaoga vizuri, munavaa vizuri, munaongea vizuri, na munakula vizuri. because that is what we must do. We can't engage in the politics that is below our standard anymore. Having said that, the politics of my area is changing totally. And I did say here before, and people thought it was a joke. The founder members of DAP were Eugene Wamalwa and Matiang'i. And for the record, everybody must know that. But Matiang'i took it low because of two things: the dominance of ODM within Kisii. But now, I said here before again that the wrangles between ODM are going to mess ODM. They did not listen. We told them, take it slow. They did not listen. Now the chicken have come home to roost. Because our people have decided UDA should not be the alternative, you are going to see the exodus of many of our people from ODM to DAP. And it should not shock anybody because we are partners. And in partnership, you must negotiate. You can't negotiate within. Sometimes you must negotiate without. So our mzee took off. And I want to say here for the record, and anybody who will feel bad, let them feel bad. We have a situation in Kisii whereby we have untested person called Simbarati. He came like lightning and he took everywhere. And we are looking at Nairobi in retrospect and said, okay, can we make the mistake that Nairobi made? We are not going to make it. But at the same time, we will give him his space and he will play very well. But we are not going to give anybody who has not been tested so that the national government will take over. So we have left him for ODM. Officially, I'm out of ODM. I'm in AZIMIO. I'm in DAP. Sasa mimi ni Mbolea. It's okay. Bora baba ako juu. That is a fact. And in the coming days, you will see. Watch and see. That's why people like Magara came in. That's why people like Kibagandi came in. Now we want to show that we support Raila by all means. But if the ODM cannot maintain the democracy that we want, we will vote for Baba, but we will exercise our democracy to the highest level. And I said, Kenyans are going to vote in different patterns this time around because we have options. Why? Because other times we were forced by conscience to vote for ODM from Ju to Chini because we did not have an alternative. This time AZIMIO has given us alternative. Raila will be the president, but ODM might become a minority party if we don't take care of that. Kakamega is doing the same thing. We are seeing the deputy governor going also out of ODM. So we are going to create a system whereby we are going to have checks and balances to the end. And that is real democracy. And nobody should worry about that. So my home county, I'm glad of it. Muzeongeri has been tested. Whether anybody likes it or not, he has been tested. I told Olo whether he likes it or not. My friend Onyonga will never be our senator. He did not listen, and he will not be. And we have decided. So you are seeing now the demographic of AZIMIO. We are in AZIMIO, but we are practicing something called democracy. And UDA is not going to win in Kisii. That one we made our decision long time ago. So we are happy. So if other counties will follow our suit, we'll be very happy. Let us exercise all democracy within AZIMIO because we have options. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. That's news. Mia, I'm hearing it from you. Thank you. Wangira, what is it?
Alex, long time. Alex, it has been long time.
Yes, yes, sir. Professor Wangira, I'm listening.
So, you know, there's a time I raised the same matter on this platform the need of finding a balance between the sibling rivalries in Kisii. And I remember you are among the first people who put me off. If you remember, in fact, you said it was very early in the day, but at that particular time, it was in my school of thought that there was need to balance the sibling rivalry between, especially Muzeongeri and Simba Arati. And now you are vindicating my point, what I just said. I think it was 3 or 4 weeks ago. You are now vindicating my point that what I said was true, that if they don't manage that sibling rivalry, things are not going to work well as we expect. But anyway, just as you have pointed it out, it's still democracy. So long as we are still in that polygamous home called AZIMIO, everybody is our brother and sister. Whoever gets in Kisii gets it in Kisii, whether it's Muzeongeri or it is the young Simba Arati, it will be well and good. And again, I don't know why you are dismissing Richard Onyonka. I don't know whether you have any opinion, polls, on what authority are you saying, or on what authority are you saying that Onyonka is not going to be elected as senator of Kisii? Perhaps that's what you need to tell me. On what authority are you saying that Onyonka is not going to be elected as senator of Kisii?
First of all, the reason I dismissed you earlier was very simple. When you see two brothers fighting, or a wife and a husband, my friend, do not try to enter in between, because you will be the collateral damage. So we needed to put our house in order, because external forces we knew was going to tilt our people to UDA, and we had to avoid that by all means necessary. We had to be like a couple who have just fought, and when a visitor comes, you cook tea, you drink together, and maneno naisha, and you speak. We had to do that. But when the time became the ripe time, and we saw that this is the right way to go, we've done it. And also, we've done it in a very respectable way, by giving the youths the opportunity not to feel that they have been abandoned. We've left the house for them.
Alex, hold on. Mama Selina, what I say?
I want to tell Alex, tafadhali mtuchungie Arati. Alipigana Nairobi akitetea baba. Na mlimweka, I don't know what is happening in Kisii. Ninakumbuka Arati alikuwa ametauliwa kuwa mzee wa Kisii hata kama alikuwa kijana mdogo. So my cry is that mupatie Simba Arati governorship na Ongeri, watu wakubali. What did he not do wakati ya Moi mpaka sasa? Anyway, we love him, but kama hukuweza kufanya wakati ulikuwa kijana mpaka sasa, I think also these people are spoiling. So nilikuwa naomba tu Alex, as you continue, kama Arati anapaki kwa ODM, mupatie baba kwa ODM, kwa ODM na mupatie Arati. The rest, wacha Ongeri apumzike nyumbani, apeana hatu pale.
Mama,
Thank you, Mama Selina. Alex, I have a different opinion on what you are saying.
Daka moja.
Now,
1 minute, 1 minute to Mama. Mama, Rift Valley has a problem because there is a vacuum of older people. And you have opined here several times. And we have watched, we have seen. And I will tell you, we will not make that mistake. Everybody will grow in merit, and Simba Arati is on the line. But what we are saying, we will not be a victim of Nairobi. We will not put untested leadership.
Alex, you cannot say that. Simba Arati is tested, number one.
No, not on managerial. Not on managerial.
He started as an MCA. Nominated.
No, not on managerial.
He's been elected twice in Nairobi.
No.
Alex, as far as matters test, he has been tested unless there is something else. But this is my take on that as we move to the next person. Right now, the fever is about getting nomination ticket. That's where the issue is. And that's where everybody's looking for where they will get nomination ticket. So when the ticket becomes too slippery in ODM, somebody will go to get it elsewhere because everybody wants to make it to the ballot. But when we get to the ballot is when we will know who is who where. Sai, hata sai kuna watu wame resign, even our lady was here because of that 10 days of independent is now not working. Everybody's either going independent or why? Everybody wants to be on the ballot. So story ya Kisii na sehemu zingine zote, including Haniri and the deputy governor of Kakamega and all that, they are all looking to get nomination ticket. Hiyo tu. Them making it to be elected is a different ball game together, and we can't judge the two things at the same time. So Ongeri and Arati is the issue of ODM tickets. They want to be on the ballot and prove their muscle. And when it looked more obvious that Arati is going to get the ODM ticket, Ongeri has to look for an option. That is not a problem.
Bernard, the problem you have is this. You want to embed us here and tell us what you know. And we are trying here to have a cogent, open, honest. Wait. I've listened to your thought. Last time we listened to it and you said you don't want Kisii politics here. And we kept quiet. But we have been talking politics all over. Wait. Today Ongeri defected, and I have to explain this to our people because I've been asked this question several times. And I want to make it clear. What you are saying is not what has happened to our people. It is not about nomination. What we wanted is not to make sure neither of them go to the other side. We were careful. Yes, Bernard, we were careful.
Alex, you can manage that, okay?
No, we couldn't. At some point, we couldn't.
But at the end of the day, what is at stake right now? There is this is in wherever Indian member of parliament in Meru, wherever. I think he was elected on Jubilee. He has defected from Jubilee to go independent. Okay, why go independent even before nominations are done?
But so Bernard, there are people. Look, Bernard.
Looking for how to get the nomination ticket. Tukishamaliza hiyo, tuongee nani atapata kiti ya Kisii. Lakini before nomination,
on this, I will let you know that the factor was to maintain Raila's votes. And even if Atuya comes here, I will tell you, people wanted to outsource and poach. But what we wanted is that Raila vote on up there must be maintained. It was not any other thing. It wasn't nomination.
Okay, thank you. Let's rest there. Atuya is here. He will talk to us.
And I'm ready to go.
No, Atuya, you can't do that. You have to respect us.
Hold on. Kasuti uliinua mkono, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Huyu kijana mzee huyu saa zingine anakuja hapa anatufuruka akili. Si huyu mmoja tu alisema Simba Arati ametestiwa na ako sawa and is ready to go. Huyu tu. Huyu Alex wetu huyu mmoja huyu. Iweje leo hii unasema ati Nairobi ilifanya mistake? By the way, ushaika correct.
Look, I think you are not listening.
No.
You are not listening. No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Ndugu yangu,
what I said was he has not been tested on management.
Okay. What it takes a person to become an MP? What it takes?
What it takes for a person to become an MP in Kisii is so different for what it takes for a person to become an MP in Nairobi.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Yes.
Please let it rest there. Let's continue the conversation. And like I have already noted, everything is earthing and there are different eruptions here and there. But at the end of the day, everything will settle down. Everybody should relax and let us see everything unfolding. Jared, karibu. Jared, sauti yako imenyongwa. Una hakika umelipa taxes kweli wewe? We can't get you. Your audio is missing. I think you should work on your gadget. Then let's have a 2 year as you correct your.
What about now?
Yeah, that's now. It
Okay.
has come back.
Okay. So maybe I was muted because of what you guys are talking about. Let me start with what Baba did at UK. You could see a very big difference between the same meetings he has been holding from the other choir which was there last week. You would see they were in a round table, everybody listening, talking about the future of Kenya, while the other ones were even a place like they were eating place, which was quite different. So you would see, in fact, the grasp of every part of the government on how he will handle going forward. No complaints, just on what the answers are. So that was a clear difference between a politician and a leader. On on what William Samoei Ruto was alluding to, you know, when people become bankrupt of ideas, right now the only thing they are holding on is sympathy. So when the government has kept quiet, just do whatever you want to do in Karen, they are in their own business. They want to still see how can they still continue this sympathy that the government is against them. So that's why I want these young people to go to the police, get tear gassed, then they will start saying the government is killing their own people. That's all they are looking for. But that is not leadership. Because if you are a leader, you will try to resolve. They have, as they claim, up to today, 200 and something members of parliament. They can call, they can summon the police and everybody ask why they are holding those things. So they have a right channels which they can do, but that's not their whole goal. Their goal is how can we have somebody to be arrested? How can we have this so that we can continue showing the government that this government is against the people? Have you ever asked yourself, for the couple of days now that they have started repeating the transfer? Have you ever asked why it's only in Mount Kenya, more especially Central Kenya, who are defecting to UDA? I've never seen, because even Rift Valley, they were in Jubilee. I've never seen him parading people from Rift Valley, from Kericho, from where, defecting to UDA. Every day is from Central. And what is funny is the same figures coming back and back again. When Annie this lady from Kirinyaga defected UDA, they said she defected with 25 MCAs, which was not true. It was 4 MCAs. But the same thing again happened yesterday, receiving again. So I think it's the same pictures they go and put. So this kind of lying will catch up with him. Time will tell. And I liked what the president has done, and I think, other than the right honorable, the president is. That's why they're fearing the president. It's because the president know how to connect with people, and when he speaks once, he clears everything which they have lied about. So if I see the president go on a campaign, I don't think these people will have to do anything. They will give up. Now on what has happened a few minutes ago with my friend Alex, I was lost with the words, so I didn't know exactly what was happening, but I was trying to internalize it. There is one thing which I think is very sure of. If there is something I'm sure of, is Raila Amolo Odinga is going to win, and Simba Arati is going to be the governor of Kisii. That is something which is already done. Let's not cheat ourselves about. I respectively disagree with my friend Alex that Simba has got no experience. I don't know which count Ongeri has learned to have that experience, maybe as a minister or what, I don't know. But to me, I know that Ongeri did a very good thing. He's going to help Simba to win because he has to take care of, when it comes to local politics, he will take care of Machogu. They come from the same, who is a UDA candidate. They come from the same place. So at least they will divide those votes and clear the way for Simba. Politics is very dynamic. Already, Ongeri is used to losing. If he loses, he can be given a job. So everything is done for Simba. So we should not be worried about that. So the two people who will come, I might not know who will be the rest who will come, but I know Simba Arati and Onyonka will be the governor and the senator in Kisii. I might not know what will happen to my own count of Nyamira, which is much more confused. I thought Alex could have told us much more about the confusion in Nyamira than anywhere. But for Kisii is very well known, so we should not worry about this. What was happening is that the old guard are used. They don't want the democracy. They cannot go for nomination. So that's why Ongeri had to go look for a direct ticket from somewhere. So he left because he knew he cannot beat Simba for the ticket. So I would like to tell everybody here to be guaranteed that if there are three people I know who will make it, it's Raila Amolo Odinga, Simba Arati, and Honorable Onyonka. So that is done. We should not even talk about anything. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Jared. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani?
It's my turn. Alex, give me a minute.
Atuya coming. Alex goja.
Alex atakuwa.
Atuya, we want to see you.
No, order.
No, we want to see Atuya. Atuya alimetutukana hapa, saa ingine tunafanya kazi mbaya hapa, tunataka tuone ako wapi saa hii. Atuya, we want to see your face.
Atuya, show your face.
I'm not in a position, please.
Give your views, please, quickly.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, I just want to address, yesterday I was not able to join in. I don't know how the call was. I know it was very volatile. I will watch the videos. I didn't have the voice to come here and to actually do debating. After yesterday's very, very successful NDC, I think in Africa ever seen, we have seen the reactions coming in thick and fast. And one good thing is, if you realize, we never responded to the NDCs of AZIMIO, but you've seen so many reactions to our NDC. It means that there is an impact that has been felt. And number two, I want to really congratulate William Ruto. That guy is an orator. I think he can be one of the best speakers we have in the country when it comes to his oratory skills. And most of you will agree with me, though you cannot agree with the message. Now, moving on to today's issues, I want to be very, very honest. I have not listened to Baba and I've not followed Baba's trip in London, so I really don't have much to say. Apart from the little that I saw in news today, him saying that he traveled on his budgets. It's okay if he traveled on his budget. He's a very wealthy man. He can do that. But because we know he cannot accept, he could not go to the United Kingdom and say that I've been sponsored by government. We didn't expect that, and we cannot blame him for that. His speech in Chatham House, I've not listened to it. I will think I will listen to it, and maybe I'll come in later and address it. There is an issue about Ruto on Bodabodas and what he said today. Let's be very, very fair here. Ruto never commanded the Bodaboda guys to go to police stations and pick their Bodabodas. The government has stopped the crackdown on Bodabodas. What Ruto did, he just gave a political statement that all...
Play that clip. Play that clip where he was
Let
using
me
a
finish.
commanding tone.
I listened to it. Let me finish. I watched it. Ruto said all those people who their bodabodas were taken away, they should go to the police stations, get their bodabodas back without payment. Now, let's look at the legality issues here. When somebody was addressing that we have legal processes in this country, you cannot go to a police station, just pick up your bodaboda. I want to remind the same people who are addressing that issue that Machozi Mondays were happening around this city. We have legal ways of addressing poll issues, but people chose the streets. People chose vandalizing the properties in Nairobi to get their what they felt was right for them. So when William Ruto was asking people to just go pick their bodabodas from police stations, I didn't see where he said people go there violently, pick their bodabodas. The crackdown has stopped. Some bodaboda guys are doing business. You cannot stop the poor people from making a living by taxing them to have 10,000 for them to have their bodabodas. The crackdown was illegal. The crackdown was not fair at all. So the poor people, the very poor people at the bottom of the pyramid, should be given their bodabodas free without any charge. They never had all these legal issues that they are being faced, that they are not registered, they are not doing this. These were things that the government could have given them a period, a moratorium of almost 1 month. You need to register or else you face this and this. You cannot wake up tomorrow and start forcing bodaboda guys to join circles. It doesn't work that way because they are poor people. That's not how you deal with poor people. So while William Ruto is speaking on behalf of the poor people, you people should listen and should take that thing as something that is serious. Hapo ndio watu wanatoa unga yao. Let me address an issue about opinion polls. Somebody was giving something here about opinion polls. I do believe in opinion polls, and I don't want to disagree with the results that we saw in the newspaper today. I'm not that person. When your candidate has lost in an opinion poll, you start castigating like most of you guys used to do here. I will agree. In the last 1 month, Raila Odinga and AZIMIO has accumulated political mileage. We had the Jubilee NDC, ODM NDC, all those things. And along that period, William Ruto was not in the country. Moses Wetangula could not keep the engine going. So there is a room for people. There is a room for perception that Raila Odinga is winning. So if you conduct an opinion poll today, William Ruto might lead it because of the hype that is coming from yesterday. So me, I don't want to disagree with the polls. Let's give them time. Let's all wait that the opinion, all the NDCs are done. We have the candidates, and then let's see how the game goes. Speaking on the Kisii politics, there's one thing that I love about Alex, about being very honest with things. In Kisii County, I come from Nyamira County, but Kisii County, Kisii town is the hub of a business hub. It's an economic hub for the Omogusi community and the larger South Nyanza region. That town is very, very important, that it cannot be left to a populist politician in the city, a populist leader who has risen through hooliganism into to become an MP. You cannot leave such a big town to Simba Arati. Simba Arati lacks the ethics. Simba Arati lacks the skills and the managerial skills that Alex is saying about to run a county and a budget of almost 8 billion a year, 8 billion a year in Kisii County. That will be atrocious in terms of him being popular. Let him be popular, but I think, and I wish Raila Odinga could have seen this and given Ongeri the ticket. Now the problem will be, Alex, and I think the problem will come out that because of the popularity of ODM, we might lose a very good leader in Ongeri to that young man who is Simba Arati should wait. Simba Arati should have time, and I think Sebo was saying that Simba Arati was bestowed as a Kisii kingpin. Since when? How can an MCA from somewhere in Nairobi streets become a Gusii elder? That was laughable, and I don't want to agree with it. So on that issue, I agree with Alex. Simba Arati is not fit. Simba Arati is very popular. He knows how to do his politics, but he's not fit to run a county of Kisii magnitude. And Jared, to address the Nyamira politics, Nyamira politics is shaping out to be a 3-horse race: the UDA candidate, the Wiper candidate, and the incumbent. So you choose your side. That's all I had for today.
Okay, thank you. Atuya, before you go, okay, Jared has a question for you. Jared?
Thank you, Atuya, for what you have given us, and the allusion that Kisii economy is a very potential not to be given to a populist. So you are agreeing that if we cannot give a populist in Kisii, what about the country? Do you think we should give the country to a populist? Can you answer, please, that?
It doesn't mean that populists are not good leaders. What I mean that is Simba Arati is a populist with no experience, or with he doesn't have the caliber of managing a county of Kisii's magnitude. A budget of 8 billion a year, it's too much for a goon to run Kisii County. Simba Arati is good. He's a good politician, but I think he's even best suited to be an MP or even a senator as he matures up and grows up. But governor, you can see what Oparanya has done in Kakamega. Well experienced, managerial skills. And then when it comes to national politics, I know where you're headed. William Ruto has got the managerial capability in him. He has been a deputy president for 10 years. He has been in cabinet. He's got the soft skills of managerial. He is not just a populist. Same as Raila Odinga.
Oti?
A follow-up, please. A follow-up for a second, please. And Alex, please. Where was Ongeri when the count could not have even a fire truck to fight fire as a senator who was supposed to oversee Kisii? Can you please help me understand what he was doing with this managerial skill, what he did, or do you think that things are right now in Kisii so that he can continue? Please answer me that.
Is that for me or for Alex?
both of you, because you seem to align yourself that Ongeri has a managerial skills, and he was the senator for Tikisi, because maybe you didn't remember that, who was supposed to oversee the problems which have been seen in Kisi, unless you're saying Kisi is okay.
I'll donate that question to Alex.
Jared, the decision we have come to has not been an easy one. We are dealing with two leaders that on each side have a galaxy of their own, both managerial and human resource capabilities. And I said, when it comes to county management, now that is where the buck stops. And I said this, if you heard me, we don't want Kisi to be another Nairobi, to be given to another Sonko, just because we are going to have an emotional election. We are saying that Simba has time to grow. And we are not saying this because we dislike Simba. There's a lot that has been taken into account. And it doesn't mean that the previous regime did very well. We have issues with it. And I say this, when a man and a woman have fought and the visitors come in, there are issues you know how to sort in their own. We have been having this conversation and you know it. And we have had this conversation with all stakeholders. And the reason we have had this, we did not want to tilt Baba's votes, because the person who was threatening us most that is going to move from ODM was Simba Arati. So we are not saying that Ongeri is also the best, but when you compare the two, we have a lesser devil. Simba Arati the last few days has made technical mistakes that has made us say a capital NO. 3 days ago, he had goons from Daraja Mbili all the way to Daraja Moja. Nobody for 6 hours in Kisi was able to go to school, was able to move in Kisi town, and because of the Bodaboda menace. And you know what happened to Kisi town when it's market day? Even the police were not able to manage Kisi town. And when people realize that the city can come stand still because of this, that nature of hooliganism, we said no. And the businessmen in Kisi town and the people who are the stakeholders, including, no, listen, listen, you are not going to laugh this off. When it comes to issues that comes to county management, we don't laugh them off, because in the end of the day, Baba will be up there and we still might manage our county.
If that is the only crime, then
it is not the only crime. It is not the only crime. Bernard, it's not the only crime. You are saying as if I said it's the only crime. No. Bernard, we know your psychology here. We are saying this is part of the issues. We say he is untested. I was giving an example.
Tumekusikia. Wacha Otia ulize swali. I had a question part 2 I want to ask. Otia uliza.
Okay, thank you. Got just some few questions. If you allow me, I've just gotten to the studio, but Otuya anaitwa nani? Huyu Otuya and Alex. I'm very privy to the politics in Nairobi and politics in Kisii. By the way, you are my shemeji here at home. One time we were talking same language, Alex. Simba Arati was the darling of the day. And then all of a sudden, you cannot tell me you are a youth as me. By the way, we just age mates. You can't tell me that Ongeri, who is now around 87 years or approaching 90, is now good than Nyatai, whom you people disowned before. I want to tell you fact, but I'm annoyed, but I just want to speak. Bernard, allow me to at least put some facts in the mind of Alex and Oduoya. Alex, you are the person who I'm very much familiar with in this forum. Ongeri, do you know how when Ongeri started to work to work as a civil servant, you were not yet born. I think even your father was not born, but when he was born, he was still playing with you. I can't even say so. Forgive me for saying so. Everybody to forgive me. Let me tell you, we have been always been told that youth, tomorrow will be your day. Simbarati is not that what you think. I know that guy. What happened in Darajambili? I cannot just tell you because I have got some people who came here from Yugis 1,000 Street and they were hired and they went there in the name of Simbarati. When Raila was in Nyamira, they tried. When they went to Keroka, they tried. When they came to Kisii town, they could not do anything. My friend Alex, you are young, you are outside. Your resources, use them wisely. Do not be misled. If in any case you are misled, I'm not saying that you are misled. You are not. But if you are misled in case that you are supporting Ongeri, then support your own parents and your own people at home. Leave alone Ongeri. Ongeri is family, and Nyatta is family. You cannot tell me what does Ongeri want to make now. He has been a senator. Is there a motion that Ongeri has taken to the Senate concerning Kisii County? Is there any motion or is there anything that Ongeri has driven concerning Kisii County? Has Ongeri spoken in the Senate concerning Kisii County? If there's something that concerning Kisii County that Ongeri has spoken and it has been articulated in the Senate and the result has yet to be seen or has been seen, you are yet to respond. Another thing, Simbarati is not violent. Simbarati will only give you, if you give me water, I'll give you water. If you give me kitchen, I'll give you a kitchen. If you give me a crocodile, I cannot give you a hippopotamus. I'll only give you a crocodile. So what you are seeing in Kisii, Simbarati is your own person, is a Kisii. So you Kisii, give us Kisii, and we shall give you Kisii. But the next thing, Simbarati, you cannot compare what he has done in Westland, in Dagoretti South, and what he is there to do. Although I saying that, I don't know, somebody to come from where, do BMCA, do what, do all those things. The politics of Nairobi, if you're not lived in Nairobi and stay in Nairobi and vote in Nairobi, you cannot understand it. Those who can understand Nairobi politics are Nairobian. You are already a Nairobian because if you come from wherever you are, the first stopover will be at JKIA. You are a Nairobian. The next thing, Simbarati has matured enough. And that is why he had to say that now, let me leave for the former Nairobi speaker, my constituency is just safe. And today, when they were with Jeremiah Kion, that is a brain that we cannot wash away. And it cannot reward him. And your mzee, huo jamaa, when he was at the Ministry of Education, there's nothing he did. And now he went to Western. The only thing that guy is trying to say to do, Simbarati will be sworn in. DAP is in AZIMIO. Then regional balancing, we are going to give that Mzee a position.
Are you throwing tantrums or you're asking me a question? You know, I don't see any question you have asked there. My friend, let me tell you.
Alex, let me respond to you.
1 minute.
What I wanted to do, I was simply responding to.
Okay, order, both of you. Thank you very much, Oti. You have made your point.
First of all,
Alex, respond for half a minute quickly, please.
Yes. First of all, Oti, I eat very well. I'm not a young man. My 2 kids are in college, so I'm not your age. Okay? For the record, my 2 kids are in college, so I'm not your age. So you cannot say that. And when Ongeri was something, my father was still duckling or see what? No. I've seen Ongeri. I see him when he was a minister for ABCD. I know what he did in Juakali sector in Kisii. I know his record straight. He has made many mistakes in the sewage industry, and I can name them, a streak of mistakes. But I can also tell you a catalog of developments that he has done. So I'm very sober when I say that. I'm not a sycophant. I don't get moved and shaken. I look leadership in terms of what we anticipate. You need to know
What
that.
is wrong with Simbarati?
Lastly, we are not demonizing Simbarati. If there is anything I've always said here, we must fight for the young to get their space. Nothing exists in a vacuum. We must have inter and intragenerational leadership so that we don't miss leadership as we have now in some parts in South Nyanza. And we are not going to make that mistake. We are filling the gaps. But what I'm saying is this.
Are you heading to order? Are you heading to order, my friend?
No, I will never go to Huda. And that's why we said here that we must manage these things so well. You heard what here Atuya, who is a Huda fanatic, who we have wooed to a point that they are willing to vote for Onge. You heard that man. You don't know Atuya Mary. Atuya can be very, very annoying. But how we have been able to manage the situation, you must give us credit. To a point, Uda people cannot even criticize how we managed the beef between Arati and Ongeri. You must give us credit. So we are not fools.
Thank you, Alex. Let it rest there. Let it rest there. You are becoming too much. All the same, like I said, the election of Kisii governor will be decided on the ballot, and everybody is working hard to get to the ballot. Tusisumbuane, hata kama wazee wameamua. And also on the issue of leadership, Obama worked very well with Biden. Arat is not coming to Kisii to run the county by himself. Every good leader works with a successful team. And when the team is mixed with the old and the new, everything works. So let's not run into the panic of saying,
Bernard, what I like about you, Bernard, is always how you want to massage things. You are here on the record giving us the story of Solomon and how his son was lied to. No, Bernard, I know you're going to cut me. It doesn't matter.
It will matter when you are behind the enemy.
Quarantine me. I told you I don't get shaken.
Hold on, please. I am saying leadership is not one-man show. The problem of Nairobi was Sonko was afraid even his deputy will replace him. He was an insecure leader.
And that is why I'm telling you he is a one-man show. We know him.
If he constituted a good team and worked with that team effectively, Sonko will still be the governor of Nairobi. But after the death of the governor of Nyeri, the first person to complain about a deputy governor inheriting the governor directly was Sonko. Okay, so Sonko became insecure, having being the head of Nairobi and the interests in Nairobi are too high. He knew he may be eliminated, and then the deputy will come in. So he kept after the other deputy went, he kept the deputy seat vacant to secure himself. It was through those insecurities that things went the way they went. But I believe any leadership anywhere, it requires both the old and the new. The new only will bring problem. The old only will bring problem. But the mixture of the two is what brings about the right leadership. Naomba hilo swala tuliachie hapo, twende kwa Kasuti directly. Hata ile swali langu kwa Tuya nimeacha.
Alex, naomba utulie tu hapo. Relax ndugu yangu. Wewe ni mwanasiasa ule, yani umebobea upande wa siasa. wa kutahimini, kuangalia na hiyo na kuheshimu nayo, lakini hapa umetucheza. Wewe tu ndio ulikuwa unapigia Simba rati tebe hapa, alafu sasa tena umekeuka. Wacha kuwa kikeukeu bwana.
Give me 1 minute, Fred. Give me 1 minute. I play this video so that you come in.
Okay.
Yeah. Upande wa parking wametengeneza. Yes. Upande ya asbestos nimewaambia kesho hii asbestos yote tutatoa. Ile mabati ambayo ile asbestos ilikuwa juu ambayo ilikuwa inaleta ugonjwa tulitoa. Yes. Sasa ni kuitoa kwa soko tu imebaki. Yes. Si ni kweli? Si ni kweli? Na tumekubaliana pia na chairman ya kwamba kuna sehemu mbalimbali ambazo zinatakikana mataa ndio wananchi waweze wanafanya kazi 24 hours bila kuogopa. Na hiyo kutoka kesho nitatuma watu hapa wakuja waangalie tuongeze mataa kwa soko yote. Sasa kuna wengine wanasema ya kwamba mimi ni mtu ambaye hatimizi ahadi zangu. Sindio hiyo? Na ile ambayo imebaki soko ya nje. Tunataka serikali ambayo itakuja iweze iendelee ama namna gani? Sisi tunasema wa matusi tumewaachia matusi. Kwa sababu haja yetu sio matusi. Haja yetu ni tushirikiane na wananchi tufanye yale ambayo yanatakikana na ndio tumalize umaskini. Na tuhakikishe ya kwamba wananchi wanaishi kwa amani na umoja, na yale ambayo inafanyika ni ya kujenga, si ni kweli? Na ndipo mimi nikiungana na baba niseme tufanye wa matusi tuachane na wao waendelee na matusi. Na ndio nawaambia msijali na msikubali mtu akuje kuwa insight. Nyinyi ishini kwa amani. Kama kuna tabu tunaiondoa kwa kuongea. Vile tuliongea na baba na tunaongea na wengine. Ama ni namna gani? Kweli ama ni uongo?
Okay, Kasuti, endelea.
Yeah. Nimesikia huyu Atui akidemonize Simba Arati ati ako na ile kasheshe ya ati goons. Mbona mnaogopa Simba Arati sana? Kwa sababu vile anajua kusalimia watu wa yellow fever. Mimi najua hamwezi mkampenda. Na tunawaambia there is a certain way, lazima ukitaka kuengage kwa ground fulani unafaa kuulizia hii ground inakaaje. Sasa nyinyi mlitoka kule mkasema mnaweza kuja kudandia mahali ambapo pasipo penu. Wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, huyo Simba Arati unaona huyo, hiyo ni jogoo ya mjini as well ni jogoo ya kijijini. Na vile nani amesema, vile Gerard amesema, naungana na yeye 100%. We Alex, we ruti nyuma ya kapasia bwana. Mimi usikize kwanza kile kitu nasema. Najua
prosecute your case. Your time is running out.
Okay. So that one, wacha tuachane na mambo ya Kisii. Wacha turudi Nairobi. Yellow fever people Mumekomaa sana, mumekomaa mpaka mumepita mipaka. By the way, mnafikiria mnaongeza ponga points ili hali mnatoa ponga points. Mtu mzima wa akili zake anasimama kwa barabara mahali, alafu anaambia watu nyinyi endeni mkachukue. Unajua kuna tofauti ya kuambia watu fuateni sheria, ama muende mkaulize, ama muende mkaambiwe ni nini kinafaa kufanyika. Lakini wewe unasema muende, endeni mkachukue. Now, and then let me tell you something about this Bodaboda. He's trying so hard to revive hustler narrative. Unakumbuka the day alilaunch hii kitu ya hustler narrative ya wale watu wenye wako nayo na wale hawana, the instance that happened in Nakuru. Kwa gari la mzee mmoja aligonga bodaboda. What happened? Mzee akachomewa gari lake. Kwa sababu akasema nyinyi watu wenye mko navyo, nyinyi ndio mnatunyanyasa sisi wenye hatuna. Huyu ndio atu anakuja kutuambia hapa ati huyu jamaa wa yellow fever anatetea masikini. Au anatetea aje masikini? Okay. Hao masikini anatetea, ni nani amewafanya kuwa masikini? Wewe atu ukiwa mmoja wao. Ni nani amekufanya wewe kuwa masikini? Na sidhani kama uko very well off ambapo unaongea kuhusu masikini. Ukiona mtu ana praise kitu sana, I don't think if at all akona ile idea ya kufanya kazi atoke kwa hiyo hali yako nayo ndani. Juzi, kwa hiyo mnasema NDC yao hiyo hakuongelea hiyo kitu inaitwa bottoms up. Alikuwa anajaribu sana kurevive hustler narrative, na akaona huko Kasarani haikuwa mzuri, wacha akuje kwa street atupe mishale, atupe makombora kwa wananchi ili wachukue hatua, wachukue sheria mikononi, waanze my friend, wacha nikwambie, ile budget mlipitisha ya Diakas iko Matiang'i ni mzuri sana, hana corruption, hajakula hiyo pesa, iko na ilinunuliwa na magari zilinunuliwa za maji mingi sana. Bring it on. We are waiting for you guys.
Bernard, that kind of language is really wrong. Whether I'm in AZIMIO or not, threatening people it is not right.
Alex.
We cannot degenerate. Why?
Order, Alex.
Order, Alex.
Order, Alex.
Tear gas zimefanya nini?
Out of order.
Who is fighting for tear gas?
If I tell you,
don't bring tear gas here. We can't threaten other people.
My friend, listen to me. When you are talking, I was listening to you.
Yes, relax.
When you are talking, I was listening
to you. We
do
did not threaten anybody. We have degenerated the last few days that we can use threatening language to people.
No, what I was saying is, if at all somebody stands on the road and then tell people that go in the police station, what will you expect to fight to get there? Are you going to get their sausage? My friend, are you going to get their sausage? Are you going to get their juice? Are you going to get their whatever? If somebody tells you go, storm the police station and demand what belongs to you, my friend, let me rest my case. And even now I can see we can argue on something. Wait, hata nimekasirika na nimeenda.
Let us keep sobriety, please. Okay? Let's respect one another. The Bible says, hear a matter, then you answer. So please, let's allow people to finish their sentences. Then you can rebut. If you want to rebut, nyanyua mkono. Usipoonekana ni macho ya speaker, sio mikono yako. Sawa sawa. So, and the speaker has the discretion ya kuchagua yule ana rebut ama hana. Kama imepita, imepita. Tuache hii historia lazima niongee, lazima ni rebut. Hapana. Then nobody's threatening another. Whatever the deputy president is advocating for, should be condemned by everybody. If for anything, he is the deputy president. He's the second most powerful person. He's the one supposed to be, he talked about rule of law. He talked about independence of the judiciary and the independence of the DCI and the police. How can he be telling the people to go and pick their motorbikes just like that? That is irresponsible, and we need to call it for what it is. And nobody should be holding brief for that. Now, if whatever Fred is saying is the normal thing, let the Bodaboda people gather themselves to go to the police. They will meet the water, they will meet the tear gas. No police is going to release motorbike because you have come for it. There is a procedure. Hata kama radio yako, like somebody broke in my studio and carried away my laptop and my camera. Then went to the police station. And the police was telling me, and I give them my house number and then the serial number of the camera and things like that. And they said they will come to my house and now measure how the thief came in. Even if that camera is found by the police, I cannot walk in the police station and pick it. There is now a new procedure that must be engaged for me to get the camera. The camera is mine, yes. The laptop is mine, yes. It's been got by the police, but there is a procedure how I will get it from the police. So nobody can walk into the police and pick even the OB book. You can't take it out just like that. So
Kindly
DP
give me
is up
time.
to something, and it needs to
I think I should be next.
addressed. Sorry?
Can I be next, please?
You can't be next because you have already broken the law. Although, thank you. Now, so let's not get worked up over nothing. Let's keep everything where it's supposed to be and debate soberly and understand. If somebody makes an error, you correct them. That's why we're here. We are here to learn. We are here to teach. We're here to instruct. We're here to inform. We are here to do all that.
I apologize. I just beg. I just beg. I need to.
Moja.
I just beg.
Thank you for begging. Now you go to quarantine and beg from there for a while. Then you come back. Sorry for that, but it has to be that way. Charles, ni time yako. Oga Charles, unmute your mic and speak.
Oh, habari zenu bana.
Salama, namna gani?
Niko poa Bernard.
Yes.
Okay, about this today's topic. I don't have anything to say, but what I can say is that I just continue preaching the word that whatever is being done by His Excellency Ruto is good. But according to the party Nyomsema, is saying that the Bodaboda should go and pick their motorbikes. It doesn't mean that when you are going there to pick, there is some procedure you should follow. Ukienda hata wewe hata mwenyewe unajua kama kitu ishachukuliwa. Ukienda hapo lazima uende na procedure. But there are some when we will go there wataenda na fujo, but there are some of the wataenda tu vizuri alafu watachukua nini zao, pikipiki zao. So that is what I can say, but do not misinterpret what is meant by those words. That is my, hiyo ndio mchango wangu kwa leo.
Okay, asante. Bwana Oti, due to public demand.
Hey.
Make your submission.
Hey. My friend, I wonder if you are my manager, then we can really work. But all said and done. Let me put my point first. When I go to Alex, I've got a beef to chew with you. I want to chew with you. Okay, for today's, I just want to go as per the agenda. I heard Baba talked very well, though he seemed to be tired, but we all understand. I never heard him talking ill about his country or our country. Everything was just there, well and good. But to my deputy president, I'm just wondering, this guy should just resign. How can you? This is incitement, and he should even be arrested. We all know the informal sector. The informal sector, if you incite them to go somewhere, they will go in large numbers and they will even overwhelm the authorities manning that kind of station or wherever you want these people to go to. If you want to order and you're the deputy president, you are ordering them, you go and pick your motorbike. I think there was an order that was released. And even if it is for 2 hours, if these people said wear a mask for specific duration, and then maybe it was for 2 hours, and then you were arrested within 2 hours without a mask, you were taken to police station, and then that order is lifted. What is there is you were arrested when that order was still there. These motorbikes that were arrested, they were arrested when there was an order. There was a crackdown that was being executed. But if second in command can tell the whole nation to go and pick their motorbike, I think we are heading in a wrong direction. And if this is the kind of person who is going to be elected as a president, then let us prepare to be sold. And me, if I'm giving if they sell us, then they're seller. But all said and done, let us not vote anybody in the name of William Samoei Ruto, because what he has demonstrated now, this is how he's going to rule. This guy is telling us that the way he only means well for himself, because he will only know incite us and then divide and rule. You are here, Nyanza. It takes a very few people. Then what more he did to Kikuyus is what he want to do to all over the country. Alex, this is just a bone to chew with you. You are my brother. Stop being irritated.
Your
You are
father,
a very
you're my
sober
son.
debater here.
You're my
Let me
son.
just talk. Let me just talk, my son, my father. Alex, you're not my father. You're not my father, boy. Let me just talk, Alex, my friend. I know you might be aligning to maybe a certain political direction, but politics is that way. You might be either today you are in side A, you are the next day you are in B. But I'm not a kissy. I'm not a voting kissy. I will not indulge in that. But do not bring your beefs, your personal problems not problems as in problem, your political problem to this show. I mean political problems. By me saying political problems, I mean we all have a problem. I want my person to be elected anyway, because when I go to Kisi, I need to feel safe. When I go to Western Gishu, I need to feel safe. So my political problem and your political problem, let us leave them behind. But today, I've known the type of person you are politically. You were cheating us, and we went ahead and sold a lot of ideas to you. Today, you are supporting you. I don't know if this is your grandfather. Ongate. You were leave us alone with our brother, who is called Simbarati. Simbarati, we are married in China. Sisi ni shemeji China. We have brought China here. We are giving Kenya loans at very minimal rate. So, but that is on a light note. Bernard, that is on a light note. My point is, Mr. Alex, I owe you a lot of respect, but I'm yearning to meet you because every young man has got a mentor, and you can be a role model to some people through this point, through this media. So, whatever you say here affects so many people back at home. I do not think that as a normal person whom I knew before, I'm not saying that you are abnormal now, but politically, as a normal political person that I knew long before, you have amazed me, and I do not think that you've got the right senses. How can you go now to disown Simbarati, whom you were really celebrating when we were right at Nyamira, and we really fought about this Nyamira issue? Today, Ongeri, who has joined our AZIMIO, Ongeri has just joined AZIMIO, and then you want to go to Western just to vote peacefully, leave kisses. We as kisses are never we never kissy. Aparoga, this is a Lula, and we shall take votes, and the Senate shall be one on Yonka. I rest my case. Bernard, I'm in the show.
Thank you. Oti, mute your mic. Yes, Alex.
Oti, I will not respond to most of the things you said, but let me respond this. Ongeri is a senator in ODM. He did not arrive in Azimio. For your record. Thank you.
But Alex, I have an issue with you on the issue of Ongeri.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
The last time you talked about Ongeri,
yeah,
you brought in Ongwaya.
Yes.
You said Ongeri has Ongwaye.
Yes.
To cover up for Ongwaye's deficiency.
Yes.
In managing Kisi.
Yes.
And for that matter,
yes,
he should not be late to handle Kisi.
Yes.
You are yet to come to this platform and retract your statement.
Exactly.
You just hit us from nowhere.
Exactly.
And began to now, go against everything you said without explanation. That is why we are having it very difficult to believe whether you're the one or somebody else has taken your body to come to this platform.
Bernard, between the sun and the shadow, there is an object. Read about that. Secondly, Ongeri addressed this issue the other day in a long interview. You may not have been privy to it. I was on the record when I came here and I said, we are going to have a conversation. Things are not going on well in ODM. And I said, we will find a solution. Our singular problem was we do not want the votes for Baba to disintegrate because we knew our enemies will be happy. And we had to tame that. And one thing I thank the Kisi leadership they have done. If people like Atuya, who are not centrists, extreme left, are capable still, when it comes to the conversation of a governor, they are still able to meet us in the middle. And that is what we wanted. So that issue has been sat down, has been talked, and Ongeri himself, after he was thrown stones, addressed it. For 2 hours he spoke, and we listened to him. Not only there were Zoom meetings, there were many, many other preceding meetings. And when that happened, we had to make decisions. Only a fool does not change his mind.
Alex, I'm happy you are bringing that. And do you know that what you're talking about, you're not privy to it? You are the one who is a member of that caucus where that address was made, okay? And it was strictly on that dimension. So
No,
how you
brother,
change.
make me understand. Make your
Our main
situation
problem
clear.
here is you are the one who brought up the issue here. Okay, you came here with a different song without telling us how you changed the song. That's our point of departure. But all in all, I want us to restrict ourselves to the topic because we are derailing the debate by
Bena
turning.
kidogo tu. Bena, just a minute.
You hit me
Bena,
and
just
you
a
move
minute.
on.
Ngoja kwanza, nataka tusonge mbele. I want us to build up the debate, not for us to dig ourselves in a hole. Jared.
A very quick one, Bernard. First, I raised an hand because I wanted to. I thought that it was not it was unfair for you to throw T out when Alex persuaded you, pleaded you to put him in quarantine, but you did not. But you decided to put OT. So next time, balance, please. People are watching. I have nothing against Alex, but I'm trying to be fair. But let me say one thing, my friend Alex. Don't be happy when your enemy is clapping for you. UDA is supporting Ongeri because they know that's the target they can lose. They are not happy that Simba will vanquish them. The only person in Kisi, whether you like it or not, who gonna be? We have to start accepting that Simba will be the governor for Kisi. You know, he has a very much love in Kisi, and I have not seen anything to tell me that he cannot do well. Because, and this is my reason, my reason, Alex. The governors of Ukambani have done well because they have ambitions. People who have no ambitions are going to fungus. People like Ongeri are going to take retirement from the county because they would have no ambitions. We want people who have ambitions, young people who will know that we're going to hold them accountable when they want to do something else. That's all. I rest my case. Please, Alex, reconsider. He has a deputy who is a holdman. He will have a good team. Please, reconsider. Don't throw Kisi to the dogs, please.
Thank you, Jared. And does UDA have a contestant in Kisi?
Yes, he comes from Ongeri side, who is Machogu. So that's why they want him to split.
The game plan is to split the votes and see whether wanaweza kupita katikati. It's not that they are supporting Ongeri. It is they're splitting the vote so that they can see if they can secure the seat, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Alex, sasa, yes. Ngoja kwanza, Oti hapana. Oti umeongea tu saa hii karibu masaa matano. Ngoja kwanza. Alex, nakupatia sekunde 15. Sema kile unasema, tuende kwa favor.
I will not comment on what Jared has said, but what I'm telling Jared, in a debate, it's not a closed end when you say whether you like it or not. If you want to debate us here, don't come here and tell us whether you like it or not. Shut off that computer, stay with your house there and say, this is my stand. But if you come here to debate, I mean, be open to listen, the same way I'm listening to you.
Sawa sawa. Leo mnataka kuniweza, lakini mtaniweza. Oti iko nini?
Alex leo amekunywa.
Well, Alex, do not dictate us terms. You do not dictate us terms because you are saying that there were meetings. Those meetings, maybe you attended via Zoom, and maybe the camera tilted to a direction. I'm here. I was attending those meetings you are saying. There's no meeting that endorsed those people. No, Alex.
Not talk to me
propaganda, you are bringing propaganda here. I'm yet to bring, but I'm just
tilted. What are you talking about?
Both of you.
Alex, you have bring propaganda. Which meetings that you are with Ongeri?
I didn't say
you
that.
are bring propaganda. Do not dictate us terms, Bwana.
Alex and Oti, order. Thank you very much. Let that matter rest where it is. Let's bring in a word.
Yes, good evening. Okay, actually, yeah, I can see people killing each other in the show. I don't know what Alex and Oti are fighting about, but actually I can just see what they are talking about and fighting about is something that actually does not have any, I don't know. Let me just leave it at that. Let me talk about the DP sentiments about the Bodaboda guys going to take their bikes. Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, now according to me, I think the DP is inciting the Bodaboda guys. But what the Bodaboda guys doesn't know that there is a government in place, and should they make any mistake of doing or maybe following the orders of the DP, I think they'll be met with the full wrath of the law. The government is there, and they shall be dealt with according to the law. Should they do anything illegal, that is, should they do anything illegal, the law is there and it is very clear, they will be dealt with, and even the DP will not be in a position to help them. And I think these guys are very clever. They know, actually, they know that they cannot do anything like that. Because even the other time when they were being dealt with according to the law, the DP did not even help them in any way. He was just there throwing words saying that, oh, these people should not be dealt with this way or what. But actually, he has nothing to do. He cannot do anything. So he should not incite those guys. That is one. Number two, the issue of Ongeri leaving ODM, going to the DAP Kenya party is something that actually I don't think if that one will help him clinch the seat, the gubernatorial in the gubernatorial race actually. Because to me, I think Ongeri is a toothless dog who cannot actually bite anything. Because as it is now, as it stands in Kisii in the race, I can tell you without any fear of contradiction or favor that the incoming governor of Kisii is none other than Simba Arati. That one, my friend Alex, should be made to understand that that is the undisputed incoming governor. That one you should know. That is something that you cannot even waste your time debating about. But the issue of Ongeri being supported by, I don't know, the UDA party is just a political game plan of maybe supporting, pretending to be supporting him. But the intention is very clear. The intention there is to divide the votes, and maybe is something that Bernard was trying to say, that maybe they are planning to penya katikati, which actually will not be possible in Kisii. So things should be handled professionally. If Ongeri feels that actually doesn't have a chance in ODM, no, well and good. He can, okay, he has quitted, so he's in DAP. We wish him well. All the best. Let him go and join the other candidates in the race. If he wins, well and good. If he doesn't, then may the best candidate win. And with those very few remarks, let me rest my case there for now as we continue the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. I think that's good enough. Kasuti, iko nini?
Kuna kitu tu nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nani huyu Atuya, alafu niondoke. Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza hivi. Deputy President anarun kampuni inaitwa Amaco Insurance. Na hawa watu, hizi bodaboda zote nyingi zenye zimeshikwa, zenye zimekuwa bonded na polisi, ziko na issue ya insurance. Yeye hapa amekuja kutuambia ya kwamba anaongelea kuhusu watu wa chini, wanyonge wenye hawana. Je, amefanya nini when it comes to the issue of insurance? We have comprehensive insurance, we have motor insurance, hizo zote zile za magari, za pikipiki. Kuna hata moja yenye amepeana kutoka kwa kampuni yake hiyo ama kwa insurance? Kwa tuanzie tu hapa, alafu nitakusikiza kuendelea huko mbele, ndugu yangu, ukinijibu hilo tu.
By the way, does Amaco Insurance still is it still functional? Because from the last time I heard, it had collapsed. And it has never honored any claim from anyone. So
Maybe it is because they are being led by con men.
Oma, ngoja hapo basi. Favor, thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, everyone in the show. I like the way the debate gets very heated, because then you get a very good feel of actually different sides of what is actually happening. So you are not like limited to only one side. So just apart from that, just looking at the points that, or rather the topic of discussion, maybe before I go into it, I just wanted to reiterate something. I think there's a thin line that Alex was trying to pass across, but for some reason we missed it because we were clouded in our own iron jackets. He mentioned, let us look at the end. We want Baba to get all the votes that will be cast come that 9th of August. So we don't want anything that will make us fall short. So we now sit down and look at what can we do at ground level so that we do not affect the outcome at the end. That is actually what was happening. Forget about who is going to become and who is not going to become, who is on which side, who is not. At least that is the baby steps they have taken for now, because it is called what? Crisis management. So all of us here are a bit out of preview, because, for example, we may not say we have personal interest of who we want to lead and who we don't want, and whatever. We may have our own personal views, but look at that. That actually was the goal. And to me, that is actually one thing. I don't know if any one of us listened to what Murade was speaking in Citizen yesterday, when he was actually saying, and I picked this as a very strong point. He just said very simple, straight to the mountain people, that anybody, it is a blank check, is an opportunity you are presented to decide whether you want to be in the government or to remain out in the cold. Either way, Raila's votes are still intact. He just needs a few from the mountain. So it is not like, if, for example, the mountain decided to remain with Ruto, then in a way they have actually affected Baba. He said Baba is going to win as it stands. He has always been getting 44. The new thing here is that, for example, it is said that he has never been getting votes from the mountain, but this time he's going to get a few. And that is actually what is the difference. And then he talked about these members of parliament that actually are going to be wiped out because of the attrition rate. So if you look at it from that point of view, then you can't be able to connect with actually what he was trying to actually bring into the platform. I know when he said he has now switched maybe from ODM to DAPK, I think that one swept the mat out of many of us. And for some reason, I think that is what generated the heat. But we need to come out of our little cocoons and just look at the big picture. That's why we say we have a big house. Now, that is aside. Now, back to the topic of today. I just have two things to say. I appreciate the way Baba was articulating his points. You could see when he's asked a question, then he would, of course, listen down keenly, note it down, and then stand up and then answer them point by point. And you could actually feel that actually this is somebody who already knew. It's like when he was meant to ask the question about women and abortion and then women health, and then, he was comfortable when he was answering and said, even Gil, who is here with us, who was the Minister for Health, you could feel like he already knew the questions he was going to be asked even before he came. But anyway, I wouldn't say whether that was the case or not, but the point here is he actually organized his way of answering. And to me, that was very good, because at the end of the day, he was able to articulate. Anybody who came into that room as a novice would actually go out and say, I listened to him, and 1, 2, 3, 4 points are the ones I can say as a takeaway. Now, I come to the unfortunate statement made by our deputy president. It is unfair and not right and immoral to actually just stand up and tell people, go and pick. Okay, I think from history we need to learn. We don't need to go very far. When we were just told, throw away Safaricom cards and whatever, and people did it. So to stand up and just tell people walk to the police station and pick your motorbike just because it has been taken is not right. I would have even expected, yes, actually they are championing the welfare of Bodaboda and Mama Mboga. I would have expected the first order of business they would have done, for example, maybe when he came in, was to constitute a team of lawyers to try and address this thing legally, because it is now not about what you feel and what you don't feel, what you like and what you don't like. It is a legal issue. When a police has arrested you, then it ceases. If you have not talked before the bangles have been dangled onto your hands, and then you are marching into the Mariamu, then you have no, you can't say anything. The moment you are inside there, I think one joke we used to be told is, there were those night patrols when the police would walk around and they will catch you. They just need company, so they'll just arrest a big crowd and keep walking with them the whole night. Then around 4 a.m. they now release you to go back. But the point is you have helped them, because when they're a big crowd, even the thugs cannot attack them. But the point here is a legal measure should have been what he should have been probably advocating, and to address it. But just to stand in the middle of the street and just utter that word and go, you actually are inciting, and it is not very right, and it's not nice. And I like also the way when the president said, let them continue with their accusations, Matusi and all that, and for us to focus on work. And I think that is just the unfortunate path that I think they have taken. It is true, if you listen into whatever they were discussing, you cannot hear, like, I think when they started with the bottom-up thing, then at some point they came to Pesa Mfukoni. Now, if you ask me really what is the rallying call of KKA or AZIMIO, I would, no, sorry, not AZIMIO, I mean of the UDA, I would tell you I am lost. I actually cannot, I can't pick one thing that I can run with and say this is what they are. Rather, I will just be seeing anger, accusation, and mudslinging, and that you are like trying to poison the minds of people and make people feel so bad about nothing. Like you are being made to become so angry. If you ask me, a UDA person, why are you really angry about Uhuru, for example, as a president? They will just tell you, oh, he has done this to DP, has done that. But you as a person, let's ask, you woke up in the morning, has Uhuru come and locked your door that you can't now come back? Has he collected your plate, food from your plate, your table that you can't eat? They have degenerated the whole argument to a personal issue, which actually is not helpful. I would rather that these dying moments, because the days are few, they would rather be articulating what they can do to actually make the economy better, rather than attacking and saying they have done this, galvanizing the state machinery or weaponizing them, whatever. It does not help. In fact, if you tell me you're weaponizing, that is actually how you make the state machineries now to be on alert. If you listen to Herman Manyora's argument the other day, it was actually, I think yesterday, he was trying to say, you have to recognize, for example, the DCI is in power, is actually the chief in that docket. So you cannot just stand up and say that department is being weaponized. Fine, he will also show you how he also has power in his own level. So rather, when you are coming into power, you don't threaten the system that is already existing. Rather, you have to try and win their support, so that when you come in, you can affect the changes you anticipate to do. So it is unfortunate that is the path they're going. And then I conclude by saying they have really done a big disfavor in terms of selling a lot of propaganda to their mass supporters in such a way that whenever you argue or you try to reason with anybody on the side of UDA or KKA, you have nothing other than to degenerate into argument. I will conclude by a story. A man went to the river to take a bath, and then he removed all his clothes. And then as he was taking a bath with soap, a madman came and collected his clothes and started running to the market. And the madman also followed him. The man now, because he was after chasing the man, he wanted to get his clothes. So he ran after the madman. When they reached the market, who was the madman? Thank you. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Favor. I want we listen to whatever video, and then we bring in a more.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Hold on,
kwamba
hold on.
naibu rais amewarushia vijembe vya kisiasa wapinzani wake wa kisiasa, huku akiwakashifu wale tu kwa madai ya kutolewa hali halisi ilivyo nchini. Na Yoma Sampao aliandamana na mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza katika kampeni zao mjini Nairobi.
Naibu Rais William Ruto
Let's give it a try. Sorry for that.
Naibu rais amewarushia vijembe vya kisiasa wapinzani wake wa kisiasa, huku akiwakashifu wale tu kwa madai ya kutolewa hali halisi ilivyo nchini. Na Yoma Sampao aliandamana na mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza katika kampeni zao mjini Nairobi.
Naibu Rais William Ruto na wanasiasa wengine katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza hii leo walikita kambi katika kaunti ya Nairobi, eneo bunge la Starehe, wakitafuta uungwaji mkono katika azma yao ya kuchukua hatamu za kuliongoza taifa. Naibu Rais alimkashifu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga, akisema kuwa wawili hao hawafahamu makali ya ugumu wa maisha kwa mwananchi wa chini.
Wale walifanya kitendo ya kinyama kwa wamama hapa Forest Road ni sawasawa na wale waliiba pesa ya KEMSA. Kama yule ambaye anatafutwa hapa, pia wale waliiba pesa ya KEMSA watafutwe na wafungwe. Ama namna gani? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kwani ni watu wa bodaboda waliiba pesa huko KEMSA? Ni watu wa bodaboda waliiba pesa ya KEMSA? Watu hawaje kutuhadaa bwana. Wawachane na wafanyabiashara wafanye biashara. Hata kama mnapesa viongozi na watu wakubwa, muachane na vijana ya bodaboda wajitafutie riziki.
Ruto vilevile aliendelea kumkashifu rais kwa msako katika sekta ya bodaboda na kumtaka kutumia ukali huo huo kwa wale waliotajwa katika kesi ya ufisadi KEMSA, ambapo bidhaa za thamani ya shilingi milioni 10 ziliripotiwa kutoweka kimaajabu.
Wale watu wa Handshake Brothers hawajawahi kulala njaa siku moja. Wale Handshake Brothers hawajawahi kutafuta kazi siku moja. Wale Handshake Brothers hawaelewi umaskini ni nini. We must elect a leader who understands the challenges of the people of Kenya, not the children of privilege.
Hatutaki nchi ambayo ni ya matajiri peke yao. Tunataka nchi ambayo matajiri na maskini watakuwa na nafasi katika nchi yao.
Aidha, waliwaahidi wanabiashara mazingira mwafaka ya kufanya biashara bila kusumbuliwa. Yoma Sampao, NTV.
Okay, Handshake Brothers hawajawahi lala njaa siku moja. And William Ruto has never been detained without trial. Hata siku moja. Wape Mo ameenda wapi tena?
But Bernard Mudavadi also is a blue band baby. I mean, so I don't know how he's a hustler.
No, it's just what has changed, because the person who told us Uhuru Kenyatta understands our situation, we should vote him 2013, 2017, is the same person telling us Handshake Brothers don't understand the plight of the poor. When did he realize that the poverty in this country is now an issue to be addressed?
That is what we call politics of propaganda.
The playing of the people, kucheza na akili za Wakenya, it's nini. You remember the video we played yesterday of Mijungu interviewing Ruto, and then Ruto turns the question back to Mujungi, say, are you asking me that because I'm a son of a peasant and because I'm vying for presidents and the son of a peasant is not supposed to vie for president? That's why you're asking me on the issue of what is your net worth. I just want to ask a question as we continue the conversation. Who says that somebody is responsible for William Ruto being born in a poor family? And are we not born in a poor families? Should we now hold the other people responsible for our background? And does our background of poverty entitle us to presidents? That when we vie, we should be given a free leeway into the presidency simply because our father and mother were poor? DP needs to respect us as Kenyans and not think that he can just come and play with us. We don't owe him the presidency. He doesn't owe us his poverty, to say the least. Thank you. Mr. Guru, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Mbona nyinyi mnafanya mlima inateleza sana mpaka kijana analia?
Mlima haijatereza. Unajua, ulisikia kukiambiwa kwamba mzee ataenda polepole na atakuta yule mwingine kwa barabara anapumua. Hiyo ndio maneno imefanyika saa hii. Hata ukiangalia leo ile kupitia kwa huko Kirinyaga Road, you can obviously see that the steam is gone. Unapita pahali watu wanakuangalia tu kama picha, isipokuwa wale wachache umevalisha t-shirts. Kwa uhakika ni kusema hivi kwamba politics is a very difficult thing. It's not a very easy thing because you have to keep interests ya watu, and that is why timing is also very important. The messaging is also very important. Kama sasa hiyo mambo ya bodaboda umesikia, it is just a way he was trying to excite the base, lakini ile ajui ni kwamba kuna watu wana ghadhabu ya hawa vijana wa bodaboda. Kwa hivyo kusema ni kama hajafanya makosa, kuna watu wengi sana wa Kenya ambao wanasikia wakiudhika kwa sababu hao watu wamewafanya mambo ambayo haistahili, na ni kuonyesha kwamba hawakubaliani na yeye. Kwa hivyo kuenda kusema waende wachukue pikipiki, hiyo ni kama incitement, kwa sababu kuna utaratibu ambayo inafaa utumie akiwa unaenda kuchukua kitu ambacho kimeshawekwa na serikali. Kuna makaratasi lazima labda utoe ya kudhibitisha kwamba ni yako, isinje kuwa serikali itakuja kushtakiwa kwamba ilichukua motorcycle yako na hawakurudisha. Kwa hivyo haiwezi toka. Na pia na wale wamefanya makosa, si kusema kwa sababu operation ilitolewa ati makosa ile walikuwa wameshikwa nayo imetupiliwa mbali. Hapana, labda ulikuwa umefanya makosa ambayo iko kwa sheria, na lazima uwe processed through the normal way in the court of law. Kwa hivyo it was a poor attempt at trying to excite the youth. Vile sijui ni kwamba hiyo itamsaidia kwa nini, kwa njia gani, kwa sababu sio waendeshaji pikipiki pekee ambao they form the part of the voting block. In any case, our politics is not structured in that manner. Ndio amejaribu kuleta ile mambo bando ya dynasty na hasla. Ndio unasikia akisema sijui hao wawezi jua ile shinda tunapitia, wana madharau kwa sisi watu ya chini na mambo kama haya, lakini pia watu si wajinga, sababu yeye ni tajiri, pia amekuwa kiongozi kwa miaka karibu 10 sasa. Kwa hivyo haiwezi kuchukuliwa vile anasema pale watu wakawa excited wote, na ameandaleti hata hawa youth wengine wamesoma sana, ni vile tu labda wanafanya ile kazi iliyoko kwa uchumi wetu saa hii ili kujikimu kimaisha, lakini si wajinga, wanajua yule mtu anawadanganya na yule anawaambia ukweli. Nikiongea mambo ya baba huko Chatham, ni kwamba nadhani amejaribu kuweka the Kenyan policy, international policy kwa njia dhabiti, especially the foreign affairs docket, ambayo lazima serikali yote ambayo inajua vile inafanya lazima ikatifate ile uhusiano mwema, kwa sababu kuna mambo ya trade, kuna mambo ya kushirikiana kwa mambo mingi, na unajua Kenya kama anchor state ya maneno mingi hapa East Africa na East and Central Africa, basi lazima ikawa katika mstari wa mbele kwa mambo mingi sana ya international security, trade in the region na mambo hayo yote. Kwa hivyo nadhani unlike his competitor who went to expose the weaknesses of the country, I don't think that is what the Doyen is doing. So far sijasikia amekashifu inchi ama the leadership ama hata huyo, isipokuwa lazima sasa the problem, ukimention mambo ya corruption, njina ya watu wengine lazima ikaingia pale. That is the only unfortunate thing. Otherwise kwa hakika ni kwamba nadhani mambo inaendelea mzuri na matarajio ya Wakenya itapatikana kwamba tutapata kiongozi ambayo anaweza endelesha nchi kama vile rais amesema leo kwamba kuna mambo mingi iko mbele, lakini lazima tukapata uongozi ambayo itaendelesha hiyo maendeleo na kushikanisha Wakenya kufanya kazi kama kitu kimoja. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. That is a good one. Let's move on forward. Princess Sasa.
I'm good. I miss everyone.
We are good. Karibu mchango wako.
Yeah. Thank you. As I can say about Baba in UK, Baba is an intelligent man. About his speech of today, he talked about corruption in Kenya and more things about London, between London and Kenya, so that we as Africa, we can benefit through London. Then I'm happy about Baba ameenda kusafisha ile dirty speech yenye Ruto alienda akaongea huko akasafisha, but he has talked in a mannered way without mocking anyone. Yeah. Then he has talked about corruption. Then when Ruto was there, he didn't mention anything about corruption. You know, even people, they cannot talk about it there, about that discussion, but they know themselves. I know. Then about motorbikes, about Ruto remarks, the way Ruto is talking, kila mtu kwa hii dunia, hakuna mtu ajui Ruto, about propaganda zake. But we have some of people who still support him, maybe who believes about hustlers, the way he's talking, and yet Ruto is not a hustler. What I would have said about it, about motorbike, angekuwa mimi Ruto, ningesaidia wana bodaboda wote wapate hiyo mafunzo vizuri. Hata ningechukua kwa kila kaunti watu hata 10 niwapeleke wajifunze about how sorry lakini for interruption guy, napenda kucheka. mafunzo si ndio, kuliko kuambia wanabodaboda eti waende kwa kituo cha polisi wakachukue pesa zao, ndiye hakuna mwenye anaweza rudi polisi awaambie kiendacho kwa mganga kirudi. Hiyo wasahau. Ruto is supposed to think before he leaps something. His mind is too low. Mbona nimesema hivyo? Ruto ako kwa government and yet he's insult everything he's using from the top of his head hadi kwa miguu ni ya government. Kila kitu yenye anatumia. Angekuwa mimi yeye ningeresign alafu nianze kuchamba hiyo government, kwa sababu kama anaona makosa kwa government and yet ako kwa hiyo government, watu inafaa tufikirie kama youth. Najua youth are supporting Ruto through handouts. I want to talk to my youth. Please, mshaona government ya Uhuru Ruto. Then same person anasema yeye akipata kiti atakuja kutengeneza, and yet ni yeye ndiye ameharibu. Ni kama kuoa mwanamke, si ndio? Ilhali mwalala na huyo mwanamke kitanda kimoja, alafu baadaye unaenda nje kumwongelelea huyo mwanamke. Yaani ni mtu ambaye ako huku na huku ajielewi. So and I know Ruto ni mtu mwenye ako na hasira. Angekuwa mtu mpole hata angetulia kuliko kwanza kukampeni mapema huko Mount Kenya. Najua tena Ruto anaumia sana kwa sababu
Oh, pole Emily ni pole princess inaonekana
hasara, but yeye akaa akijua kila kitu inakuanga na sababu. The way jana Moses Kuria aliongea kwa NDC ya Ruto, demi haijanifurahisha. Moses Kuria ni mtu mzima, vitu kama hizo hata akileta saizi hakuna venye itasaidia watu. Ni yeye anataka tu watu
Sorry princess, inaonekana network yako iko na shida, naomba urekebishe kwanza ndio tuendelee. Alafu wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain nafagia tafadhali, we need to brighten up the screen, so we will not allow you to be behind the curtain. If you must, you make your submission and then ungatuke mapema. All right, now let's hear from Abraham Tour. Abraham upo? Then there is Marcellus Otieno. Is it Marcellus Otieno? Your gadget is not well configured. That's why we can't add you to the screen. Make sure you restart your phone if you're using your phone, if you can hear me, and then allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. Don't restrict it. Allow it to do that as you log in. That's the only time you'll be able to speak. Sasa hivi haiwezekani, kwa hivyo tunarusha wewe nje kwanza uingie vizuri. Abraham upo? Okay, inaonekana Abraham hayuko. Princess, welcome back. Malizia kile ulikuwa unasema tafadhali. Unmute. Yes.
Yeah, my network, I'm sorry. So, nilikuwa nasema kuhusu mambo na Moses Kuria. By the way, mi hajanifurahisha. The way he's talking, thinking capacity yake iko low. Hao watu wote, yani they don't think something before they ropoka. Yani wanamwaga tu venye tu wanaona. They don't respect each other. Hata kama Uhuru ameamua aunge Raila mkono, ako na sababu zake. Uhuru amekuwa na Ruto. He knows him better than us sisi. Uhuru amekaa na baba. He knows him better. So akachagua ni huyu ndo nataka aendeleze mali nimeachia. And yet Ruto mwenyewe amekuwa akitangatanga afanyi kazi. And yet anakula bila kufanya kazi. Anakula pesa ya government. So, mi chenye ningesema watu wa Yuda, najua wako hapa kwa comment section. Acheni niwapatie advice moja. Saizi uchumi mahali iko, watu wameumia sana, watu wanakufa njaa, nini. Mbona hata msisikie, ama ni nyinyi ni wale watu wenye mlikuwa mnaambiwa shule mfanye.
Pole Princess. Yes, Charles.
Okay, nimekuwa na swali kwa Emi. Okay, he's saying that watu wanakufa njaa kwa serikali. So does it mean that it is the deputy president that is causing that hunger? Please, can Emi elaborate to me that point? Is it deputy president that is causing hunger in the government? That is my question.
respond to that your question with another question. Is deputy president part of the government?
The deputy president, does it mean he's the only person who is responsible for hunger in the government?
No, the only person. Is he part of the government?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, with Amy, he just specified that the deputy president.
No, okay, Emily will respond, but what I want you to understand, she's saying we are where we are because of what the Jubilee government has done. Okay? Do we still need another term for Jubilee government led by now the deputy to solve whatever that we have found ourselves in? That's that's what I understand from what she's saying. And since she's here, Emily, naomba ujibu hilo swali ukimalizia tafadhali. Unmute. Unmute.
About what? Kuna mtu ameniuliza.
Princess, just finish what you are saying. Utajibu swali baadaye. We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I was saying, Charles amesema nini mwanzo? Sijasikia poa. Amesema nini? Ndio nimjibu.
Anasema, is it the deputy president to blame for the people going hungry and lacking food?
Yes. Yes, because kuna pesa alipewa. Mwanzo tuanze na Kimwarar, Dam na Aror. Yeye ndiye alikula hizo pesa. Na pesa za mahindi pia. Yeye ndiye alikula. So, Ruto ako na scandals mingi sana. Then, si ulisikia pia Mr. President akisema yeye mwenyewe alipewa pesa za kulisha watu wako, but akazikula. Ndio hizo zenye alikuwa na campaign nazo Mount Kenya. Si ndio, Charles? Then, nyinyi watu wa UDA, hebu achana na makasiriko. We need to talk, tuongee tu ukweli. The truth will set you free. Kitu, mnanisikia? Bernard.
Yes, Emily, we can hear you. You have made your point. Continue. Uko sawa, endelea.
Bernard. Mimi chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema, kwanza Ruto akipata hiyo kiti, watu wa Mount Kenya wataumia sana. Ndio maana hawataki wengine wao. Watu wenye wajielewi ndio wao wanamfatafata. Lakini I know
Okay, sorry, Princess. I think you will come later.
Please.
Network is stabilized, utakuja. Charles, I hope you are satisfied with her answer.
Please, can I talk? Can I say something?
Who is? Can I say something?
Okay.
You lift your hand, then we see you. Because if you talk, there are 10 faces here. I can't know who is talking.
Okay. I want to just give this. I want to say this. If the president gave Ruto money for the first time, and he saw that he never did hakukamilisha miradi yenye alikuwa amempatia, and the same president is giving him money to do another project, yani hata hapo mwezi ona, what does that mean? Ruto has failed, Uhuru has failed. Let us just call a spoon a spoon, not a big, not let call spade a spade, not a big spoon. Ruto has failed, Uhuru has failed. And to make matters worse, when the tail is failing, it means that the head failed most, so that it is the head that misled the tail. So tuache kusema Uhuru has failed, and Uhuru, the person Uhuru is going to remote him will work like a robot, bwana. Let us stop being Uhuru has failed. And if we want someone, we just need someone else who is not endorsed by someone, and who is, can get someone who is not even among the government.
So who is that one who is endorsed? Who is that one who is endorsed by someone? Can you tell us the person? Can you come clear and tell us who is that one who has been endorsed?
Okay, Raila has been endorsed.
So are you the one who endorsed him?
No, has been endorsed
So
by the
what are
president.
you telling us? Are you?
He has been endorsed by the president.
Are you?
If you don't stay in order na kutupa nje tafadhali. Charles, nataka
Yes.
ukitoa maoni yako unatoa maoni na
You also give us a chance to talk.
Stakabadhi. Ngoja kwanza. Hapa unaongea kulingana na zamu. Okay? You don't come last and you want to be fast. You patiently wait. All these people you found were waiting. Sawa. And Charles,
yes.
What is illegal about endorsement?
Okay. Unajua mimi kama I have been in the government. Sindio, let me use I myself as an example. Let me take this as an example. Sindio, I have been in the government. Sindio, and in the government that I have been ruling, it has been failing. We have not done anything. Sindio, and I say that I want you to come here and you do better. Does that have logic? Surely. Unasema tu we nataka ukue hapa, I'm supporting you. That one, it is not logic. Because obvious.
So, Charles, you,
yes.
I'm sure you went to school. You have living certificate from your school, isn't it?
Yes.
And several recommendation letters from your workplaces where you have worked before.
Yes.
Recommendation letter from where you are previously working.
You need my recommendation?
Have you ever been recommended from the company you worked for?
Yes, I've been recommended.
Oh, hey. So if that company closes,
yes,
does your recommendation become evil? Because the company worked for closed?
It doesn't become evil.
So how does endorsing somebody become illogical simply because he has been endorsed?
But some companies can endorse you, and those companies, they are poorly managed, but they are just giving you. They just
Charles, you are a good man. Okay, we have recommended you. You are a good, hardworking man. Go and work for Safaricom. Okay, then you left Zain. Then Zain closed. Okay, will the closing of Zain stop you from being a good, hardworking Charles?
No, it will not stop me. But if Safaricom, with the records, identify that with the Zain, it was not working under good conditions. So it seems that this person is from Zain. Umona. So
You've
this person is from
by Zain, and you are hardworking as Charles. When you go to Safaricom, okay, will the recommendation letter from Zain stop you from being a hardworking man? No.
No, it will not stop me.
Will it affect your performance?
No, it will not stop me.
So endorsement or not, being endorsed or not has nothing to do with the person. The person being endorsed is what matters. If he has a character, he has the capability, and is able to work, he will work. The recommendation letter does not affect his performance. It just allows him to get the opportunity. I think that's clear enough.
Yes.
Naomba kama hujanielewa basi tuachie hapo. I can't
Sawa basi.
explain it further from there. Odwor, let's hear from Odwor, and then ndio twende kwa Nyangaya. Odwor, you unmute the mic is beside your name. You click on the mic beside your name. Your name. Kule jina yako inaanzia kuna ka mic. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, hello everybody. This is my first time being here, so I'm going to just salute everybody first. And I might not have a lot to say right now, but I just wanted to congratulate all of you first. In fact, you're coming with very valid points as far as our Kenyan is concerned. And this is a good platform. I've been following for some times, and it is really educative. But again, what I find a little bit unique, we tend to be arguing over things, I mean, that we should not be arguing about. For example, when we talk about endorsement, who's not being endorsed, and it is very important, but it doesn't really make sense right now, because let me tell you, we are at a turning point right now. We have been in this situation right now. The people that are in here were here in 2013. Some of them were there in 2007, 2017, and right now we are here. Well, guess what? We are complaining right now about what has been done and what has not been done. And if we go back, we'll find out that some of us, including myself, we must have put this place that we are complaining about in those positions. So, fellow Kenyans, let us stop sticking into characteristics and individuals. Let us look at our country at a whole. Leave about people. You will talk about Raila, you will talk about anybody you think about. But guess what? At the end of the day, you go back to your house. You are not going to put Raila on the table. You are not going to put Ruto on the table. It's going to be you if you have a family. It's going to be you and your family and what you give that family. So right now, champion about what you think is going to be productive for you and for me and not for these people. Let me tell you, these people that we keep on arguing about here, they have means. For you, you're just a raw material for them. So it will depend on where you put yourself. That is all I can say for today. I will keep on following. So for your information, I don't stand for anybody. I stand for Kenya. I don't care. Ruto is
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that, and
most about. So all I care most about is my country. That's all I care about most. But again, whether you are in UDA, whether you are wherever you are, think Kenya first. Don't think about individuals first. Think Kenya first. Then when you have that urge of thinking about Kenya first, then everything will be possible. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's keep the conversation going. Wycliffe, come in, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Yes, I'm in Nairobi. Yes, I just want to talk of few things I've noticed this week. One of them is being the sentiment that was produced by Honorable William Ruto. I was saddened with that speech of William Ruto. A person who holds deputy president of a country.
Order, you keep your mic mute. You can't keep your mic on.
That's the second person in terms of ranks in public office, inciting his own citizen about the issue of Bodaboda. Ni kitu mbaya zaidi. You cannot go and tell Bodabodas to go and take their Bodabodas and money for those who paid in police station. It's very wrong. It's a big incitement. That should not come from a deputy president. Those who are advising Honorable William should advise that man correctly. Because if it was in a serious country, Ruto saizi angekuwa ashashikwa kwa ndani. What else do you want to do to incite people? By telling people ati waende wachukue mabodaboda zao. We are living in a country where we have laws and orders. If you think that the operation was illegal, we have courts. Why can't you take your lawyers to courts to go and represent your border people? At which extent do you take your hands on your do you take the laws on your hand to go and tell people to go and pick as if there are no laws and orders? So that's one of the reasons why we cannot trust this man with this office. We cannot trust the same person who criticized the government with the in the highest office. Secondly, I want to talk about the issue of Moses Kuria that happened the other day when they were endorsing William Ruto. My friend, we've seen it openly that for you to be in that office, election is always being stolen. Wanaiba. Because ukipata hiyo statement vizuri vile Kuria alisema, ali mention the names, akasema sisi ndio tunaibia. Wale kule pande ingine wako tu kimwili. They don't have brains. What does that tell us? No wonder they are afraid when government, not government, but someone like Uhuru Kenyatta is supporting the other side. Wanaona tu ile mambo wamezoea maybe itafanyika. I've been quite fortunate to vote for elections 4 times. I voted in 2002, 2007, 2013, and 2017. And I've seen the trend people are voting in Kenya. So kama tungekuwa na good laws and a country that respects law, saizi tushaona Ruto Moses Kuria ameshikwa. Aulizwe, how did they manage to steal? And how did they? And yesterday I was watching one of the media stations, Citizen. Nikaona mradi anasema, huyu jamani mwizi. Ati aliiba in a station of 800 voters, he gathered 4,000 votes. Na kuwekwa ndani. Na kuna kitu yote ilifanyika. Murade confirmed yesterday on Citizen in Gatunda, certain polling station, where there are 800 registered voters. And Moses Kuria gathered 4,000 votes. Nothing was done to that man. So first, kama tunataka inchi yetu iendelee, we must respect laws and orders of the country, the constitution. And regardless with who you are, regardless with the office you hold, you should be treated according to the law. Without that, hata saizi tunaweza tuone Raila, they will still steal. What will you do? So IBC should come out clearly and tell us what happened in 2017 na mbona wakufungua server so that the Kenyans, the voters like us, wajue ukweli ilikuwa wapi. So this is not a matter of parties of election like Azimio and UDA to argue about. IBC should come clearly about this. Si wanaita watu wanaongea kuhusu hiki kitu, kesho nasikia ati mtu ako hospitali, he cannot no longer respond again, kesi imeachwa. Kuria said it's yesterday, utasikia tu imeenda hivyo imeisha. We as voters, we are worried. Why do we vote then? If we vote and our vote does not count, why do you think then we vote? Mtu anasema vizuri in a station where we had 800 people voted 4,000. That's a big range. Hata kama ni kuiba, that's a very big range. And nothing was done. And anasimama mbele ya watu na anasema hata this time we'll do this. And he still walks free. What does that tell you about our country? Hata leo huu tunaweza piga kura na after election ibiwe ifanywe kitu yote and we don't get a good response. So it's high time IBC should come out clearly about these issues. And if at all IBC want to convince us, watufungulia server so that we can see what happened. Tuone ni wenyewe waliiba ama hawakuiba, because it has come from more than 4 people. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Wycliffe. I believe that's clear enough, and it has reached the ears of the concerned people. We hope there will be an answer. The court order still stands of the Supreme Court, and someday it will be enforced, I believe. But as at now, it's unnecessary, and I think Moses Kuria and team are looking on how to make the handshake to shake. That's the main reason for the same. It's not that they want the truth or they want the votes. The unity between Baba and Uhuru is a threat to the ambition of being the Mount Kenya kingpin. And so they are grappling on anything to see to it that probably they will upset that unity to some degree and maybe find a way. Iko nini tulikuwa tunaenda kwa Abraham. Odor, what are you saying? Your hand is up. Unmute. You unmute. The mic is beside your name.
I got it. Okay, let me just clarify something about what Wycliffe just said about Moses Kuli. It is a clear indication that we play on a different set of rules in our country. We can talk about this today, yesterday, and tomorrow. But let me assure you, the results we get are the same. Nothing is gonna change. We play on a different league. And this is what I was just saying a while ago, that unites me and you and everybody, whether you are in UDA, whether you are in whatever you call yourself. It clearly shows us where we stand. We are on this level, and there are other people that are on the other level. Moses Kuria will be summoned. You will go there as usual. The next minute you will hear him in Dubai in a hospital. He's not able to attend a court hearing. It will continue and continue. Before you even know, everything will be gone. We have had very serious issues going on. I can mention one whereby somebody, I don't want to mention the name, in the last general election was inciting his community to go and get the machetes against some other, community in Kenya. That's a very serious allegation. It came to pass. That person is walking free. So we have had very serious incidences. Now, that is why sometimes I feel so bad when we keep on giving these people milestones to keep on moving, just washing their dark linen on top of our heads. We need to understand that actually, as much as we keep on blaming these people, we are the ones who are putting them in these positions where all this platform and everything to do whatever they want. So it is Kenya for you, it is Kenya for me. We have to change the way we think. We have to demand a different set of policies, the policies at least that can unify the one that is up there and the ones that are low here, who are us. That's all we need to do. But like I keep on insisting, and I'll keep on saying, as much as we have this mindset of UDA, ODM, whatever you call it, that I even don't know. Let me take you back a little bit, guys. Remember.
Order, Oduor, you are making a brief follow-up on what Nani said. You can't make a fresh submission.
Yes.
There are other people, you've already finished yours. So you can hold that thought. You will come in later when you have a second submission, so that you carry on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And please keep your mics mute always. Your mic should always be mute until it's your turn to speak. Any mic that is on gives a feedback, and that irritates, especially those with the headphones. It's very irritating and disturbs. So, and also it stops. They can't hear what I'm saying because that is bringing a feedback. So watch over that. Before Abraham comes in, there is Black Gaddafi TV. I don't know how to help you. Check your subscription on YouTube. Check your subscription. If it has changed, you resubscribe, and then you will be able to chat with YouTube. I don't know what happened to your subscription, but I think if you go to the YouTube channel of Mtembei TV, check your subscription, resubscribe, you'll be able to chat with YouTube. If not, I think it's more complicated than it is. Then we'll sort that later, not now. Thank you very much. Abraham, karibu.
Asante sana. Mnanipata?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Yeah, sawa. Nilikuwa tunataka nimjibu Princess. Kuna vile Princess amesema mambo ya scandal ya shui Kimwarer, shui nini, acha scandal yote, alafu ibatol kama kuna group anaweza tusaidia, cause even me nataka hiyo scandal ya Kimwarer tujue ni nani aliipa hiyo pesa. So tuko na scandal mingi, kuna scandal ya Kemsa, tuko na scandal ya Mumias Sugar Company, tuko na scandal mingi. So we want to know. Unajua by the way, si ni watu watoko. Sasa if at all you know anything about the scandal, unaweza tusaidia, tuchukue hii makesi tupeleke mahali penye inatakikana, tusaidie. But avoid dealing only on Kimwarer. Kimwarer is something small, by the way. Kimwarer kila mtu anaongelea Kimwarer. Si muongee hata mambo ya Kemsa, muongee hata mambo ya Mumias Sugar Company, muongee hata mambo ya hii SGR all the way from Mombasa, kuna scandal. So mbona mnaona Kimwarer peke yake? Me am supporter of Raila. Mi ni Raila tamu. But pale penye Raila ameniangusha ni uncheck. Raila alikuwa anaongea everything ukweli. Raila alikuwa anatusaidia. Raila alikuwa akiona anything, any corruption, anything ikihappen, alikuwa anatusaidia. Anasema ndio hii kitu imetokea hapa, ndio hii kitu imetokea hapa. But bila Raila tu aliingia mambo ya handshake. That was the end of everything. It was the end of everything. Alafu kuna kitu Wycliffe amesema hii mambo ya kuinsight at Ruto ameinsight watu wa mapikipiki waende wachukue mapikipiki. Acha insight, it is just but ile walitoa mambo ya crackdown wakasema crackdown imeisha, so it is a boss. Kama saa crackdown imeisha, si muende mchukue mapikipiki zenu. Kuna procedure, it is not like that unaenda tu unachukua, hapana, kuna procedure. So alikuwa anaambia watu it is crackdown imeisha, mwende mchukue mapikipiki zenu, but kuna procedure obvious, lazima ufike pale hivi lazima uproduce either it is a driving license, logbook, ndio uchukue pikipiki yako. Okay, alafu kuna vile tumeongea mambo ya why UHURU is supporting Raila Odinga. Why is he supporting Raila Odinga? You know, kuna vitu zingine lazima tuongee ukweli. Watu walikuwa wamesema yako 10 yangu 10. Tunaelewa vizuri for the first 5 years UHURU alikuwa na Ruto akifanya kazi pamoja. For the last 5 years hii sasa ya mwisho hii UHURU alikuja akaruka Ruto na akafanya kazi na Raila juu ya handshake. And cause Ruto akwa supportive wa handshake akajitoa tu akaenda kando. So the government, yes, Ruto was the deputy, UHURU was the president, but handshake was already inside. And that is why unapata vitu mingi, kuna vitu mingi ilifanyika. Alafu kwa hizo vitu mingi ilifanyika, UHURU anajua kuna vitu mingi ilifanyika hapa hivi, so he has to support Raila ndio afike hiyo vitu mingi ilifanyika. Kuna vitu mingi ilifanyika. Hata SGR by the way ilikuwa supposed ikue, I think it was supposed to be how many million, but it was exaggerated to 359 million or billion whatever. Sasa na ukijaribu kuchunguza vizuri watu wenye walikuwa wanafanya hiyo kazi, it was the UHURU's family. So UHURU's family wanataka watumie mtu mwenye wanaweza control ndio wafije hiyo maneno. And that is why they are supporting Raila.
So Bwana Abraham, kabla
yes,
uendelee, swali moja tu. Okay?
Yes sir.
Kungekuwa na 10 yangu na 10 yako, alafu UHURU support William Ruto, angekuwa na kitu ya kuficha?
No, you know, walikuwa wana work pamoja. Ukiona ile tamu yao ya kwanza walikuwa wanafanya kazi pamoja.
So kuna vitu zimefanyika tamu ya pili ambayo
tamu ya pili kuna vitu imefanyika inafichwa. Okay. Na UHURU anajua vizuri hiyo vitu inajulikana vizuri.
Sasa si deputy president bado ako kwa serikali?
Hayuko kwa serikali, si alitolewa hata manini wake wote. Wacha nikuulize Bernard.
Abraham.
Bernard, allow me to ask you. Bernard. Okay, sawa.
Nataka tuelewane, okay? Sasa hivi tunapoongea umeniangalia hivi macho kwa macho, sawa? Kitu kingefanyika, God forbid, okay? If UHURU Kenyatta was to pass away, who will be president? Is it Raila or Ruto?
Ruto.
Kwa nini? Na ayuko nje ya serikali?
No, he is the deputy by the name.
If he's deputy by the name, how can he assume office?
Why? Mbona UHURU alipeana kazi ya deputy iende kwa Matiang'i? Mbona alipeana makazi yenye ilikuwa supposed kuwa ya deputy ikaenda kwa Matiang'i iende?
Thank you. So Abraham, kile umekuja kutuambia hapa ni kwamba deputy president yuko kwa serikali, kikatiba yeye ndiye anaweza kurithi ofisi ya president in case president
kikatiba, lakini
na kama ni hivyo saa hii anaishi kwa nyumba ya serikali, analindwa na serikali, anatumia kila kitu ya serikali, yeye yuko kwa serikali, okay? Mambo ya SGR ilianzwa na Kibaki, Grand Coalition, ikakuwa negotiated na ikamalizwa bidding pia.
Nikuulize,
ngoja
hata tu nikuulize swali moja
majibu, okay? SGR was started by Kibaki in the Grand Coalition. It was 55 billion. Okay? It is the Jubilee
How much?
government, the Jubilee
55 billion.
government, which was Uhuru and Ruto in 2013 when they took office, that threw away the deal that that Kibaki had closed and reopened it, okay, and rebeat it and renegotiated, and the SGR that was to go to Malaba all the way from Mombasa to Malaba at 55 billion, it ended up being done for 350 billion, and it ended in Nairobi. It did not reach Malaba. Ikielekea Naivasha. So mimi nauliza kwa first term kulikuwa na handshake?
Haikuwa na hiyo nini, haikwenda na first term, ilienda na second term. SGR wamefungua lini?
No,
So wamefungua
Bernard will
juzi.
not allow propaganda.
Was it last year wamefungua?
When we have people just
Alafu nikuulize swali moja Bernard. Bernard,
because just want to bring in the UDA argument will not be right. No, we will not allow this. And just that anger that they carry is not right.
Order, favor. Thank you.
Bernard, kuna swali moja nataka nikuulize. Bernard.
Order. Thank you. Let's do this.
Kuna swali moja nataka niulize.
Niulize mimi.
Kuna swali moja nataka niulize.
Endelea.
Mbona anyone mwenye ana support Ruto anakuwa na scandal? Mbona anyone mwenye anasema leo nimetokezea na support Ruto lazima akuwe na scandal? Mbona wengine wenye support Ruto wana scandal?
I'm going to throw you out if you don't stay in order. Abraham, unajua what you are talking about, the most interesting part is that I'm not hearing it for the first time. Na nimekuwa kwa hii platform for over now 6 months. Unaelewa? Wewe umesema tu vizuri.
Na mimi ni Mkenya. This is my first time. So
unasema wewe ni supporter wa Raila kwa sababu Raila alikuwa anawaambia kile kitu.
Kabisa, mimi ni Raila tamu, but Raila alituangusha.
Ngoja. So wakati scandal inatokea, okay? Na inasemekana mtu wa Ruto ndio amehusika. Na si Raila amesema. So hiyo ndio inakuwa uongo kwa sababu si Raila amesema, ama uongo unatokea wapi?
No. Sikia, kuna maskandal mingi imefanyika lakini inafichwa yote. Unaona?
Inafichwa.
But if at all Raila was in opposition, kile alikuanga tangu. Alikuwa anatusaidia sana mambo ya scandal. Akiona anything ashasema ndio hii kitu imefanyika hivi. Ndio hii kitu imefanyika hivi.
Saina na opposition.
We don't have any opposition. Hatuna opposition sai.
Kwa nini?
Hatuna, si Ancha kiliingia sasa wakaingia kwa serikali sasa opposition iko wapi?
So shida ni scandal ama shida ni opposition?
Opposition walikuwa wanatusaidia mambo ya corruption, anything ikihappen, even for me I don't support Ruto by the way, but I have to support now because
Ngoja Abraham, mimi naona wewe ni mtu wa umri wa makamu, okay? I'm sure you have a family.
Yes.
Okay? I'm sure you have a family, you have a wife and children, I guess. Sawa?
Exactly.
Opposition kwa nyumba yako ambayo inakusaidia kuona chumvi imetumika vizuri na sukari imetumika vizuri.
Bana, sio ni obvious. Mimi sifuatangi chumvi, bibi akitumia chumvi sifuatangi, hiyo ni
ndio nakwambia. Lazima kukue na opposition ndio ujue ulinunua chumvi.
Don't compare a family with a government. Yeah, this two things different, my friend.
Wangira muulize swali tafadhali.
Abraham to habari. How are you?
Mzuri sana baba. I'm good.
You sound a very interesting guy,
Yes.
Because you are telling us that you are Raila Damu.
Exactly, kabisa. In fact,
you say that
I was OTM chairman Nandi County.
Okay, I've gotten your point. Then you are saying that Raila Odinga failed you by by handshaking with Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah.
True?
Yes, sir.
Then you are introducing. Then you are asking why people are talking so much about Aror and Kimarel and not about any other scandal. True.
Yeah, we have too much scandals. Why only
Okay.
seeing only Kimware? Why not seeing?
Okay. No, I'm taking you step by step. Then you are introducing the issue of kumi yangu kumi yako. You have introduced the issue of kumi yangu kumi yako. True? No, I'm trying to put you into perspective before I ask you my question.
I know. Najua unataka kunifunga. Najua unataka kunifunga. Mimi nasikatai hapo unataka hapo nimesema but accidentally.
Okay, now let me come to my perspective.
Yes, sir.
When you say that people are talking so much about Aror and Kimarel, are you forgetting that it's Ruto himself who told us that it was only 7 million that was stolen and not 21 billion? You are forgetting that it's Ruto who told us it was that. Let me
ask you a question about Kimorel?
Let me just finish, then you'll answer me. Let me just finish.
Okay.
Then let me just finish. When you talk about Aror and Kimarel, you are forgetting that it's Ruto who told Kenyans that it's only 7 billion that was stolen and not 21 billion. And again, this issue of kumi yangu kumi yako, and I think by my brother Bernard has also introduced it when he asked you that if it was William Ruto that had been endorsed, could there have been a problem? So on this issue of kumi yangu kumi yako, are you not seeing? Are you not seeing issues of etiquette, issues of political misbehavior in the part of William Ruto, issues of voodoo politicking in the part of William Ruto? Are you not seeing those things? And don't you think that those are the things that made Uhuru Kenyatta change his mind? Don't you think?
I don't think.
You think?
I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay. Now you can respond. You can respond to me now.
Mr. Wangira, mute your mic now. Let him respond in 1 minute, please.
For me chenye naona skandal kwanza ya Kimwarer tayari already kotini walishatoa juu the person mwenye alikuwa concerned na hiyo kesi ilikuwa someone I think by the name Kiptanu ama whatever, someone from the KFTA Plaza Eldoret. Hiyo kesi ilishatupwa, of which Ruto is not concerned about that case. Okay, so wacha scandal ilikuwa scandal, na scandal ifuate mtu mwenye yes juu hakuna jina ya Ruto penye imetokezea kwa hiyo scandal ya Kimwarer. But mimi sijui mbona watu wanasemanga ati Ruto is scandal ya Kimwarer, Ruto is not. Ruto hayuko kwa hiyo scandal.
Kwa nini Ruto alisema?
Okay, let's do this. As far as we are concerned, there was money that was lost in that scandal. That money is being paid by Kenyans. Okay? So whoever stole the money, ate the money, the bill is still with Kenyans, and the Kenyans will have to pay that money because it was borrowed for that particular project.
Yeah.
The best way to go about it is to make sure that no other money get lost. Okay?
Can someone elaborate to me base ya Kemsa iliendaje? Kemsa iliendaje?
That's where I was going. Okay? The deputy president is in fact as late as yesterday, okay? He's very vocal about Kemsa. But he does not breathe when Kemorir and Aror is mentioned. He will not lift a finger when Weston is mentioned. So it means there are some things working for Uhuru against William Ruto, and things working for William Ruto against Uhuru Kenyatta. these two people who are in office as at now.
And that is why nakwambia kuna kitu Uhuru anajua, Ruto akichukua ushukani itabidi itatoboka. So that's why he's running away from Ruto. That's the thing.
It is okay, and it is right. It is
Yeah.
right, Abraham. Okay, it is right because presidency is not hereditary in Kenya. You win an election, then you become president. So,
yeah.
If that is the case, Uhuru is free to support whoever. Ruto is free to
wants.
buy anytime. So nobody should be angry that Uhuru is supporting this and is not supporting Ruto, because even Uhuru himself cannot give the presidency to anybody. He has one vote. And maybe if he can convince Margaret to add, there will be 2. And maybe Mamangina, there will be now 3. So
Yes.
the issue of saying Uhuru was to bring this and did not bring this, it does not arise. So kwa hayo yote nataka tumalizie hivi, okay? Hakuna haja ya kusema Uhuru amestopisha Ruto kuwa president.
No, he has not stopped.
Good. So Ruto is going to the ballot all the way. He was given the wherever they go ahead by UDA yesterday, the day before yesterday, and so is Raila making the number 5 of chance to the president. Whoever wins, Kenya has a president.
Yeah. Alafu kitu kingine nataka nikuongezee mambo ya Moses Kuria.
Ngoja tuachie hapo sasa. Nataka tumalize hiyo maneno, tusonge kwa maneno mengine. Okay?
Sawa.
Thank you. Umesema procedure ya kwenda kuchukua pikipiki ni gani?
Procedure akisema muende mchukue pikipiki inamaanisha crackdown imeisha. Unaona? So si already president alikuwa ametangaza kuna crackdown ya pikipiki.
Yeah.
So crackdown ishaisha, hakuna mambo ya crackdown. So it is you uende uchukue pikipiki yako. Uende uchukue pikipiki lazima uwe na documents fulani.
We Abraham, nakuuliza kama wewe ulipatikana na pikipiki, okay? Na ikachukuliwa kwa sababu una driving license, hauna insurance. Sawa. Pikipiki yako haina makaratasi ya kufanya kazi. Sawa. Na ikachukuliwa na polisi. Alafu crackdown ikaisha.
Mr. Bernard,
change the fact that you did not have driving license, you did not have papers.
Nikuulize Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Unajua crackdown yenye ilikuwa inafanywa? Ilikuwa any pikipiki hawakuwa wanauliza anything, hawakuwa wanauliza kama uko na driving license, uko na anything.
Abraham, tuambiane ukweli, the crackdown was mainly for all the pikipikis to be re-registered. Okay?
And exactly, that's the thing. Yes, and that's why nasema hawakuwa wanauliza mambo. And that is why nakwambia hawakuwa wanauliza. So now you have to go there, you provide your driving license, you provide your insurance, you provide the logbook of your motorbike, and you take your motorbike. Yeah.
Thank you. So if you don't have those things, now unaenda police station kuchukua pikipiki.
No, you cannot go.
Thank you. So the DP is misleading the people to tell them waende.
He's not misleading. Amesema muende
waende kuchukua pikipiki.
Hiyo ni obvious, lazima kwani unaenda bure bila nini?
Let that rest there. Thank you very much.
Asante.
Thank you. Mute your mic. Everybody mute your mic, please. John, your mic is on. Mute it, please. Asante sana. Twende kwa nani? Twende kwa Edward.
Nawasalimu, mjambo nyote.
Hatujambo, vipi?
Niko poa.
Karibu.
Naona debate moto kweli. Sasa nilikuwa nataka nichangie kidogo. Nisikia Abraham akisema iti Uhuru is supporting Raila. because he knows there are some things they did, and in Raila maybe they can cover them up hazitajulikana, lakini anasahau kwamba when the first term of Ruto presidency or governance, Raila was so vocal in in matters related to corruption, and I remember that is when now the issue about the overpricing of SGR from Mombasa to Nairobi was aired. Same time the DP was in government and they never talked anything about it. So I just find it kind of hypocritical because there are so many things that happened during that time, and nobody came to say that this ought to be done like this. Yeah. Another thing I will, I'd like to comment about there is this thing of yangu kumi na yake kumi, and we remember in what context these statements or remarks were made. I remember, if I can remember well, when the president said yangu kumi yako kumi, it just happened once, if my memory serves me right. It happened once when they were in a campaign for the re-election in 2017. Could be somewhere in Nakuru. So I think this statement was kind of trying to excite the deputy so that at least he would garner the votes from there at that particular time. Though I'm not sure if truly this was something serious, and if it was, I guess maybe they should just bring evidence like it was a documented thing. If they had a memo written like you'll do your 10th term, then I will do mine after. But I guess these guys from the other divide, they are so bitter that the president now has shifted to the other side to support Raila. In Sagana, the president said very well the reasons why he's supporting Raila. And one of the things I remember he said is that after the handshake, he noticed that the people from his side were unhappy about that move. And in every time they had the debates in parliament, the people from his side were derailing. They were not passing anything, just as a way of punishing the president so that after he leaves, like his legacy would be tainted and maybe people would say that you were in power for 10 years and you did nothing. Yeah, that is my view about that. And I believe the president is a mature human being. He understands why he needs to support someone who never supported him at first, and not supporting the person whom he has worked for the 5 years. So that itself is proof that he, within that bracket of time, in the first time he worked with the DP, I guess in the assignments he gave him, he probably studied and so like, if I give this person leadership, maybe he cannot take Kenya to the next level. That is my view. Don't judge me. I also want to talk about. Yes, someone is talking.
Okay, conclude.
Yeah, I want to talk about Raila in London. I will not talk much about him, but I can say his presentation was good and he was articulate. The way he was answering the questions he was asked were right. He did talk many things about the development of Kenya, and also he was asked about the was it in kind of international policy where he talked about the maritime border. I guess that is the dispute between Somalia and Kenya. And he did say that he would involve many parties, including the African Union, to ensure that there are talks which will mitigate the situation. Yeah, the last I want to talk about is the shifting in Kisii for the gubernatorial contest or seat. I believe Ongeri is an able person. Equally, I can't dispute and say that Arati cannot deliver if he gets that seat. I think the AZIMIO umbrella has just helped them play the game well, so that it has actually kind of brought a win-win situation between the two of them before the election. Now, during the last, the time they are not going for election, it's when we will prove that this is probably the real person. Unlike we can judge and say that Arati is the best, and maybe he goes to election, someone else defeats him. So it's a good. It was a good move, and in that way, it actually, in my view, balances for the AZIMIO. And what I want to say lastly is there is a time they had gone for rallies in somewhere in Nyamira and Kisii, and I remember there was too much heckling. I believe like people should be respected when they are giving their views, and heckling someone when he's in the middle of the speech, it really doesn't look good. Bearing in mind that the people you're heckling, they have families, and the families can also feel the effect. And bearing in mind also that these are old people who ought to be respected. So at least it's good, like when they are, they have been given time to speak, at least they should be respected. And that is my submission for today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Please, Emily, kuna mtu hapa anasema ongea on their behalf. Boss Otinda. Princess, speak on his behalf. Anasema hivyo.
I was to challenge Abraham. Abraham, umesema Ruto ana skandal yoyote. Kwani wewe unaishi dunia gani? Mwanzo, if you see company yenye Ruto anatembea nayo, all of them are thieves. Then mambo na Ruto venye anasema yake 10, ya Uhuru ilikuwa 10. Ruto asha serve term yake 10 years. Ahesabu hivyo na hivyo imeisha. Abraham, unataka Ruto aserve almost 20 years again, and yet amekuwa kwa serikali 10 years hajafanya kitu. Watu wameumia sana. Sasa ndiye akichukua hiyo president atafanya kitu. So Ruto hapo asahau kabisa hiyo ya 10 yenye anasema hiyo 10. Then nilikuwa bado sijaongelelea mambo na Prezo. By the way, president, he's matured, cause Ruto, he's insulting him every time and then, and yet amjibu lolote. Cause wangekuwa wanajibizana, by the way, dunia ingekuwa iko pabaya saizi. Mambo mingi ingetokezea, but Uhuru amecalm down na hata amjibu amenyamaza, cause he's matured. So what I'll just advise UDA wakienda mahali, let them wauze sera zao. You know, nimekuwa nikifuatilia reli za UDA. Wakienda mahali, even they don't talk about when they will enter in government, what they'll do to people. They don't talk anything. What they normally talk ni propaganda na matusi tu peke yake. Mimi hiyo tu ni advice ya bure napatia watu wa UDA. Then mambo na nini umesema Kimwarer na nini Abraham, umesema ni kuonyeshe evidence. Si mimi ndo inafaa ni kuonyeshe evidence. Saizi mali huko uchumi ni mbaya saizi, na hizi vitu zote Ruto kila saa anasema ametenga pesa. Ametenga wapi? Hizo pesa si atoe saizi. Gas ziko juu, hizo pesa zenye anasema ametenga si azitoe, tuone kweli anaweza tengeneza saizi kwa hizi miezi zimebaki. Then akiendelea, then tutajua kweli anaweza saidia wananchi. Hizo pesa Ruto kwanza ni muongo. Even the way he normally talks, ukimwangalia analambalamba ulimi, analambalamba mdomo. Yani he's not straightforward. He's in the government, he's talking this one, he's proposing this one. Yani kitu yote yenye inakuja nzuri anapinga. BBI ilikuja isaidia wananchi, si Uhuru na Raila, but alipinga. Akasema Uhuru anataka apate uongozi ndani through BBI. And yet BBI ni ya kusaidia sisi wana UDA na watu wa Azimio, si ya Uhuru wala Ruto wala Raila. Hao watu tutakuja tutapiga kura, and I have faithful about Baba. He will take this government na atatengeneza vizuri. Hata sisi wenyewe akishamaliza first term, sisi wenyewe tutataka aendelee pia. Hata tutaangalia about age. Age doesn't matter. So mambo na Baba akiwa Chatham House, hiyo nishaongelelea, but I'm happy the way Baba is handling things maturely. Na pia nimetoka kusikiza saa hii amesema ata deal about corruption. Whether you are his brother or sister, he will deal with you about corruption. Hiyo tu ndio inafanya Kenya iko chini kabisa. Tukipata mtu mwenye anaweza chapa hiyo corruption kiboko, na si mwingine ni Raila Amolo Odinga peke yake. Cause even yesterday Ruto alikuwa kwa NDC, hakuongelea kuhusu corruption. Kitu chenye alimention sijui nini, sini sisi ndio tulisaidia nani. Yani Ruto, I wish ningekuwa tu karibu na yeye, nikuwe tu na advice. Yani I feel pity for him. Namhurumia sana. Cause
Okay.
what? The way he's handling himself, the way he's handling himself na makasiriko yake, na ilhali ako kwa government, yafaa achane na hiyo mambo, auze sera zake na achane na mambo mingi. Kama ni maji ishamwagika, Uhuru ashaamua ni nani mwenye atasupport. Hata bado angemsupport Ruto, bado tu maneno ingekuwa. So is supposed to just to move on na sahau. Hiyo tu ndo nilikuwa nataka
Okay, thank you Emily. Nakupatia dakika moja Abraham kurespond mbio.
Asante sana. Nataka tu nimjibu Emily. Kuna vile amesema ati anyone mwenye ana support Ruto ni mwizi, but hajajua kwamba anyone mwenye anasema tu, yani once mtu akisema ana support UTA ama ana support Ruto, lazima wapee kesi, akuwe na hakuna kesi juu. Ukiangalia tu hata sahii huyu mama wa Keroje juzi amesema anaamka shui kitikani shui ana UTA, washawekelea KRA, vitu kaa hizo, it is not fair. Okay, and then Ruto, he has not insulted the president 100% sure. Hata juzi akiwa hiyo NTC yao, kuna watu walikuwa naimba wakisema ati Uhuru ni kikeukeu, but aliamrisha mpaka akaambia hawa, no, Uhuru is my boss, you cannot, hawezi imba hivyo, you cannot, hawezi sema hivyo. Ukisema uchumi ni mbaya, me I'm still under Emily. Ukisema uchumi ni mbaya, ati kasi imepanda. Kasi ni ya Raila, si Raila pasa punguze kasi. He is the one. He's the one supplying gas. I think East Africa or whatever.
Abraham, please. Acha propaganda tafadhali.
No.
Spectra International
moja. Ben.
Mtu wa kurefill gas ni William Ruto.
Ana reveal aje? Ruto is not under. Ruto is not doing the business of refilling gas. The gas is the gas belongs to Raila. So Raila, this is Raila.
Order.
Yes.
I'm saying Abraham,
yes,
Spectra International inatengeneza mitungi ya gas, okay? Lakini yule mtu ako na kampuni ya kurefill gas hapa industry area, okay? Ni William Ruto. There are many people who refill, but the deputy president has a farm across here where he refills. So it's not blaming gas to Raila is a good excuse, but it is misrepresentation of information.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, kuna kitu moja tu nataka tu ni Opuji, mimi najua hii itakuwa nini yangu ya mwisho maybe.
Sawa, malizia tafadhali.
Yani wewe lazima ukuanga neutral. Kuna vile mimi naona una support mahali mwingine, unafinya mahali pengine, but it is supposed you are supposed to be neutral. You are supposed to be neutral. It is not supposed that you are supporting somewhere like that.
Okay, nimesikia. I'm supposed to be neutral, but I'm supposed to defend the truth. Okay? The truth. Ukisema gas inatengenezwa na Raila, na mimi najua kwamba Raila, kampuni ya Raila inatengeneza mitungi ya gas. It does not refill.
Okay. You are supporting the truth. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Uliza haraka tafadhali.
Bona anyone mwenye anasema leo nimesupport UTA, nimesupport Ruto, anapewa kesi ati ako na scandal fulani. Hatujawahi sikia anyone mwenye kwa Raila ati ako na kesi. You mean that these people are so clean?
Abraham, let me answer you that. Unajua mtu anaitwa Evans Kidero?
Ni jambazi.
Ako kotini, sio? Huyu amesimama na Ruto. Huyu amekuwa na Ruto.
Nani?
Ojamong alipelekwa kotini.
Nikuulize historia ya matoatoa. Story ya matoatoa.
Hiyo maswali ya Bernard first.
Kindiki aliongea hivyo akiwa Eldoret akashikwa. Raila ameenda ameongea Matoto akiwa wasit Meru ama ilikuwa wapi? Amekuja tena ameenda Kisumu akaongea mambo ya Matoto. Hakuna mtu ameingilia Raila. Why? Is it fair?
Aliingiliwa na akajibu vile alimii, lakini Ruto hakujibu vile alimii. Na tena wacha nikwambie, huyo msichana amekuambia tu mwenye anafuata Ruto ni muongo. Wewe ni muongo wa mwisho, wewe ni muongo namba moja, because unaleta upuzi mingi hapa ati wao sijui nini madoadoa. What is that now? Madoadoa huyo aliongea where hiyo mambo ya madoadoa ilileta vita mpaka watu wakachoma kwa kanisa. Hiyo madoadoa unasema iliongeleshwa, watu wakale walisema muondoe madoadoa 207, and you know what happened today. And now unaleta ati nani alisema the same thing washigiri ndio walikuwa wanachoma watu kwa sababu walikuwa ni madoadoa. Yeah, madoadoa ilitoka wapi? Si upande wenu?
Magi,
wewe ni muongo sana wewe bwana.
Magi,
wapana kwa muongo.
Wacha nikwambie, wakisema Matoto the same thing Linduri alikuwa anamaanisha ilikuwa story ya chama. Yani kwa hiyo chama ni the same thing Raila alikuwa anamaanisha. Akisema Raila alikuwa anamaanisha hapa tusikuwe na matoatoa, yani ikuwe tu kama ni Azimio, ikuwe Azimio from chini mpaka juu. Exactly. Na hiyo ndio hata Linduri alikuwa anamaanisha hiyo akiwa Eldoret. Sasa alimaanisha hivyo akiwa Eldoret, mbona akashikwa
at a wrong place? Hiyo madoadoa, hiyo lugha madoadoa iliongelea.
No. It was the same thing too. Hali hivi tulikuwa na
let's have order. Abraham, just a minute. Maggie, let's all mute. Then we have Maggie talk, then Abraham. Kindly. Yes. So Maggie, say what you are saying. Then after that, we have Abraham, and then we have John. Thank you.
I'm saying, huyu Abraham ni, I don't know why followers wa UDA wako na chuki sana. You know, this, elections is something which comes and goes. Ni kama hao watu wakale, wacha tu nikuite hivyo, wanashikilia vitu mpaka you don't even know what to do. Hapa tunasema tu opinions, si ati mbona huu, mbona hii, mbona huu. Ile nini incitement huyo mtu wenyu sasa alileta kwa watu wa bodaboda. Do you like it? Have you ever had Raila aki-incite mtu? And to speak the truth, yeye ni DP na amesema unajua kila mtu ataenda tu kwa polisi na waanze kupiga wa polisi. That was a dangerous incitement for the country. Na ikisemwa munaona niyo ni makosa. Wacha mistake iwe ni mistake, na ukweli iwe ni ukweli. Incitement we don't need at this time. Hiyo incitement hata hiyo unasema madoadoa ilisemwa wapi na wapi. Surely hiyo is not good. Yes, let us face the truth and facts. Whatever Ruto said today, in fact, is not in order. Even if you're defending him, it cannot be in order. How do you tell somebody, nyinyi nendeni kwa polisi mutoe pikipiki yenyu? Asira gani mtu atanini? Kama ni Mjaluo atachukua mawe na aanze kupiga polisi na mawe, what is going to happen next? And that is a whole deputy president saying that, because he's a person in authority. He's a person in authority. And if it is said like that, you just feel that, huyu mbona watu wanamchukia. Watu wamchuki, matamiko yake, whatever his speech is the one who is selling him. Not that we don't like Ruto. Me, I like him so much. Lakini he's talking like a small baby. He's just throwing tantrums which are going to cause a lot of chaos. We don't need chaos this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Maggie. And then Abraham, utarudisha tu kidogo tuende kwa John na Wycliffe Nyangaya. Abraham, kuna kitu?
Nilikuwa nataka nimjibu tu Maki, ni kama ameingia tu late kidogo, kama tumeongea mambo ya kuchukua pikipiki from the vile Ruto alisema muende mchukue pikipiki zenu. Nishasema hivyo na nisha explain. It is not that unaenda unachukua pikipiki, kuna procedure automatic. It is a police station, so hakuna vile unaweza enda tayari kwa police station na tunachukua pikipiki. So kuna procedure, lazima uende na hiyo documents yote. So nimesema hivi, ashaambia watu ile crackdown ishaisha, muende mchukue pikipiki, opuch lazima uende na document inatakikana, and that's what I say. Alafu still Maki amesema story ya Matotoa, yes, it is something wrong. It is wrong anyone, anywhere, it is wrong. Kama tushaweka kama Matotoa, it is something wrong, it is wrong. It's either ikue Central, ikue Rift Valley, ikue Kisumu, everything, anything to do with Matotoa, it is wrong. But hakuna haja mtu mwingine akitumia Matotoa Eldoret anashikwa. Mtu mwingine akienda Meru aongee Matotoa atashikwa. Akienda Kisumu atashikwa. Kwani is there anyone who is in above the law?
Okay. Abraham, thank you. We are in agreement that incitement is not the best. Too wrong don't make a right.
Exactly.
Before I hand you over to Bernard, was John, you're coming in, and then Wycliffe, and then Nick Lazarus. You had raised your hands. Lazarus, was it about
Yes,
Abraham?
Good evening, Stone PK. Good evening, everyone else, and Bernard. Stop sneaking back to the kitchen, Bernard, for coffee. I know what you're doing. Abraham, good evening.
Good evening.
Let us avoid what we call, Alex call it here every day, selective amnesia. And this is one problem with all my colleagues and friends in UDA. I want to take you back. You said even Motorbikes was said is wrong with Raila. You are someone who looks learned. Every word being quoted should first of all know at what context. You can call me a dog and you've not abused me, and someone can call me a dog and he has abused me. Correct? So everything must be taken on what context. I'll take you slightly a bit back because you want to forget and you want to choose what to remember. When BDP was in the US, did he not talk about rigged election? Has he been called by IBC to go and answer? That is not an issue to you guys. Back to where you were talking about Motorbikes. Motorbikes in Eldoret is not the equivalent to what was said in Wajir. In Eldoret, you said, and I quote, Warudi Punjab, correct? Warudi Punjab, waindi watoke hapa. That was addressed to Misra. You don't forget, brother. In Wajir, it was, no, let me finish. In Wajir, he talked of parties. Both of them are wrong. Both statements are wrong, but on what context? We should be very honest about it. I rest my case.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, John, you have a burning question?
I'm with
Okay.
somebody. I was talking to somebody, right?
Okay, then Wycliffe.
Good evening once again. I just want to talk to Abraham because kuna swali alinitupia about issues of Bodaboda, the statement that Deputy President has made.
indicate once
there are structures of communication in government. Hata juzi Uhuru ondoa crackdown ya nini, ye mwenyewe akuongea, he followed the structures, communication structures that are put place in government to go and follow those things, ndio wa relay that message to the public. But ukiona matamshi ya Ruto leo, alikuwa anaambia wale bodaboda, Makiu Sazila anawaambia hivyo recently in Kirinyaga. There were a group of bodaboda who went to attack the police station. At the same note, akuona, he comes again, anaambia bodaboda, endeni mchukue pikipiki zenyu. Mbona kusema hapo ati kulikuwa na procedures mnaenda kufuata? It was totally incitement of the highest. Haingetoka kwa deputy president. Deputy presidency is an high rank office in government that should be respected. Na avoid such sentiment in public. Moso saizi watu wako na hanga, bodabodas wako na hanga, their pikipiki have been arrested in police station, na bado anaongea kitu kama hiyo. So chenye alisema Abraham is very wrong and you should admit that. Acheni kukufa kifo ya maji. Unakufa tu unaona unakunywa maji, then you assume that you unaenda na mto. Avoid that. If someone did something wrong, let's call a spade and not a big spoon. Secondly, issue ya madoadoa. Madoadoa depends with the content yenye mtu anamaanisha. Saizi nikikutana na wewe niseme umevaa nguo ya madoadoa, does that means harm to you? It doesn't. So ukienda Rift Valley where people are banned in church, where people have been uonge mambo ya doadoa, it has a lot, my friend. It's not like the same madoadoa mtu anaenda kusema in Mombasa. Mtu aende Mombasa aseme leta chakula yenye madoadoa kwa mesa. It will mean to them something, mchanganyiko ya chakula. So people in Ruto's camp must throw up their mouth so that they can speak things that aitableta incitement kwa inji. Msianze kuongea vitu zingine like the same way Ruto was talking in America about rigged election. And maybe you know very well you don't have numbers. So wakati things will not go your way, you will come out and say that we were rigged. We won. And unfortunately, I told you, leave the work of IBC to IBC. Now, work of policemen, leave to them, wafanye kazi yao. If you want to go to campaigns, tell us what you will do to us. Si mnaenda kutusiana, kufanya vitu zingine yenye I make sense. Campaign ni kusasera sa watu zako. What do you sell more than me? So that a common mwananchi can elect you. So avoid incitement in your campaigns and kubaleni matokeo. Thank you.
Thank you, Wycliffe. Martin Deto, karibu sana. Bernard, you can take over now.
Oh, thank you. For the record, it is not sneaking out. My internet had a surge, and when that happens, nobody survives, including me. So, but the debate continues. So, and I did the intervention. All the same, I'm happy that the conversation is going on. Now, let's be progressive in our debate so that we don't get sidelined. Distracted from the debate, and we begin to debate things that are neither here or there. There is a spirited effort to water down what we are debating by bringing trivialities and sideshows, too many of them, which in my opinion don't matter much. Let's keep the focus and do what is required. We do justice to the topic, because this tape will be here many years after now. What you're saying now will be here to judge you 10 years from now. If you're going to have a bad government after August 9th, it will be by reason of what we are doing here or what we are not doing here. So let's not dig in holding brief for people when we obviously know that what they are saying is not valid, especially when they hold the highest office in the land. It is important that we hold people to account rightly. So I'm going to play out a video. We watch that, and then we proceed from the last submission. I think Maggie has not made her submission. She should be the first one after this. Play the right one.
Q&A session after the presentation, both from people who are here in the hall with us today, but also those who are with us globally who are live streaming. So I don't think I want to say anything more except, again, welcome back, Honourable Ryla, and to invite you to give a presentation. Thank you very much for coming to Chatham House. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for this that welcome, and also for the invitation to come back to Chatham House. As you rightly pointed out, it's not my first time to be here. I have had occasion to address the audience here before. I'm told that today we don't have the full house here because this meeting is being live streamed, and a number of other people are watching online because of COVID situation. But I want to thank you once again for inviting me to this very historic institution, where great ideas are openly discussed and contested among thought leaders, global statesmen, policymakers, and academics. I come here at a special time in my own political life. Just last week, I was nominated by the AZIMIO La Umoja, Kenya's largest political movement, as its candidate for the President of the Republic of Kenya. It is an honor and privilege for me to be entrusted with the opportunity, if Kenyans so decide, on August 9th this year, to lead my country at a time of great suffering in the world. And that is why discussions such as these in a forum as important as this could not have come at a better time. So thank you once again. The world is going through very uncertain times. Notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic, we are currently faced with a crisis in Ukraine that is sending thousands of people into neighboring European countries as refugees. The Ukraine crisis, like the COVID-19, is a global phenomenon. The United Nations needs to urgently take leadership in finding a solution through diplomacy and dialogue already initiated in recent discussions in the Security Council. And Kenya has taken a very firm stand on this issue. In Kenya, we stand to lose about 10 billion Kenya shillings worth of exports to Russia as a result of sanctions. That is about $100 million US. We export coffee, tobacco, coffee, tea, spices, live trees, plants, bulbs, roots, cut flowers, edible fruits, nuts, and melons to both Russia and Ukraine. In 2020, we imported wheat, maize, and fertilizers worth about $406 million US from Russia. This might be equally adversely affected by the sanctions and the disruptions of war at a time our economy can hardly afford such a stress. We in Kenya know too well the cost of war as a result of the conflicts in our neighboring countries. Our interventions in Somalia, necessary as it is, has been very expensive to us. It is estimated that we spend at least $2.8 million per personnel costs alone, on personnel costs alone. As the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development, I have come to deeply appreciate the need for linking countries through infrastructure to promote trade, development, and peace. We would rather use the little money we have in financing development than in fighting wars or supporting peacekeepers in our war-torn neighbors, necessary as this has become. As the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, and as a champion of democratization and good governance in Africa, I will give primacy to the pursuit of conflict resolution and continental peace within the framework of the African Union. In this regard, we in East Africa are proud of the progress in the East African community, which has now expanded its membership and which now stands at 7. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is now the latest entrant. This now creates a landmass that spans between, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean. In the middle of COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on our economies, the world needs multilateralism more than ever before. We saw the need for multilateralism when the COVID struck. The real scandal about the global response to COVID-19 has been the vaccine inequity, or what has been called vaccine apartheid. Because of the international outcry, these inequities are now being addressed. I want to personally express my appreciation for countries, especially the UK, Europe, and the US, for addressing vaccine shortages in Kenya and in Africa. However, we need a more structural solution to vaccine inequity to avoid the recurrence of what has happened with COVID. Vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa is urgent, as is the licensing of vaccines for local production to expedite the vaccination process continentally. And here we're happy that Kenya has now signed an agreement to be able to have vaccines produced locally in Kenya. Multilateralism will also save us from senseless conflicts like the one we are currently witnessing between Russia and Ukraine. I must say that wars of aggression against sovereign states violate the cardinal principles of sovereignty and the inviolability of borders of a state. In Africa, we long realized that reopening grievances over colonial borders would append us all. It's a Pandora's box that must never be touched. And that is why the African Union, and before it the Organization of African Unity, has stuck religiously to the international law principle of uti possidetis juris, which provides that newly formed sovereign states should retain the internal borders that their preceding dependent areas had before their independence. Kenya's position at the United Nations in full support of the immediate cessation of hostility by Russia and a search for a common peace which has found widespread international support. Even though the sanctions imposed on Russia but the West will hurt the economic interests of Kenya and Africa. They are actions that I support. Rather than beat the drums of war, let us ring the bells of peace and summon all and sundry to the round table where all conflicts can be resolved through dialogue. It is in this spirit of dialogue that His Excellency President UHURU Muigai Kenyatta and I resolved in March 2018 that Kenya's long-standing conflicts and disagreements among our communities and political parties could be resolved through dialogue. We held extensive discussions, looked into our history, the genesis and evolution of political disagreements, and the contradictions we needed to pay attention to. Then we shook hands publicly and announced our commitment to create a political system that would accommodate our social, ethnic, and political differences in an inclusive democratic process. This is what came to be known as the Building Bridges Initiative, or BBI. The initiative held public consultations and suggested various reforms with regard to public policy, the Constitution, elections, inclusivity in government, endemic corruption, and improving the general well-being of our people. The BBI is currently tied up in the Supreme Court, whose ruling we shall abide by. The spirit of dialogue and handshake continues in the AZIMIO La Umoja movement, on whose ticket I'm seeking to be the president. AZIMIO is a broad national democratic movement which puts premium on our national unity, inclusive development, and transparent and accountable use of public resources. I am convinced that our Constitution still needs some reforms. For example,
Sorry, I think where's Maggie? Okay, let's hear from John first before Maggie resurfaces.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity umenipatia. I've been waiting for this opportunity, like venye nangoja baba ashinde kura ni celebrate. I guess kila siku huwa nikikuza ninawaambia whatever every supporter of UDA, from the kingpin of UDA, these people who are down here, they come with propaganda. Wanajaribu kuja na propaganda kutumislead, but tuko na factual data from the ground. Like this happened and this happened at this time and that time. And the first thing naambia Miguna, thank you so much kwa kwenda kwa DP. Hata shinda kura utabaki kukua Canada. That's the first thing he needs to know. Najua alimsupport because the other day alisema once I get to power, I'll get Miguna back to the ground. No. Kama ulienda against the government, we are sorry. Yeah, I rest the case of Miguna there. Another thing, can you compare what Baba was answering and what Ruto went to say when he came to wakati alikuja USA na wakati alienda UK? You can compare these two people who decide by yourself, right? Who is the leader? Who is to be the next leader? Who has the qualities to be a leader? Hatutaki mtu anakuja kutulilia mwananchi mwenyewe analia na kiongozi mwenyewe na yeye analia. Sasa tunalilia nani? Hatutaki kiongozi kama huyo. Tunataka mtu amenyamaza huko, tulia hapa tumwambie baba tuko hivi na hivi. Secondly, the remarks of Kimani, huyu anaitwa Kuria. it shows the way the way he thinks, the way that person anafanya vitu in a row, the kind of akili yenye ako nayo. You can't come to somebody's NDC ukuje kutuambia the way you have been steering. So that inajibu Mr. Abraham that these people who are teaming up with the deputy president, these are people who have impunities from the word go. Usiseme eti kila mtu anamsupport, mbona anaekewa case. Let me tell you this. Hakuna mtu aliekea Anne Waiguru case. Nobody aliekea huyu jamaa anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Hakuna, nobody alimwekea hiyo case. That is something he did. So acha kutuletea mambo ya hiyo, ni propaganda uko nayo. Another thing ninakwambia, you like it or not, AZIMIO will be our next government. Itajenga Kenya. We know where we have issues. Baba knows exactly what the government has been doing. He'll get that off once he gets to office. We need a Kenya that goes to the next level, not a Kenya that will remain or go behind where we are coming from. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, John. I think Stone is on the phone. Ndeto, how are you?
Bernard, sema.
Namna gani?
Mzuri, pole sana, last weekend nilipotea tu hivi, nilikuwa naenda kazi.
Sawa, toa maoni yako kabla uende kazi.
Leo siendi, nimetoka, nitakuwa nikiingia hii time. Unajua weekend huku unafanya usiku na mchana.
Okay, karibu.
Nitakuwa nikiingia hii time weekdays, alafu weekend sasa tutaongea vizuri.
Sawa.
Huwa nafuata hii kipindi yote, hata nikiwa kazi. Saa zingine vile tu naona nikiingia nitaharibia watu wakati, kwa sababu nikiwa na black screen siko studio. Na naona mtu akiamua kuja studio, kuja kama unaweza kuja ukiwa studio, kama ukienda NTV uende huko ukiwa black screen, ama ukae nje usikize kama sisi venye tunasikizanga, hata kama hatutokei. Ukikuja studio, kuja studio, jionyeshe. Anyways, nimefuata na mimi hata sina maneno mingi sana. Nilikuwa tu kuna vitu kadhaa nilikuwa nataka, alafu niachie watu wengine nisikize kutoka huko nje. Nikisikia kitu nitarudi. I said this on the last weekend tukiwa na wewe. Nikasema as Kenyans we have to think really, it's not, I mean, politics we know it's a dirty game. But we also have to think where our country is going. Because we cannot, na nilisema kitu ndio, I think that was my last point last weekend when I was here on Saturday, that we also, nilisema kitu ya Tomboya, how wali export watu na watu wakarudi, and how we have to start thinking, because politics, anyone will wake up, any Tom, Dick and Harry will just wake up and say whatever they want to say. But we have to listen to something. Kuna swali inashinda ikienda, in whose hands are we safe? And where are we going as a country? Because if you come here and start defending Kimorel and whatever, and then kama your point yendi, then you run to sijui Kemsa, then really you're not doing any service to your own country. Corruption is corruption. Whoever it is, I don't care. Like Baba alisema leo, hata kama ni brother yako akifanya makosa, unaendanga kuambia polisi asimshike kwa sababu ni brother yako na aliua mtu. You don't do that. Growing up, ulikuwa ukishikiwa huko ushago, there was this thing that was called livestock unit or something. Ulikuwa ukishikiwa huko umeiba ng'ombe ya mtu, hata afadhali ugeenda uchape mtu kofi. So we really have to, as young people, and that's why I love this channel so much, because it gives a lot of people who cannot go on a podium to talk what they talk because of security issues and nini. It gives us a point where we can talk, people who probably will never end up there, or most of us maybe will end up there. And it's a generational thing that we are moving into a different level, where sasa mtu wa Machakos anazongelesha mtu wa Kisumu. And thank you so much, Bernard, you do a very good job. Thank you, and you know, we appreciate you kila siku kuwa hapa. Hata sijui nguvu unatoaga wapi wewe. Hii ingekuwa imekufa kama ni mimi. But I appreciate that. Now, let me just talk about two things. hii kitu ya bodaboda, kuna watu wengi wanaidefend hapa. You don't go into a podium and say endeni mchukue. That can cause so many things, because hata kuna ule mwingine maybe tu anafikiria, kuna ule mwenye anafikiria yes, let me go with my my papers na nini, that's the only way I'm gonna get it. Lakini kuna mwingine ako pale ame misconstrue that statement into tumeambiwa tuende tuchukue. And guess who's talking? The second highest person in the country. Uende huko uchapiwe huko ufanyiwe nini? We need to be a land of laws. And these people, hizo bodaboda kuchukuliwa, my uncle has a business yenye anaendanga kuuza, ameandika watu waende kuuza business huko, which I'm a part of. But hizo bodaboda zote ziko registered. Si bodaboda hizo ni biashara tule unapataga tumewekwa kanini hapa nyuma. Those people hakuna mmoja hata ilishikwa, because they are all registered. We keep on saying everything. You cannot drive a car without a driver's license. Ni kitu ilikuwa imepotea kidogo, we didn't catch it, or the people in power did not catch it. Bodaboda people have to have their license. If you're going to drive a bodaboda, have a driver's license. In fact, hata watu wa baiskeli unafaa kuwa na reflector yenye inaonyesha watu. It's a law that we have to move back to that and be a country of following laws. Now, kuna mtu amesema saizi tu, cause nimekuja late, lakini nilikuwa na drive, nilikuwa nimesikiza kila kitu nikiwa kazi. But kuna mtu amesema nani ametoka tu saizi, John umesema story ya Miguna. Now, we call ourselves a democratic country. Freedom of speech. Kuna watu walikufia hizo vitu. The guy, as long as he's a Kenyan, he can say whatever he wants to say. You don't have to follow. That guy, honestly, with our civil rights, if we want to contain our civil rights, we can have him come back. Na kama utaki kumsikiza usimsikize, hakuna mtu hata anafaa kumsikiza. But wezi ya mtu kama, ukuje uchukulie upelekwe country ingine against your will, and that's your birthright. Let's just be realistic with life. He needs to come there, apige kelele tu. Watu wangapi upige kelele? Hata si tunapiganga kelele hapa. That's that. Okay, Moses Kuria, this thing is talking about. If you guys remember, Moses Kuria was in the same flight with Miguna akitoka. How coincidentally was he in that same flight? Moses Kuria and Itonani Musando coincidentally was there. Let's be careful with these people who coincidentally just appear at places where they're not supposed to be. I mean, coincidence, bwana. Lightning doesn't strike once, twice. And then, nilikuwa naandika, sorry. You can't have a case. Okay, hii kitu watu wanasema, sijui kwa nini kila mtu anaenda kwa Ruto anaekewa kesi. Leo, Bernard hapa as the chairman, siwezi amka nikaambia Bernard, ulipiga mtoto wangu kama hajaipatana na mtoto wangu. Na siwezi nikaamka leo nikaambia, siwezi amka tu niweke kesi Bernard, na mwekea kesi gani? How? You don't just wake up unaenda kuambia mtu ulikuwa Kitale leo na hayukuwa huko. There's something there that we are missing. So kama unawekewa kesi, kuna kitu, na kama unataka kurudisha hii side pia rudisha, maybe pia wako nayo. Kwa sababu leo Bernard hakuna mtu anaweza enda kumwambia aliiba kitu na hakuiba. So there's a case. Kama unataka tufiche because hao wengine wamefanya, toa wote basi. Tufungie hiyo chapter. So usiseme hapa ati wanaekewa juu wamesupport Ruto. Okay, kama umeekewa basi kwa nini unapeleka koti? Sasa judge mgani atasema umeekewa, where's the proof? Lakini kama wako na proof yake, you had it. It's there. Ni kitu maybe unakuwa discriminatiwa, I mean si hata uongezewi, yako inaletwa to the light, but it's been done. Umefanya. So hata kama uko UDA na unaekewa, hujaekelewa, ni kitu ulifanya inaletwa to the light. Kerocha hawakulipa nini taxes, it's true. Walipe. Na kama ni juu ya UDA, all and well. All right, thank you guys. Thank you for having me here, Bernard. Heshima kwako. Thank you for what you do. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Abraham, what are you saying?
Nilikuwa nataka tu niongee na Martin kidogo. Kuna vile Martin amesema ati watu walichomwa juu ya Ruto, but nataka aelewe vizuri, hiyo wakati ilikuwa enzi wa Raila na Kibaki. Ruto hakuwa, hata ingawaje watu walichomwa ama nini, it was about Raila and Kibaki. Alafu mambo ya motorbikes ameongea vizuri. Hata nime appreciate bila ameongea mambo ya motorbikes iko sawa. Watu lazima waende na documents. Hakuna vile unaweza chukua pikipiki yako bila documents. Imeto Ruto amesema muende mchukue, uende tu pale na your documents.
Okay, so thank you for that, Abraham and Martin. Yes.
Abraham, I don't think ulinisikiza vizuri. Hakuna mahali nimeongea story ya kuchomwa. I didn't talk anything about watu kuchomwa. Mimi sijaongea kitu ya kuchomwa, so I don't know. The rest of the crew can say kama kuna mahali nimeongea maneno ya kuchomwa. You need to listen to what I'm saying so that you can ask the right question.
It's okay. Thank you. I think I also thought maybe you said while I was away, but let's do this. Let that matter rest.
Can I answer?
It's a very emotive issue, and until it is addressed, it's going to be with us. But the much we can do here is talk, which for me is not helping much. But let's do this for us to progress.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
There's no question to answer, Mr. Abraham.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana. I'm happy that you are progressing. We're going to jump Olago tumsikilize Rose kwanza. Gender sensitive because majamani ndio mko hapa wote. Sasa simwachie mama aongee kwanza alafu atarudi. Rose, how are you? Unmute mic yako bado iko off. Tena? Yes.
Now,
Yes, we can hear you now. Go on, continue. Yeah.
How are you guys? Muko wazima?
Wazima, tunashukuru. Karibu.
Munaendelea vizuri. Good. Leo nimeona niwasikilize na mnafanya kazi mzuri. Na sijua mama leo wako wapi. Naona tu ni mimi. Okay, leo wacha tu niongee kidogo tu kuhusu huyu John ambaye alikuwa ameleta maneno ya handshake hapo na maneno ya Moses Kuria. Niongee tu kidogo. Sasa mimi nashindwa if really mtu ni Mkenya na hajafurahia maneno ya handshake for sure. Huyo mtu anakaa Ulaya ama anakaa Kenya? Nani alikuwa aoni vile kulikuwa kunaendelea wakati hakukuwa na handshake? Kusema ukweli, kama Raila angewachia hiyo mambo aingie kwa uhuru wafanye kazi, Kenya tungekuwa na Kenya saa hii. Mtu akiongea kwanza afikiriage anaongea nini. Hata watu wanajiita UDA na nini, wangekuwa kweli, hii serikali haingekuwa ukweli. Lakini kwa nini, sijui kwa nini watu hawaoni uzuri wake, wanaona tu ni hivyo. Wanaona sijui ni kama Raila alipewa pesa ama ni nini. Kitu ya pili nataka kusema, hiyo handshake pia ilileta mambo mazuri sana. Manake inafichua maneno ambayo hatungejua. Hii maneno ya wizi wa kura na nini, na tutajua mengi yanakuja, hao tu ni mwanzo. Hatungejua hata sisi tulikuwa tunadhani tunafanya tu kazi mzuri. Kwa hivyo sasa, hata kama upande ule mwingine ndio walitajana wakasema vile wanaiba kura, tuna uhakika mgani kusema ukweli kama hata sasa hivi hataiba kura? Sababu wanajua wale wanajua wana tekniki zao za kuiba kura. Kitu ya tatu, mimi ningesema hivi, kama Raila atafaulu, Mungu amsaidie apata hii serikali. Hii constitution right tuko nayo ya kuongea ni nzuri, lakini irekebishwe. Kwa upande wa matusi iondolewe. Maana kama mahali kama Ulaya kuna kampeni zinafanywa, hata huwezi jua kama kuna kampeni. Huwezi sikia mtu anatukana mwenzake, huwezi sikia mtu anatukana president. Kwa nini watu wanakosea mkubwa heshima jameni? Kama ungependa kuheshimiwa na watoto wako na bibi na watu wenyu wote, Wewe kama unatukana president utaheshimiwa na nani? Asiyefunzwa na mkuu, asiyesikia la mkuu ufunzwe na ulimwengu. Wale watu hawana bahati. Watukane rais na wafanye venye atafanya. Na mimi si mganga na mimi si mchawi, lakini hawaendi mbali. Hata kama kuna mtu wao kwa hisho, asikie hivyo na masikio yake na wafikishie kusema ukweli. Asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu. You cannot abuse others to be respected. Na yeye akichaguliwa kesho tuanze kumtukana, atasikia aje? Because ya dunia ni hapa hapa. Ya dunia ni hapa hapa. Mimi jana hata siku nilishinda na kuingia kwa kipindi. Vile nilikuwa nimekasirika na nikasikia moyo nilikuwa mchafu kabisa. Watu wanasimama. Hawa kina Kimani Ichung'wah, kina Dede Nyoro, kina nani wote waendelea tu na matusi. Lakini hawaendi mbali. Hapa mimi nakaa kuna mtu alikuwa, kuna kagrupu kalikuwa kazi yao ilikuwa tu ni kutukana rais. Wakati corona ilikuja iliwaswipu wote. Walienda wote na hiyo corona. Sasa wachani niwaambie hata hawa hawana bahati. Haya. Kitu ya tatu yenye nitafanya, nitasema hawa watu wenye wanafuata DP. Kuna mtu amesema hapo akauliza ati kwa nini ni Abraham umerudi? Nilikuwa nakutafuta. Ulikuwa unasema ati wao watu wanafuata rais wako wana nini? Mwenye hata kuwa ati wote wanawekelewa makesi. Kwani wewe uko Kenya gani? Kwani wewe uko Kenya gani? Unasema aliwekelewa ni sisi ndio tulikuwa tunampeleka Hague. Nani alimpeleka Hague? Alipelekwa na nani? Unijibu alipelekwa na nani? Kama aliwekelewa alipelekwa na nani? Lugha ya madoadoa ilitoka kwa nani? Si nyinyi? Msitukumbushe. Tuliwaforgive lakini hatujasahau. Unasikia? Tuliwaforgive lakini hatujasahau. Ile madoadoa bado tunaikumbuka. Lakini asiko kwa hiyo. Haya ya mwisho. Wale watu wote tena wanaingia kwa Ruto. Wote wako na shida. Ukiwachunguza hakuna ule mtu hana kesi. Ule hana kesi anajua tamu yake imeisha hata ingia. Sasa maficho nini ni pale. Na vile unasikia Moses anapayuka hivi, ukiingia pale lazima utukane rais ndio upate cheo, upate tiki. Wewe umepitishwa na mkubwa wa ODM. Kama hujatukana rais, wewe upate kitu. Sasa alitukana na juzi Moses Kuria na akasema yeye ndio atakuwa chairman of governors. Ataionea view sasa. Ataionea view sasa. Kiambu hata hakuna nafasi. Watu wako wengi sana, hata sijui kwanza tunangojea hiyo mchujo ya ODM ifanyike, ya UDA ifanyike. Uone vile mtahangaika mkirudi Azimio, tutawakubali. Ya mwisho, wewe Abraham, ujue msimamo uko pande gani. Kama unataka kukuja kwetu tumekukaribisha, lakini uulize tu ile maswali inakuhusu. Sawa? Maswali yenye unaweza kujibu, sababu unajichanganya saa zingine unauliza hii unauliza hii. Asanteni, kila kitu kingine nitarudi baadaye.
Asante
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Yes, Abraham, what are you saying?
Niko naambia tu Rosa asante, but kuna vile Rosa ameongea hapo hivi mambo ya uncheck. Kidogo tu, wacha ndarudi tu kidogo tu ndarudi kidogo.
Okay, asante. Olago. Olago huko. Okay, wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain wote.
Nimerudi.
Nani amerudi?
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham, what? Yes, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Unajua nimerudi. Unajua kuna vile kuna vile Rosa amesema ati ile nini ya 207 ilikuwa story ya Ruto, but haikuwa story ya Ruto, ilikuwa story ya Raila. So by then we were supporting Raila. And we were 100% sure we were after Raila. So history ya ilitokea tu alafu ikachukua Ruto aende mara Uhuru by the way alikuwa the other side. So wasisema ati wakisema hii mambo ya kusema ati tulikuwa tunamchagua nani, we were after Raila. So kama ni mambo ya kuchoma vitu nini, ilikuwa Raila chu, we were after Raila. Raila was our president by then.
Okay, that is true. Nasema hivi bwana Abraham.
Yes sir.
Story ya Hague kama ulikuwepo 2007 2008, unaelewa kwamba hiyo kesi kufanywa mara moja. Kulikuwa na investigation, ukakuwa na Ocampo 6, hata kabla ya Ocampo 6 tukaenda bungeni mara 3 tukitafuta local tribunal. It took a lot of time.
But Pensuta akifanya kazi yake ati si ati alikuwa no, Pensuta akifanya kazi yake hakuwa anaonyeshana ati kazi yake anafanya wapi na wapi na wapi. So tusitumie hiyo as an excuse, tusitumie kabisa hiyo. Ukisema hiyo
Abraham, what you are missing is you are not putting your facts in the context.
Yes sir.
I'm just putting it in the context, okay? Meaning hakuna mtu aliamka tu asubuhi akasema anaenda Sugoi kuchukua Ruto apeleke Hague. It is a process. It was a process which had a lot of investigation. Many people were in the working.
Sasa kama
wengine walikuwa clear.
Kama hiyo story ilisha.
Yes.
So kama hiyo story ilisha.
Yes.
Mbona Rosa anaendelea kusema hiyo maneno? Rosa. Kuna vile Rosa anaongea na hiyo maneno ilisha.
Fanya hivi bwana Abraham. Sitaki kuspend time kwa swala ambalo umesema vizuri liliisha. Kile nasema ni ukitaka kuongelea swala, ongelea kulingana na vile lilivyo, usio kulingana vile ungependa liwe. There is the way you prefer and there is the way it is. If you want to report it as it is, not the way you wish it to be. The moment you twist it, it becomes a problem to the hearers. Rose, what is it?
Wacha tu nipatie tu 1 second nijibu huyu mtu. Ananiambia ati hiyo wakati ilikuwa ni Raila na huyo mtu wa madoadoa. Na wacha nikwambie, ulisikia mahali Raila alichoma watu? Ulisikia mahali Raila alikuwa Nandi? Kwa nini yeye alikuwa mwerevu kuchoma watu na Raila hakuchoma? Ulisikia watu walichoma Kisumu? Ulisikia mahali? Hebu nikumbushe wewe kabla sijatoka.
Rose,
wewe. Na sasa story ya mwisho
Rose, I think maybe ujui juu. Rose.
Yes.
Naomba hivi tafadhali Rose, kuna vile sheria za YouTube zina regulate lugha ile tunatumia na masuala yale tunasema. Tukitumia lugha ya violence na hiyo masuala ya kuchoma ama kuua mtu, kuna vile our channel will be penalized for that, and that can even be scrubbed off. So lazima lugha yetu tuchague vizuri, we can endanger what we are doing and cause problems. Secondly, anajua saa hii ni election imefika and then emotions are high, we must control ourselves in order for us to keep a conversation that is going to result into a solution. Right now, we are not looking for who to victimize or who to punish. We are looking on how do we get out of where we are to a better place as a country. And the truth is, there are so many atrocities that this country has suffered as back as pre-colonial that have never been addressed. And we are hoping that with the new government, they will be able to be addressed and be brought to conclusion. So 2007 is just one of them. We still have the Wakala massacre. We have the Kisumu massacre. There are so many things that have taken place in this country that must be brought to closure. We have never addressed them because our tulikuwa tunasema siri kali ya serikali. Saa hii hiyo siri lazima ifunguliwe, tuangalie ndani, tusamee, tusoge mbele. Lakini kabla tufike hapo, lazima tujicontrol ni muhimu. Sijui kama naeleweka.
Asante Bernard.
Thank you. So na tulete Saimo endelea tafadhali.
Thank you so much Bernard. Asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi. Nilikuwa nataka to mention a few things here. Yenye nimesikia watu wameongea maneno yake. But before I do that, I wanted just to say that it's very hard for me to understand the thinking process of the deputy president, because to my view na kulingana na vile mimi najua historia ya nchi yetu, those who have been able to succeed while being the vice president, the most notable one is Daniel Arap Moi. And Daniel Arap Moi, for him to succeed, it came from his ability to have humility. So, because he was humbled, and although Jomo Kenyatta, even being an old man, had other choices, kina James Gishoro, kina Charles Jojo, he didn't have a choice than to select this man who was so humbled. So I was remembering some of the cases. Nakumbuka cases zingine where even the vice president Daniel Arap Moi was humiliated so many times. I remember there was a time he was actually even slapped by one of the Kenya's biggest spy, who was James Kenyatta, and he was the spy chief for the longest, I think maybe 27 years. That is the longest serving. These other times he was humiliated by the former member of parliament, Gigi Kariuki, and he was actually even stopped from seeing Mzee. So, but he never complained. The man never complained. He was given a task to do, and he did his job. Like somebody explained yesterday, the work of the vice president is to execute what the president's agenda, what he intends to do. Your job is to help him do that. If you feel so much that is against your what you believe in, your integrity and all that, you just move on. You move on. Look at our vice president, our DP right now, what he does. Even when he has been kicked out of DP, even when everybody is telling him to move, he still stick there up to this minute we are talking here. What is that? Why is it? And now the government that you're working for, you continue insulting the same government. What is wrong? That is why I had somebody, like, I think today, the leader of yule jamaa amechaguliwa, Kioni, of I think he is overseeing, ndio amekuja mahali pa Tuju. You're saying that we need to check this man. Maybe he's not okay. Maybe there's something wrong with his head. You cannot be doing that. Nobody does that. Now look at what he's talking about Bodabodas today. He's saying that they go Wastom police station. What is that? Anarchy. You know those people. The police department is having guns under the law to do their job. So when you said people in that, and I know you have questioned us again in some language, but when you said them going to such a place, what you're creating, it can be only be termed as anarchy, because they are going to face, and the police is they are mandated to protect the country and the citizens. But when you storm in and go claiming, say, your property or whatever you think your right is, all your rights are gone at that point, and you can be hurt. And this has really shown it's really revealing the characteristics of the DP and who he is actually, his inner person. It's being shown now. It's coming out. He is unable to hide it anymore. You remember the whole time he has been campaigning for the last 4 years. We have never seen. He has not been attacking the president. He has not been coming out this way. Now he has. Now he's. What I see. He's a man who now sees he is losing. He has nothing to lose anymore, actually. So because I'm gonna lose anyway, let me just make sure that I have destroyed everything, including the people that are surrounding me. What kind of mentality is that? Sasa hiyo ni kitu mimi naona. I don't know how even those people who are following him, how you cannot come to a point to warn this man is actually going too much out of the way, because there's no difference what he was vile alikuwa naongea leo and what happened here in United States when Trump aliambia watu wende wakasoma kule White House. It's a duplicate. You can see that is the mentality. At that point, you saw hata wale watu walikuwa nauga Trump mkono, they pulled away. Like I'm talking about 75%. They pulled away. Wakasema no, that's not what we know. But these are our people, because they are our brothers and sisters. They also need to open up their mind and see some things. Even if kama unapenda mtu kama nini, you have to see, you have to open up your mind. And when it comes to something bad, call it bad. Me, I have been labeled names because of supporting Baba for a long time, and especially this time. I have been considering myself only number 3. Me nasemanga niko na ticket number 3 after Kiraito Murongi na Paul Mwite. Me nasemanga niko number 3. But when something he says something bad or he miss, but you can tell his is not planned. I also go ahead and say hapo amesema mbaya. An example, what he said, I remember, I can't remember whether it was Northern Kenya, and he talked about Mondowandowa. I am saying that is not something, that's not presidential. He shouldn't say that. He should guide his tongue. He cannot be a Ruturi. Ruturi, you can see, sijui kama yake ilikuwa planned, ama that is the person he is, but you can see that is not something Baba could say, because this is new, it's just fresh. Imeleta shida for the last 2 months. Alafu Baba naye amekuja amesema, even if I support you, I will say that is wrong. And some people say, and the only difference now you see Baba, and even if you compare with Ruto, he comes and apologizes. That makes you a statesman if you can apologize. So although I was mad at first, now those injuries I have recovered because umekuja apologize. That is how to be a statesman. Nobody is, hata kama uko president, even if you are what, you make mistakes, and we expect when all these emotions running high, people are gonna make mistakes. But how do you deal with it? That is the main thing. Utadili na hiyo makosa ikitokea namna gani? And that is the main difference that I see. I had somebody talking about Miguna. I think that it was Martin, and he said he should be around. Yeah, I agree with Martin, but there's a caveat. You have to follow the law. Even you, Martin, when you travel, you have to produce all your documents. Even the president, when he travels, even if he is not the one carrying, he has to have the right passport. He has to have all the legal documents. Doesn't matter kama wewe ni Miguna, kama wewe ni DP, you have to have all the paperwork. That is the international law. You cannot say I'm a lawyer from, no, it doesn't matter. You have to have all the documents. Otherwise, you're not traveling. What the documents, even if at a SAI, COVID test, if you don't have it, you're not traveling. Simple, clear. So you don't have to be kuwa na kiburi. So to me, I used to like Miguna a lot, but I have seen a lot of kiburi in him. So if you don't have all the documents, yes, you are a Kenyan, you are born, umezaliwa huko, guess what? You're not going to be allowed. Kuja na makaratasi yote, amejaribu hata kubeberezwa, wacha aprocessiwe makaratasi. He doesn't want. Okay, who the hell do you think you are? I'm sorry. Muguna unafikiria yeye ni nani? to skip all the other steps other people go through. You you need to be a regular Kenyan. It's the same thing now. I saw like he is now going towards the Uda side. Yeah, birds of the same feather. That's what you can see the duplication. Yeah, the way our DP tries to behave like he's above the law. That's the same thing comes with Miguna. And that one I totally don't support. Look at Moses Kuria. He comes, he says that kura zime sisi ndio munaona sasa. Mention a list of all the people that wamekuwa wakiiba nazo. Sasa unashangaa, these people ni watu wamesoma ama what kind of trick is this? You are coming in front of the nation. All the cameras are facing you. Unaambia watu sisi ndio munaona tuko hapa. So you are telling us that mtaiba. That's what you're telling us. Now look at the other side. I take it with a grain of salt. Sabina Chege, because he was kind of joking, but still you can't say that. Huwezi kusema mnaiba. So mimi conclusion yangu imekuwa hivi about how the elections will go. It's gonna be one way. Yule mtu atashida, they will have, if it is, which I believe is our side, it will be a rat's right. If it's not gonna be a rat's right, like the Kibaki, the way he did, if you win with the rat's right, and that's what the Azimio side we should be working hard to do, have a big margin. Over 60%, there can't be any question. But if it's lower than that, you a difference here, kura 80,000. Kama last time, iwe kura sijui 40,000. That's gonna be a problem. But it's gonna be more serious when it is on the Uda side. Because let's be very honest, our watu from both sides, they have told us on a day right, awasemagi usiku mchana, that elections have been stolen the whole time. Baba has been winning the whole time. So the elections kama kuna watu wanaweza iba, if it has to be, which I think it doesn't have to be, because me I see Baba is winning, but he has to reason with a good match. If there is somebody who's gonna be able to kuiba basi, let's get the best thief. Bila tunasemaga let's the best winner win. Let's the best thief win. And that is gonna be the government side. It has always been like that, except 2002. That is how it is gonna be. Let the best thief win your elections. The government must sell the day, and you can see that there's no way mnaweza kutuambia mtaiba. You remember the other side, mukiiba tutaiba. Mukiiba tutaiba. What happened? Me, I think the government stole. Me thinks that, and it won. Again, listen, this is the other side of the story. If you look, wale walikuwa wanaiba na wale walikuwa wanaibiwa, they're on the same side. Let's not even look at Azimio sijui Kenya Kwanza, but you can tell Baba amekuwa akiibiwa na alikuwa akiniibiwa na, let's just look at Vageri. Alikuwa anakiibiwa na timu UHURU. Let's say that way. Lakini wako side moja. Kale kamebaki ni kale ka wing kametoroka na DP. And he knows vile kunaibiwa. So if there is any stealing that is going to be there, the government will prevail. And that can only happen, I repeat, if the elections are close. We are talking of 1% and less. Otherwise, I would urge, kama watu wa UDA, they want to win, they need to convince the whole of the country that it's them, and this is the way the country is gonna be, and they get a rat right. Nobody, hakuna mtu anaweza kunyawanya. But not
time. Conclude, please.
So, wacha niseme hivi, when you wacha nimalize tu hapo, wacha nifikishe hapo kwa saa hii, wacha nifikishe hapo.
Okay, thank you. On the comment section, please let's keep civility. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. There are no stupid people here. Difference of opinion doesn't make anybody, you know, please, let's not go personal on any matter here. If you have any evidence, just table it. Usianze kutusi watu. It's uncalled for. Martin, what is it?
Nataka, I mean, I've been mentioned on this one, so acha nipatie tu dakika moja tu niseme yangu ama nirudishe tu. Simo, you are very, I agree with almost everything that you have. Humility, yes. And when you look at this thing, and if anybody asks you who's the deputy of Uganda, who's the deputy of every places, you probably cannot tell me most of them. Yes, I agree with that humility. Now, let me come back to, I know Malumeni Gonga, Nasi Kugonga, we're here as friends and we're here to talk. I mean, different opinions is fine. We're not see nini, so it's okay. I can do a rejoinder. When you talk about Miguna, me personally, I feel kwa familia yetu tuko na vichwa ngumu kabisa, but kwa kichwa ngumu does not make you less than a Kenyan. Saimo, I know umesema you live in the United States. For you to have a difference of opinion does not take, I mean, this freedom of expression does not take your citizenship away. Sasa ukifungiwa hapa because sasa una support baba, utakuwa mali tu Miguna yuko. You know, they said when they came for the Romans, there was no one to talk. When they came to somebody else, Miguna was not born in Canada or the United States, was born in Kenya. He went to exile. The guy can make as much noise as you can make in the streets of Nairobi. Wachana naye apige story huko, ni Kenya kwake. Tukitoka hapo umesema vitu za inajua COVID. Yes, nikiwa na COVID, hiyo ni protocol. But the guy, the country took his passport, wakakata, and there's laws and court orders. Let's just follow. Si lazima, tunajua venye Miguna yuko ni kichwa mbaya, lakini si lazima tumsikize. Wacha nimalize nani Bena. Wacha nimalize alafu nitoke. Wacha nimalize please. Alafu kuna ingine amesema ya kuna historia ya madoadoa. Story ya madoadoa, we have to be intellectual. Let's think of, hiyo jina ina sound vibaya because of what has happened to us before. Lakini vile baba alisema, yeye alikuwa anaongea story ya chama. Tusiweke UDA hapa nini hapa, tufanye yote ikuwe kitu moja. Ilikuwa Wajir. Tufanye yote ikuwe ODM or whatever Azimio, tufanye yote. Na sijui kwa nini watu wanaikimbiza hivi, inaanza kukaa ni kama ile kitu iliturudisha huko nyuma. And again, you don't have to be, I mean, it doesn't have to be a survival for the fittest in this thing. We are all brothers and we all have to live together na kama hizo. Now, Bena pole, nimenyamaza.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say something about Miguna. If you have those of you that come from, let's say, there's what they call border districts in Kenya. Border districts in Kenya. When you apply for ID, when you're from the border district in Kenya, there are stricter laws than those who don't come from border districts, because you have to prove you are a Kenyan before you are given a Kenyan ID. Now, those people who live on the border, you can just, jokingly, you cross the border, then go in the other country. You don't have a pass, okay? If you're coming back and police catch you, will you tell them I was just joking and I found myself this other side? There is a procedure where when you are gone to a foreign country, there is the legal way of going out and the legal way of coming in. Now, that procedure cannot be compromised, whether it was illegal or legal. Miguna being an international lawyer, he knows that very well. The government of Kenya has said once and again, it's not against Miguna coming back. It's a go to the embassy, collect your papers, come home. Then he insults the president and everybody else, including the embassy. So how do you help such a person? Because even if the government is wrong in sending him away, the only way to correct it, he has to come back the correct way. He cannot go out the wrong way and come back the wrong way. He has to correct what is wrong so that when he comes back, he will be able to sort out the difference. Like, for example, the day he was being deported at the airport, when Baba went there, he told him, this thing is very simple. Peana passport yako ya Canada, wagonge, okay? Uingie. Then we'll go to court, then sort out these other things. He refused. Haminwa, his own lawyer, told him, this is the only way this thing will work. Please, I know you are a lawyer, but let's do it this way. Let's use your Canadian visa first, get in, then we sort the matter. I said, no, I am not boarding. So such a person, you cannot be defending him because there is no way to defend him except you are buying into his way of operation, which is anarchy. You don't want to follow the law because the law has been used against you. You also want to use the law against them. It doesn't work. Let's correct things the correct way. Miguna knows what to do if he wants to come back to Kenya. Is he where he is because he wants to be there by reason of him selling himself. I would want it to leave it there. Stony Piquet, thank you for holding in for me while I was away. I think you had not made your submission. Can you do it now?
Thank you, Bernard. You are most welcome. It's my pleasure to always be at Mtembei and meet these amazing Kenyans living both in Kenya and abroad. Also engage in these super ideas, politics ya huku kwetu nyumbani. Yeah, sometimes there is a danger when you come in, kama kuna kucha unakuta unakuwa inaitwaje, gagitating, unarudia mambo. But before I rudia mambo at all, let me first of all say on an overview, I would want to for all of us, including AZIMIO and UDA followers, I would want us to do a quick arithmetic. It can be immediately, it can be casual. When we go home, it's a homework. Let's go county by county and see how Ruto is doing. You know, I know it will be either uplifting or disappointing depending on which side you are. Tuangalie tu county, ukweli tu wa mambo, you know, fairly, quick. Ruto ana ngapi, ana county ngapi out of 47 as it stands now. Don't go to mizani. Wacha hiyo manini. You as an analyst, you know, panelist who've been here in Mtembei, I'm sure you have an opinion. Just do your homework. We see how many counties as of today can Ruto get 50%. Then we know where we are. And you will see now the frustrations, the source of the insults, the tantrums, and all that. Why I'm saying this is because I want to begin with addressing response ya Uhuru when he went casually. Alienda joint moja tunapenda sana, Kenyatta Market, where we eat nyama choma for so many years. And I'm so happy that he chose to go there. Yeah, and he drove himself there, if I'm not wrong. But it was a surprise. And he said, wacha watu wa makasiriko waendelee na kukasirika. That was a blow. It was a kick to Ruto. It reduced him, in my language, in Mbere, we say, it reduced him to a kahe. In Mbere, that's what we say. A kahe is a that. In Kalenjin, it's called ngetai. That's a small boy who is running around and learning a few things. That is what our DP was reduced. And he chose it himself. Who dares? Who goes insulting his boss? In which culture? In which culture? Well, even if we talk of freedom of speech and expression, I think Kenyans, we've gone too far. And our DP he's just gone too far. And it will really there's something we call boomerang. It will boomerang on him so badly. And I hope miti inakatwa huko Sugoi. And anywhere he goes, there should be no tree near him. And the security should really keep very close to him, because he can do anything. That killed him, figuratively. When you insult your boss, and your boss is least bothered, he was neutralized. He can insult, he can say anything. Today I attended his rally by default. And that's something we want to actually stop him. We want authorities to stop. Because what they are doing, wanaingia mahali wanafunga barabara. So if you are in the middle, labda unaenda airport or anywhere, until wamalize hiyo maneno ndio utafunguliwa. And they are using hooligans, So you are caught in the middle. You are forced to listen to those very, very, very time-wasting, rhetorics. Yeah. And, it is frustrating. So basically, I thank our President Uhuru for just saying, wenye matusi wacha waendelee, wacha mimi niendelee kufanya kazi na baba. Okay? And you should see the cheering that was going on. Then I would want us to talk about the statement, go pick motorbikes and all this. I hear panelists here, why do you want to be an advocate for Ruto? I mean, did he send you really? It is very simple. Nendeni mchukue manini zenyu. Sasa sisi hapa tunaanza kupaka mafuta. Oh, he didn't mean this, he meant this. And since when did you become his advocate? I mean, did you start writing his speeches? Then if you know what he said, why didn't you write that speech and send to him? The asiropoko hivyo aliropoko. Okay, that was incitement straight away, and maybe by tomorrow he might be getting warnings. Yeah, and we are waiting for them to resign. By the way, by tomorrow they should leave the government. Then they go to the streets and to deal now vizuri, kisheria, So that was a very unfortunate statement that he made. It's a loose cannon that actually the state security should take care of. You can't afford to do that. At pale panaitwa Marigiti, he was also inciting the so-called hustlers there, telling them that now it's them who are targeted by the war. And, they seem to be resonating with him, but very soon he will realize he has very little. And incidentally, the crowds are growing smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller for those who will get to see that they are being thrown into the ditch. Baba at Chatham House, this was a statement, a presidential material, president of this country, and even can be a president of East Africa. The content this guy had threw me off somebody begins by showing you the economic dependence or interdependence between Kenya and with Ukraine and Russia. He elaborated in terms of figures, in terms of what we are exchanging. This is what a president should always have. So that war, what is the impact? Si kusema tu yo gas reduce na. I mean, that's being petty. That's being petty. So he analyzed why that war should stop. And he built it up and went and even explained about the handshake. What should be, what countries should emulate. Luckily, he even emphasized that this country is a country of innovations. People innovate here. No wonder he innovated the handshake, which people are studying. One of the guys asked, what is it that you're trying to teach people about the handshake? And he went in depth. He explained. The handshake came in handy before we went Ukraine and these other countries' way. The Kenya did not. They refused to go through the way that every other part of the world expected. And they would be happy. By the way, most countries are happy when you are at war. Ndio wakuja waanze kufanya biashara. But Raila and Uhuru refused us to go through that way. And that's why that handshake, Muzungu will have to acknowledge it. Apende aspende. Ali-explain mpaka akaonyesha interrelationship of handshake and BBI. And BBI will come back, because that is what will build this country into an indomitable country forever. It is what will solve all these issues that DP Ruto was talking, and he was only talking and insulting his fellow Kenyan in front of Muzungus there, calling Atuoli stupid. So when you juxtapose those two speeches, for those of you, that's a second homework I want us to go and do. Utoe hiyo speech ya Ruto hivi uko Chatham na Baba, ziweke pamoja hivyo, then you start unasikiza hii because the questions were almost similar, only that Ruto akiulizwa swali haelewi, anaenda kama watu wa UDA tu. Aliulizwa about bottoms up because haieleweki, he is insisting he is trying to uplift the people at the bottom, rock bottom of the pyramid. He was asked, what will you do with the middle class? He's not talking about even the people who he is calling dynasties, people who have money, who have resources, people who have investment here. Yeah? Which economy have you ever grown with one category or one strata of community? It's an nonsensical thing, you know. But Baba handled it very well. He said, you will still have the middle class. The middle class are there. Their needs are different from those who are on that the rock bottom. Okay. Also, the investors, their needs and aspirations are different, but they all make the community we live in. Bottom huko chini, you need to take money there. How will you take it there? Utaiteremsha kama matunda marigiti? No. That was explained very well by Baba, and he explained that his government will strengthen devolution. Then he will create innovative centers for young people to continue bringing ideas. That's why he quoted even that he has to bring in what we call them, vaccine development, research and development. That is what grows an economy. It's not about Ruto. That is, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Okay. Then, of course, something I liked about Baba at Chatham, he also kind of explained that this time he's taking over a country when it's on its knees, and therefore he will deal with corruption squarely. And I'm happy he quoted Kagame and his brother. That's a man who is out to kill this corruption. He doesn't care whether you remain him alone and one friend. And that's what we need in Kenya. Not those useless, tired theories of saying sijui at empower systems. What systems are we talking about? Empower DCI. What power does an DCI have? Oh, you will give DCI money, you do this kind of a thing. You can give some people a system money, but there is no willingness. Oh, you weaponize for a war against corruption. Those are theories that are useless, senseless, that will not take this country anywhere. This country, if it goes Ruto way, it will just be a country of thieves like Mexico and those other countries that don't care about the law. They still, kila mtu ataanza unaiba ati mpaka ushikwe. You are not guilty until proven sijui what. Yeah. Baba dismissed that. He said there is nothing like you are not guilty until proved sijui guilty. Kama umeiba, tunakushika na ile mali umeiba, tunakufinya mpaka urudi utoe hiyo mali. So very 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 nice performance at Chatham, and the reason I think by now he must have gained another 10 or 15% in terms of any poll that you may want to do. Thank you very much, Bernard. I can have any question if there is.
Okay, thank you, Sonny PK. We appreciate your summary and observations. We are glad for your being resourceful on this particular channel. Now, naomba tusikilize video kadhaa alafu tutaendelea na nani huyu Respect. Kuna video moja hapa, history is good, eh?
Because you were supporting Moi.
Yes.
You supported Moi then.
And I supported because I believed he was the right person. Or that we had differences later on, which are not for my making. It's, I mean, I have a very clear conscience. I don't know about him, but when I supported him, I believe he was the right person.
Maybe he thought that you wanted to be president ultimately.
Well, if I did, in fact, I'm the one who suggested to Kenyatta he appoints him as vice president. If I didn't, if I wanted to be vice president, I'll have convinced Kenyatta that I think I should be, but I didn't. I thought the man who is right after Murumbi died to succeed in the office of the vice president is Mr. Moi.
He asked for your advice.
Who?
You could have said anybody.
I could have said anybody.
Are you disappointed at the end with your choice?
Well, I don't think I want to say disappointed, because here I am and there he is. I mean, whatever he wanted to do did not happen, and I believe I think the best thing is to say here I am and there he is. My conscience is clear. I don't know about him, but there we are.
Yeah, and now this time around, now you're supporting Raila the same way you supported Moi, and you think it's the right choice.
I believe and I think it is the right choice. There comes a time when I think the nation should decide now who is going to lead this country when the current man goes. And I believe myself that that's Raila is the right person.
You just mentioned,
because you see, I want to tell you this, you Kikuyus,
of which you are one as well.
Well, yes, but I think I am less Kikuyu than you are, because what I'm going to say is this: our first president in this country was Kikuyu. The second president was a Kalenjin. The third president was Kikuyu. What makes you think that Kikuyu must always be president? And no, don't you know that there are about 24 tribes in this country?
42.
42 tribes. That you think every time the Kikuyu must be in the leadership. I think you should allow another tribe to run the country until when we reach a stage when we all members of parliament have university education. When we reach that stage, do you know that people will say tribe is not the consideration. The consideration is the person who should lead this country, as they do in England. In England, the present fellow who is a leader of the country is
Scottish. Also.
Scottish.
Yes. Cameron.
The last one, I think, was English.
Yeah.
The next one may be Scottish, and so on. But those considerations don't come in choosing a member of the leader of the parliament.
So what you're saying, Sir Charles, is we're not that mature yet politically.
Oh, you haven't even reached standard one. All you think is a Kikuyu. Look at these songs which are being sung today. Huh?
But there's nothing wrong with songs, Sir Charles. There was songs sung about Kenyatta back then.
No. You are insinuating that the Kikuyus are the most important people. The Kikuyu should be the first to be appointed, and the Kikuyu should be the leader. The Kikuyu should be the next president, one after the other. Haven't you got some? I was going to say shame, but, I'm not going to say. But really, haven't you got some grace to think that there are also people in other tribes who can lead this country as you have led in the past, and perhaps, who knows, in the future.
Yeah, so what you're saying is we rotate this presidency. So even one day, we could elect a Somali Kenyan.
Of course. They are Kenyans, except those who are misguided and join these Shab or whatever, Shabab or whatever. You see, and that's the same thing as you are having now in Mombasa, where some people saying that the coast or whatever it is, there's no coast. When Kenyatta discussed about the coast with the Sultan of Zanzibar, he talked about coastal strip, and he didn't talk. He didn't talk with the Mijikenda or anything like. He talked to the Sultan of Zanzibar about the coastal strip. They have no say. They have a say as Kenyans, but no say as the people who owns the country.
And we shouldn't negotiate with this MRC
No,
business,
no, no.
right?
I think it would be a great mistake to if you want to negotiate with Sultan of Zanzibar.
Yeah. Because you were there then, remember?
I was there. And I was there when President Kenyatta was discussing this matter, and the Sultan said, all I ask is that you respect the religion of my people, me as a Sultan of Zanzibar, and which we have respected.
Let's rotate this presidency. That's it. Give everybody a chance.
Give everybody a chance. And it's not a rotation either. It's quality. It's not a rotation.
And Raila's the best man for the job right now?
Yes, right now he's the best.
Better than UHURU?
Well, yes.
Better than Mudavadi?
Yes.
Better than Kalonzo?
Yes.
Better than...
Anymore. Is it a race that we are running that we've got so many? We only want one person. Yeah. Can't we all be satisfied and support one person?
Sir Charles, you are on fire today. You're not holding anything. I want to talk about that after the break. Also, you just mentioned half a quote of a man who said these same words, there comes a time, right? And I noticed at the funeral of George Saitoti, the hypocrisy of our members of parliament saying they all want to unite, we come together as Kenyans. But now it's back to business as usual. What is this hypocrisy about us? Sir Charles, hold that thought, because I know you're raring to go.
That's super.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that helps us keep the perspective. Respect towards your turn.
Yes, sir. Unasikia Bernard?
Kabisa, karibu.
Habari yako?
Salama kabisa.
Hapo sasa umeniweza juu. It's tough to top Njonjo. Ameongea kama mzalendo kabisa. And I think that's good. That's good for the country. Bernard, mi sio mambo mengi. Nataka tu share a few things here, observations, and then I'll move on to give other people a chance to speak. One thing that I want to comment is hii mambo ya Bwana Ruto. I think as platform, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we are tending to give this man a lot of unnecessary attention. I think strategy Ruto campaign is like what we had seen with Mr. Ruto. I think Mr. Donald Trump, I think a lot of people have mentioned a little bit about him and how he came into the presidency, is that the media gave him a lot of unnecessary coverage. And for Mr. Trump, yeye aliamua any coverage is good coverage. As long as I'm in there and people are talking about me and I am carrying the day, then I have them. Everybody is hearing about me. And I am wondering whether that is the strategy that this campaign is also using. Go out there and say anything that will catch the media's attention. And then sisi nakuja hapa and we get into tussle with UDA people or Kenya Kwanza people, and they just take us, you know, around and round and round. And as long as we are concentrating on their guy and their agenda, we are not talking about Baba, because they are taking the air out of the room completely. They are subjecting us to what they want. Because as long as we are talking about Bwana Ruto, then we are not talking about what our agenda is. Case in point, I was thinking today we could have really hammered down and home about Baba's meeting at Chatham and just carried that throughout the day, just the way we did with Mr. Ruto alipokuwa abroad. Just nothing else. We are just talking about Baba's agenda and his speech and what he managed to accomplish in that meeting. And if I've been in and out of the channel, and I'm sorry to say that every time I've tried to come in through the YouTube, nimekuwa ninasikia tu watu talking about Kisii politics, which is okay, but they are talking about Ruto and this and that. Sasa, as recent as a few minutes ago, we were going on to Miguna and and so we are, anytime we are not talking about what AZIMIO is doing, we are ceding the ground to the other party that is coming in and is introducing things, and then we are spending half hour on that, or even if it's like 10-20 minutes on that, in the name of trying to debunk that. They know that they are going to come here, or they are going to say outrageous things, and we are going to come, and there will be that urge for us to try and debunk that. And they know as long as they've cut maybe 3 hours of your 8 hours just talking about them, then they've won. So that is one thing that I wanted to mention out there. And so the other thing I was wondering, Bernard, is if I come in at 8 o'clock or whatever time you start, 9 o'clock, and a topic is introduced, and then we go on the 7th hour, like I think Stony PK anasema said earlier on, that he comes in and he doesn't know where to start, because things have been mentioned over and over and over and over, na watu wanakuja and they repeat the same things, and you wonder whether actually we are progressing. When we start at 9 o'clock, by the 5th hour, where are we at? Have we progressed anything, or is every time someone is coming in, we are going back to where we started the program? So I'm just curious about that. Maybe Themba also can help me to figure out where that is. I know you have a program and you know what you are doing. So for me as a listener and someone who is coming in and trying to figure out what is happening, I'm trying to figure out, when I come in, kama the program has progressed, is it okay for me to start with where I'm at, or is there a way to segment the sections so that maybe the first 2 hours, this is what you're concentrating on, the next maybe 2 hours, this is what you're concentrating on, and then the last segment, when Themba comes in, this is what is happening, so that when someone comes in, they know already this is the agenda. So if they try to take people back to what people were talking about the last 2 hours, no wamemalizana na hiyo, and he wants to drag people back there, you say, no, this is where we are at, this is what we are going to stick to. Anyways, so I'm going straight to Baba and I'm going to say this. Baba amefanya kazi mzuri Chatham. I think I liked that. He spoke with confidence and he spoke with authority, and he spoke like someone who knew exactly what he was talking about. 2 points. I think Stone PK has mentioned some of those things, and I'm sure other people have previously. He says that he's Afro optimist. He's someone who believes in Africa and what Africa can achieve on its own, but also with the help of the outsiders. Sio mtu ambaye anaangalia Africa and he has this spirit, a defeatist spirit. He was trying to draw a contrast between what he believes, what we can do sisi kama Afrika, na Bwana Ruto ambaye alienda and everything he was talking about was doom. It's like we are doomed. We have no future. There's nothing that we can do on our own. There's nothing that we in Kenya especially, we are going to accomplish because there are systems that have been laid there that it doesn't matter what you do, watu wanakukanyaga, or they are going to put stumbling blocks in your way so that you cannot succeed. And so he was trying to endear himself to the outside forces by introducing negative things. Baba ameenda akasema, we are strong, we are very optimistic, all we need is the space. All we need is to have people who believe in us, ya kwamba we can do things on our own, but we also that when they come in, they give us that space and room so that we can work and make our countries better. So those are the 2 points I wanted to talk about, and say that it's really good to see Baba akifanya and akizungumzia the things that he believes in, and that he's a real statesman and he's standing out on the world stage to make a difference, to show that he can make a difference in Kenya as a country. The other thing that I would want to talk about a little bit, that I wanted to mention it last time I was in, and I think someone talked about it, but it keeps coming up. Ni watu kusema ya kwamba Central itakuwa ngumu sana, or Baba anatazamia tu Central, and there's a lot of emphasis here Mount Kenya. I think someone was saying that Baba anaweza shinda hii kitu with or without Mount Kenya, and people keep coming back asema how haiwezekani kwa sababu bila Mount Kenya hawezi kufanya hivyo. And the one thing that I want to mention to the panelists that are here is when we talk about past elections, where Baba got a smaller percentage or sometimes didn't get as many votes, we have to think of, watu wa Mount Kenya ni kwamba it's not just the people who live in those particular localities, but also the people who live in other counties who are Kikuyus. Kwa sababu ukisema, let's say for example, ukisema Kisumu, ya kwamba there's a certain percentage of people that didn't turn out to vote. Now, in our mind, we're already thinking, hao ni watu wa Baba, hao ni, let's say, Wajaluo, hawakutokezea kwenda kuvote. We are forgetting that there might have been some Kalenjins who live in Kisumu, Wakikuyu ambao wanaishi Kisumu, and other tribes that decided we are not going to vote for Baba because in central or in the particular localities where they come from, where they maybe the main voting bloc is from, that they associate with, are not voting for that particular candidate. They are not voting for Baba. So they are not voting makes that particular locality, like in Kisumu or Mombasa or wherever, to look like those people who were supposed to be for Baba, they did not turn out and vote. But ni hao watu wali decide, if we don't vote, then Baba is not getting the votes he's supposed to get from here. So now, if these people, all of them, ambao like people like Julia and others wanasema we were not voting for Baba before, but this time we are coming to vote for him. So don't just focus on Mount Kenya. Think about watu ambao originally maybe they came from Mount Kenya, but they moved to Mombasa, Pwani, Coast, or they moved to Kisumu. Now those people are also voting for Baba. So that means that it's changing everything that we are thinking about Mount Kenya, so that he's going to get a higher turnout. He's going to get a lot more people that did not vote for him previously that are going to vote for him. Anyways, that is just my hypothesis. That's what I think. And I just wanted us to think about that a little bit more when we think about Mount Kenya and Central, because not just to focus on the locality, but think about people associated with those areas or who are associated with that voting bloc. Anyways, thank you. I think Themba is the one who is there now, and I will say I'll end it there, and I'll come in later. Thank you.
Themba, you are welcome. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you. And probably I'll give my brief response to what the respect proposed on the issue of the topic and the interchanging of topics as the show continues. It's viable, it's good, but very difficult to handle. Very difficult to handle because we have one straight show in such meaning when we log in, we don't log out, we continue with that. So the show will bear the name of, or rather the topic of that particular, the initial topic. So the changes in between will be kind of just additives that we are adding as we go. But when somebody logs in, he will not get all this in between. Secondly, the studio can only handle 10 people at a time. So different people come in, go, then others come in, go, come in and go. So everybody comes and gives the perspective of the topic of the day, their perspective. So it's not a repetition per se, but it's just looking at it from different angles and people give their different views. And so in the course of, if we manage the show very well, it builds up very well. But when we allow to be distracted and begin to chase after the rabbit is when things degenerate and become complicated. But if the mover is strong enough to keep the people in the middle of the road, the build-up is very healthy. And so that's why we do what we do. And also, since it's not a pre-arranged show, pre-arranged in the sense that I don't send you an invitation and say you will come and share about democracy in Kenya. So it is like a marketplace. Tulienda Mudurwa, while we are buying Motura, we began to talk about politics. So it's something that is impromptu. And so it is very difficult for us to have a kind of pre-arranged, ambia ukikuja ongea kuhusu Kalonzo, ukimaliza toka enda. Sahi tumebadilisha ni Wetangula. No, it has to kind of just be mutual sharing of different views from different people and then learning from each other. Probably the sabotagers are the problem. The people who come to sabotage the show, they come to bring in their own things. How do the viruses that we are trying to look for the antivirus? Thank you very much. Temba, you can add on.
Yeah, you've addressed the other part well. I wouldn't add on that one. I want to add on what he said initially about wasting time on issues of UDA and not concentrating on Baba's issue. I think there's a misconception that we are having that simply because we have a majority of AZIMIO guys on the forum, this is a strictly AZIMIO channel. that is a misconception that we need to try and get out. The channel does not just belong to AZIMIO. There's an AZIMIO TV I think on YouTube, and I think the other AZIMIO forums. Here it's broad. It's broad. It's any party. It's only unfortunate that we don't find as many Kenya Kwanza and UDA people coming on, but it is very broad. So it's still okay for us to appreciate the other thing, what they're doing. What is happening in the general Kenya political scene. So it's not a waste of time as Respect is trying to suggest. It only happens that when we come, there's a general view that most of the people who log on and who happen to have lots of ideas and areas to share on are AZIMIO people. So over time, AZIMIO, we have had to grapple with the idea. The AZIMIO guys think when we are talking about Kenya Kwanza and UDA things, we are wasting time. The Kenya Kwanza and UDA guys think that when AZIMIO guys are presenting, this channel is only for AZIMIO. So there's that sense of another interest that now we have to balance. So I think we need to have an open mind. The forum is across board, but if you come in, you know on what you want to share. That's why I say you need a working gadget, you need the connectivity, you need something to share and a willingness to learn. So what is it that you want to share on? Is it on AZIMIO? Just talk about what you want to share. Don't worry about whoever is talking about Kenya Kwanza. Let them continue with that and the other person shares. Then once you're done with your presentation, you can go out so that other people come on. But when you come and say that you are wasting time, it's not a waste of time. We want to listen even to those people. Even we have asked even people who are Roots Party to come. We have asked people who are, the Kigame. I don't know, Ruben Kigame. I don't know which party he's going with. We have hoped that they will come on and share so that you have a variety of views. So I think that way you can be able to appreciate. It's not just AZIMIO. So that is what I needed to point out, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba. And probably also I would want to say that there are people who come on the platform and assume that it is a platform for decampaigning one person and defending another person, or a platform for propaganda. So when you come with propaganda and we hold you to account, especially the UDA guys don't take it lightly. They either protest or claim that we are unfair and all that. Our main purpose here is to weigh the truth, because politicians, when they say they will say anything, and their followers will follow anything. But now when they come here, we need to provide now the balance whereby this is true, this is workable, this is what the Constitution provides, so that we don't just leave everybody in the air, because ignorance has been a very good tool for selling politics in Kenya for a very long time. And so if information is not put out there accurately, the politicians will have a very good ride. And we want to make it as difficult as possible for anybody to get away with their lies, especially when it is geared towards taking advantage of Kenyans. And for once, we want these particular elections to be really decision made out of information, not just out of euphoria and all manner of being swayed to and from. So even the tribal card will not sell. We want cents to sell, not the tribal card. Not we are victimized. Now you see like the current wave of Kenya Kwanza. They are looking for sympathy. They are doing anything for the government to do something so that they cry, and when they cry, they will get Kenyans to sympathize with them. It is a calculated, well planned out strategy for politics at this point in time. But how do we ensure that Kenyans will not buy into that crybaby attitude, which is not geared towards the welfare of Kenyans? Because there is civil justice and there is civil activism over something that is just, not somebody's personal ambition to become president. It doesn't become a civil issue where a civil activist will go unless ameambiwa he cannot participate in the election, amekuwa disqualified unfairly. That's when it becomes an issue. But if you said you are running and you have been allowed to run, now how does it become now an issue of an injustice that you are running against many people? You want us to shoot other people so that you run alone. Thank you. Martin, what are you saying?
Bernard and Themba, I've been following you guys. I mean, I've been following this thing for a long time. You do not need to explain to people. I mean, if you come here, you want to concentrate and talk about things that are happening. Okay, yeah, we might be most of us AZIMIO. And normally what you normally say, Bernard, even Themba does that. If you come in here and you don't want to hear anything from AZIMIO, you're very welcome to move on to other things. Go to other places. I mean, there's so many channels that you can even, log in when you want to log in, how you don't want to log in. But if you come over here, we've never told any person of UDA never to come over here. They come and they say and they talk, and we talk and we never kick them out. So I don't even know why you guys are addressing this, this thing. You guys do a very good job. You take your time. When Bernard is done, he's always here every day. And then Themba, when you come, you're here, you're doing your thing. Listen, guys, there comes a time to choose a side, to move on, and you can come to our side and say what you want to say. So mi hata sijui kitu yote mnapigania ni nini. Why do you have to explain? If you don't want to be here, go away. If you want to come and say, hakuna mtu amekuweka. Me, I chose myself to come in here.
Martin, it's okay. Thank you. Saa ingine unakuwa na roho nzuri, unakuwa pasta kiasi. Hii uinjilisti mingi achana nayo tafadhali. But it's okay. You made your point. Thank you. It's also good for us to explain ourselves to some degree, because we are also misrepresented. Kuna watu watatuchukia huko kwa comments especially. And then there are people who never come to the screen all on that. They say we are biased, we hold them to the throat and all that. So, but it's good to respond to a question when it's raised, so that we don't run away. We don't want to be DP. DP akiuliza swali anasema ungeniuliza hivi, badala ajibu ile swali ameulizwa. So because the question came up, it's important for us to explain it. But thank you. Respect.
Ambia, wacha Mama Selina basi ya comment de hiyo. Tunampenda.
Respect kwanza, Mama Selina anakuja.
Yes, asante sana. Yeah, I respect your opinion, Martin. I was just asking clarification because I've been wondering for a long time, and it just happens that it's now when I got that opportunity to ask. But I really appreciate the way you guys have explained it really good. Some people may not care. Some people maybe have had that explanation before. I didn't have that information. So I really appreciate that. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mama Selina.
Okay, mkisikia TV iko loud, I'm still at work. Mutanisamea kwa sababu, but wanasema penat, asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani. Tukikuja hapa sote tunatoa maoni yetu na pia tunakuja kushindana kwa sababu UDA wanataka kuturoll na tunang'ang'ana kwa sababu ni maswali na kuuza candidates zetu. Penat, mambo ya leo, baba ameongea vizuri sana, amekuwa na mkutano mbili. The two meetings are just to give us well done. Kenya tuko mbele. Baba ametuwakilisha, hata ile machafu ilikuwa imefanyika. Unajua, saa ile watoto wanacheza nyumbani, baba akiingia kila mtu anakaa site yake. Unajua kiti ya baba si kila mtu anakalia. Firstborn saa zingine na lastborn wanataka kupigania kwa kiti ya baba, but baba akiingia wanawacha hiyo kiti ya baba. Ofiki hiyo kiti ya baba leo London ama ng'ambo huku mahali baba yako imewakilishwa vyema. Mambo ingine niliona kama Barnaba alijaribu sana, but I'm really worried. Yes, ukweli isemwe, kama kuna makosa isemwe, kwa sababu Bernard, usiporekebisha mtoto wako ataendelea kufanya vibaya kwa sababu utakubali kumwambia unakosa. I want to tell our people, tukikuta mbele ya watu tusikuje kutoa aibu na kujifanya. Say what is happening. Unajua eri useme na usamewe, kwa sababu ukikataa kunisamea hata wewe utakuwa mwenye dhambi. Nafikiria Biblia inasema hivyo, ya kwamba mimi kama nimefanya makosa nikubali kusema alafu nisamewe. Ya pili, Bernard, watu watarekebishwa. Ndio sababu anasema asiyefunzwa na mamae atafunzwa na ulimwengu. Vijana ya siku hizi hawawezi jua kitu kama hiyo, ya kwamba hata ukipata mtu mzee umheshimu vile ungeheshimu baba yako. Mwingine atakwambia ana baba, mwingine ninasikia wengine wanaambiana mimi si baba yako ama mimi si mama yako. That is not right. Mungu kuna sababu napenda baba anasema mzee amewahi kuwa kijana na akakuwa mzee, lakini vijana hamjawahi kuwa wasee ndio mjue what is happening to be a mzee. Wewe unajua kuwa kijana, but wasee wamekuwa vijana na wakaruka wakakuwa wasee, wameona nje, sababu wanasema wamekula chumvi. Kwa hii kikao ya Mtembei TV imetufunza mingi na wengine wanaendelea kufunzwa. Hii 4 months, kwa sababu leo ni tarehe 16 March, already we are in April. Hii siku ingine imepaki hatuhesabu, sijui hii mwaka inakimbia haraka inaenda wapi. So next tunakaribia April, tukikaa kidogo imekuwa May, election imefika. Na ndio sababu mnaona watu wanatoa hasira. Nitarudia kusema, kama msichana amekukataa ama kama mwanaume amekukataa na ameenda kwa msichana mwingine, ni hivi Temba na Penat, mumetongoza wasichana, mumeenda hiyo disco, mumefanya ile yote, mumeimba kanisa, mumefanya drama. Wasichana wameenda huko mbele kujipendekeza, lakini Moi alisema wasichana wakicheza, wanaume wanapiga laini, wanaimba, na kama hakuna msichana anakushika, usikuwe na hasira ama usijinyonge. Jaribu kujua vile wanaume wanaimba, jaribu kufuata. Angalia Temba, footsteps ya Temba, anafanya nini mpaka wasichana wanamupenda. Labda Temba anajua kutingisa kiuno, kuna mwingine anatingisa kichwa, na kumbe wasichana wanataka kuona kiuno. So these things ni ngumu sana. Hii watu ya huda sasa wawache kutingisa kichwa. Wasichana wanataka kuona the move of the body. Sasa mfanye hiyo practice. 2027 mtakuwa mmejua kutingisa na kujua mahali wasichana wanataka. Wasichana labda anataka kushikwa kwa mkono ya kulia na wewe umekimbilia mkono ya kulia. So these are the lessons mwenye anataka kuwa rais. That is why hakuna mtu. Uhuru amekuja twice, Kibaki alikuja mara 3, Moi alichukua president, na nimefurahi kusikia vile Njonja ameongea. Moi aliingia president na hata sisi tukasema alichukua kwa sababu ya kifo ya Hati Kenyatta. But kuna siku Moi pia alisimama na sisi tukasema this is the time yeye ameomba kura. Bernard, kunyenyekea, wisdom, asira, asara. Sijui nani alisema hizo mambo, na ni ukweli. Ukiwa na asira, hasara. Watu waweze, mi nataka mwenye anataka kiti ya nchi kama Kalonzo, kama Ruto, kwa sababu hii ni ya baba, imeisha. Wacha wachipange kwa hiyo ingine, na patu ni wadogo. I'm wondering even what is wrong with these people. Uko na 50 years, baba ako 77. Kwa nini? Na baba ametoka mbali. Kwa nini wewe unaingia mara ya kwanza? There is no president amekuja akaingia mara ya kwanza na akachukua, unless umekuwa deputy vice president, umefanya. Nasikia watu wanataka kutuambia ati chani ya siasa yao, na chani yenye uliingia siasa, uliingia na pati mbaya, uliingia na Chirongo, uliingia na mambo ya YK92, uliingia na mambo ya kuchapa Chesire. Let me say this Temba, kama mtu anaingia State House wakati ya Moi na anakuwa na hasira mpaka anachapa mwenzake ndani ya State House, that was the time ungenyongwa. How will you take this man? How will you take this person? Hasira si hapa, fuata nyuma. Wanasema ukitaka kuoa pipi mzuri, angalia, usiangalie baba yake, angalia grandmother ya mama anachunga nyumbani, kucha kwa mama ya msichana ndio uende kuoa. Ndio nyinyi mnaangukia siku hizi. Umeona mtu mweupe, mtu mrembo, lakini hutaki kujua mama yake anakaa aje, baba yake anakaa aje. Si baba wana shida, mama na grandmother. Hii nchi ya Kenya ni kubwa kushinda sisi yote. Whoever want to be the president of Republic of Kenya, ukiwa rais leo na tukuje kwa barabara, na ndio sisi kwanza AZIMIO watu ya baba tunajua hiyo kazi. Tukitaka kukutesa in 100 days, utaresign ama utoroke badala kufikiria unatuongoza. So we want to show Kenyans ya kwamba tunatulia, tuwe watulivu, na ni hasa wanaume. Hakuna wamama ama mtupatie, can you guys choose mama, umpatie mama nchi, kwa sababu nyinyi mnataka kushindwa. Wanaume wanakuja kupigana, wanapiga baba sao. I'm happy ile wasichana ya Huda wanaonyeshana tu kiuno, lakini wajai tusiana sana. Wanashindana nani atatingisa msuri, ndio ile room 50 something. Sijui murutishe Alex awache kukasirika. Angekuwa tunaponga Alex awache hiyo story ya Kisii, yeye ni kiongozi. Akucha hapa Stone PK, tumekosa, turuti tuanze kutengeneza nchi. Hata Alex ni vile nilikuwa kazi, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Alex, kanisi pion, kwa nini hata yeye anataka kukua kama watu ya UDA? Huwezi kasirika, arudi tufanye siasa vile ilikuwa. Sisi wengine unakuja, hata kama una interest yako unaificha, ndio utengeneze nchi kwanza. If you love baba is more than Arati ama more than Ongeri, kuja simama na Wakenya tutengeneze nchi. 4 months imepata, hatutaki kurudi hapa tulie ama Wakenya wasema hatukuambia. Kama leo vile mnaambia watu waende, naona ile mtu alijaribu sana kudanganya. You cannot tell people enda chukua pikipiki zenyu. Yes, angesema mimi nimeongea na OCBD ya police station fulani, ama mimi nimeongea na TCO ya police fulani. amesema vijana wakuja wachukue mali yao, lakini na nyinyi vijana endeni na driving license, certificate of good conduct, ile yote waliwekewa, mkuwe mumeregister kwa sako, go there muitishe mali yenyu. Ukisema hivyo hatutakuwa wenda simu kukuja kukuwekea, but if you can shout and say go, enda chukua pikipiki zenyu na pesa. How do you go pena 10 people mwende mshutiwe mkufe? Those are the things tunasema leaders. Kuchaambia watu vizuri, ama wacha ile watu yako ya mkono waseme. Huko ako na watu wengi sana ya mkono hapo wanaropoka, alafu na yeye akuwe baba aseme no, si hivyo, wacha hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. This is why hii watu wanakataa kusikia wasee, wanataka kusikia wamama. Uongozi wa vijana tunapenda but tunapinga. Unaona kijana yetu Alex, ona hasira, hakuna tofauti na hiyo ya Ruto. Amekuwa akitoa maoni mzuri sana mpaka sisi yote tuliona ni kiongozi. If you were supposed to be elected today, tungeanguka. Hata kama ndugu yako iko, simama na wananchi, wacha watu wakutetee. Nani aliambia wanaume wanaenda kujitetea? Alex, Penat, Temba, munaenda kujitairisha. Kwa nini walisema vijana wakitairi ama wama NC ile ingine sitaki kuongea? Hakuna mtu anajitairisha na Ruto akuwe mwanaume sawa. That is why kulikuwa na watu ya kufanya hiyo mambo. Mimi nikiwa mama, nachua mtoto tumbo, mtoto amependuka, anatoka. So nataka tu kuuliza Wakenya, please, hii incitement ya vijana ama ya viongozi tukatae. Ninashukuru ile watu leo walikuwa Ngara, si kuona incitement. Watu ni kama watu walikuwa na, have you ever been in a funeral? Mkiwa kwa matanga alafu watu wameokopa na wamekuwa na usuni, wanataka kuangalia mtu akiingishwa kwa simu. That is how that meeting was today. People were so sad, hakuna kitu wanafanya, na watu wachache kando kando pale tulikuwa wanashout, hata sijui walikuwa na shout nini. Ukienda mkutano Penat na uone watu wakicheka, something is wrong. Ukienda mkutano alafu unaambia watu wangwana, hamunisikii, hawakusikii kwa sababu unasema uchinga, how could people respond? Mimi nataka, saa zingine nasikianga mpaka nasema I wish one day Kenyans after baba, why can't you try women? Mlitudharau, tumekuwa na mali kama nyinyi, tuko na mapoma, tuko na nini, tunawapenda, but nchi yetu ya Kenya mtusaidie. Penat na Temba na watu wote mtusaidie. 4 months ni kidogo sana, tuendelee kupatilisha watu wale wanakuja hapa. Ukinipatilisha kama Azimio niende kwa Okoa Kenya ama inaitwa nini, Mtembei TV is a father of all. Tukuja hapa tutongosane, nikikuwin useme asante, ukiniwin ni sawa, lakini hatuna hasira, hatuna vita. Lakini still pia Temba na Penat, ukiona mtu anatoa, umepatia mtu chance na anarudia kudanganya wengine kutaka kubuy time, you have a right to tell that person stop, kwa sababu inafanya show yako watu waone kama iendelei. Kwa sababu nikikuja kutoa yangu na uniambie Selina imetosha, ninakuanga na nyamaza kusikia ya wengine. Na kama kuna swali tena, iwe ni swali mtu anasema mara moja, lakini inatusumbua wakati watu wanapishana na wewe. You are trying to tell somebody stop, you are trying to tell somebody one question. So mtu akikuja na uona ako na uchanja, patia mtu one chance, hiyo ingine ruka. Kama anaweza kumbuka arudi after 10 people ama arudi after 5 people. Otherwise, hii Mtembei TV tunapenda, we love you guys. We love our country, tunapenda Kenya yetu. Baba Mungu kwanza amechagua kiongozi kitambo, na Raila munasema mumemunyang'anya. Sitaki kusema mumemuipia, mumemunyang'anya. Ametulia. Kama angekuwa wenye wanalia sahii ni baba amenyang'anywa mara 3 na anajua amechukua, nini ingefanyika Kenya Temba ama penalty? Kutulia. Baba ametulia. Hiyo wasichana, hiyo bibi 2 ama 3 angeoa saa hiyo ako na watoto karibu 6, lakini baba haja surrender. Anasema nitangoja. Sasa wacha aoe hiyo bibi yake, atutengenezee tuone vile Kenya itakuwa. Asanteni. Naona na nini imekuwa kisa penalty. I don't know kama watu wako ama walitoroka ama tunachiongelesha. Asante sana.
Thank you Mama Selina, we appreciate it. Watu wako, kuna wale ambao wamejificha nyuma ya kamera, wengine nyini. Respect, uko nyuma ya curtain, tunakung'oa. Wengine ndio wanafika. Thank you. Temba, you have something to say? Martin, ongea tukimsubiri Temba.
Mama Selina venye amesema ni vizuri sana. Unajua tuko kwa election time na lakini pia sisi tunajaribu at this point kuanza kufikiria, si ile, it's not this time of inaitwa nini ile tulikuwa tunaitwa, you know, when I went to Egerton. Ukienda Egerton tulikuwa tunakuja tunachukuliwa tu kwa dom, unaenda pale muimbe tu nani mwenye anasimama nini mulipwe $2 tu, I mean 2 shillings, I mean 200 whatever mulipwe, alafu muende mkakule dunga na madondo na nini. That's what we used to do in campus, because I went to campus in Kenya. Na tulikuwa tunakuja tunachukuliwa sisi wote, hata mwendi class mnachukuliwa nyinyi wote. But today the one thing I'm happy about Kenya, and I'm a realist, is that Kenya inabadilika. Na saizi si story ya kwenda kusimama pale Githurai useme nini alafu kesho the same person ulikuwa kwa ile ya Uhuru ndio utakuwa ya Ruto kesho, na ndio utakuwa ya baba kesho. People travel, and I said this last weekend, if you remember nani Bena, I said this, there comes a time where we move from a third world country to a first world country, and where we are moving huku hata uonagi hizo ma road shows nini, you don't even get to see those people campaigning. Inakuwaga ni posters nini na TV na hizo vitu, you never get to see these people. Hata ujui unapigia nani kura. And unless we move to that kind of sophisticated kind of way of living, that si pale kwenda kutusiana, sasa unatusi baba, and the day ataanguka, and I'm sorry to say this, but that day will come, utakuwa hapo sasa ukisema ati alikuwa mtu mzuri nini unakuja kutudanganya. Mwendo ulikuwa ukimtusi. Hii mambo ya kutusiana, we have to stop. We have to come to a point where you put unaeka vitu zako mbele, unasema this is what I'm going to do, and it doesn't have to be in a nini, si lazima ikue ati sijui kwenda kuleta watu umenunua nani na mtu ako kwa ile ingine the next day. We have to start living. We are young, we are looking at these things, we have to start moving. Kama venye Mama Selina tu anasema, to a point where you can do your politics bila kutusi mtu. And that's why you see mtu kama Uhuru leo venye alikuwa huko nini Kenyatta market, wenye wako nitusi wanitusi. Raila ameenda huko hajaongea story ya Ruto, story ya kutusi. Huyo mwingine alifika huko, the only talk was a stupid man. Na ukimwangalia venye anaongea na kiburi. You know, hata ningekuwa nafikiria kama maybe Ruto ni miango, ni hustler and whatever, maybe ningekuwa nikichukua hiyo kitu. Lakini ukiwa na hiyo kiburi unaweza tusi mtu mzee kukuliko, ni kama siwezi tusimama Selina because she's the older. Siwezi tusimama yangu, lazima nisikize. Sasa unaenda kutusiana na wazee. It's that, hata kwa Bible that thing is not there. Ukiwa na hiyo kiburi, hata mpaka umeanza kutusi watu, I mean, I'm gonna take it back. Unaanza kutusi watu wa Kongo, unasema na ile watu wanaekaga nini mshipi hapa, ile watu sijui nini. That's a whole country. Huo ni mtoto ya mtu. Mimi siwezi kuja hapa nikakutusi Themba ama nikakutusi Bernard, because humility is a big thing and leadership needs humility. If you're going there, mimi sitasema mingi, lakini at my job, mimi mdogo wangu kazini akinitusi amefutwa kazi hiyo siku. And we need to go back to this constitution and understand, what did we do to put the vice president and the president to be on the same belt that hakuna kitu president anaweza fanya. Today, Murathe yesterday said something. Akasema, these people want to have their cake and eat it. So you still want to be in the government and you still want to bash that government. According to the constitution, you're not supposed to be, if ile kitu ilikuleta kwa government, you're not supposed to be in it. Kama ulishatoka, then your seat is vacant. Ruto angekuwa shatoka kitambo sana kama anataka kuongeza vitu zote. It's so, Bena, I believe you're bigger than Themba in this thing. Ukitokaga ndio anakujaga, ama Mutembei yako juu yako. Sasa ukikuja hapa hivi kupigana na Mutembei, you won't have, hutakuwa hapa kesho. Tuongee tu ukweli, tusidanganyane. If you're my boss, you're my boss. Na kuna swali niliuliza the last time nilikuwa nayo. Nataka mtu aniambie, who's the vice president of Uganda? Who's the vice president of Somalia? Hizo countries zote, kama kuna mtu anaweza nihesabia vice president wote, then I will tell them that's okay. Because those vice presidents respect the presidents. Hata saizi Kamala Harris, umsikii kila mahali akienda akipiga Biden, na Biden huko msikia akipiga Obama. So you have to have humility. Huyu jamaa akiongea naongea na kiburi na nini, it's like he's running everything. And I believe that's what ilimkosanisha na Uhuru, because you cannot, I will not have, hata job yetu mimi myself, I will not have mwenye ako chini yangu kuja uniongeleshe kwa uzuri, let's do it. But then utakuja kuniongelesha ni kama like you're trying to overthrow me. My friend, you're out of that job immediately. If it's your company, utatoka. And a country is also a company, because you're running the company and you're running it to what you are, you're the boss. But that does not mean that the person below you does not have a say. Come and talk to me, let's deal about it, and then let's move on. If I was your, kama Themba na nyinyi ningekuwa chini yenu, lazima kwanza nipitie kwa Themba nimwambie, hii unaonaje, aniambie yes or no. Nijaribu kumconvince. Now if I can convince him, that's fine. If I cannot convince him, then I will have to go through Themba. And Themba atakuja kwako akuambie, na utaenda kwa Mutembei, but utaenda kuruka mtu. So we have to really, and that's where the personality in life comes in. And that's how dictators are made, where you even sit down and even abuse your own boss. And still, you cannot be a man enough to get out of the seat and say, I'm going to fight you now, man to man, or woman to woman, not to be, to be gender sensitive. Move, get out, show. Raila did that. And I said this last weekend. Raila walked out. Akasema, kiti ya Lang'ata kaeni nayo. I don't want it. And he came back and he got it. Now that's how a man is made. Lakini utakuja hapo unaenda huko. And because I'm not going to be here for a long time, na nataka pia kuacha watu wengine waingie na waendelee. Demba and Bernard, thank you so much for this opportunity. I said, this is opening up for people to talk, people that never had this opportunity to talk. And I appreciate this thing. Naiskizaga every time, hata kama siko ndani. But when you look at Raila talking, when you look at Raila talking, Raila did not aliongea kama like a statesman. Hakuita mtu stupid, hakufanya nini, aliulizwa maswali and eventually akaulizwa Arsenal. And in fact, alikuwa mali kwa Liverpool. You know, akasema nilikuwa Liverpool nini, akacheka, kila mtu akacheka. Now that's what you call leadership. Uhuru today did the same thing. Akiwa Kenyatta market. Hakutusi mtu, alisema nyinyi tusini na nini. That's the Kenya that we want. Because hii kitu ya kutusiana, ukinitusi, guess what? We are about to fight. Because ukinitusi na mama yangu tutapigana. Lakini usiponitusi na mama yangu, ama usiponitusi na brother yangu, ama usiponitusi, hakuna kitu ya kupigania. Asa watu wa matusi, this is just gonna make our country go back. Na Raila alisema kitu moja hiyo. You know, kina Idi Amin, that's how they were born. Kina Vladimir Putin. It's because nobody ever, I mean, that's how they act, dictatorship. I swear to God, you guys, na watu wa ODA, ekeni Ruto na mtaona dictatorship. He is already a dictator. I'm sorry, najua nitachapwa, nitasikiza tu, nitatoka, lakini nitasikiza.
So thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. It's a trying moment in this country in terms of the choice between leaders. We have a clear cut of what leadership should be. Then we have those who want leadership without providing leadership. They want a position, they don't want to be leaders. And then we have leaders that are showing the way. It is for Kenyans to decide. But for the deputy president, he had an opportunity to become president. He lost it. He can't get it now, even if he cries tears with it. It is too late because he lost a lot of time. And I have always held the opinion, if he wanted to be president, he would have started to lay that foundation as early as 2013, respect the president, put up his machinery of winning the hearts of Kenyans. You know, you cannot just save money and say, when I am the age to get married, the girls will come and, I will pay any girl and then go marry her. There is the art of seduction. There's a book called The Art of Seduction. The men were men because they were able to win over the hearts of ladies. Not just, you like me, I like you. No, there was how this girl, she's impossible to catch. Then you will use everything in your power to win her over. And you will win her over in such a way that she will refuse the father, she will refuse the brothers, she will want to run away with you because you have won her over. The same goes for the presidents. Let the people love you enough, ready to stake their life for you because you have won them, not because you can pay them. It's something that this generation seem not to be valuing, but I believe it's an antique for many ages and it's not going anywhere without us buying into the same. So if DP wants to be president, he has another opportunity to go and awarai wa Kenya, let the Kenyans love him for free. Ache kuwalipa, ache kusema naweza kulipa chochote. Yeye ajitolee, tumpende kama yeye na yeye atupende kama sisi, na tutafanya nini? Tutamfanya au kiongozi wetu. Lakini akisema kwamba anaweza kutulipa, anaweza kulipa mtu yeyote, anaweza kubai mtu yeyote, we will always suspect him, we will not trust him, and our life will not be safe in his hands. And this is a great lesson, especially for the upcoming leaders, especially the young politicians. Learn politics well, learn politics well. Look at the people who have been under the tutorship of Baba and the young politicians who are under the tutorship of Ruto. Look at their behavior. Look at their decorum. How do they conduct themselves before elders? How do they appear before the public? There are those who are learning good manners, others are learning bad manners. And bad manners won't take you anywhere far, especially when you want to be in leadership for a long time. If you will be in leadership for a long time, you must learn to love people and stake your life for them. Na watu hawawezi kukukataa wakati wanajua unaweza kuwakufia. The reason why people cannot be explained out of following Baba is not because Baba is perfect or Baba is too nice. There is the price that he has paid. He has proven that he will not abandon Kenyans. Even when it is too hot, he will always be there. He has proved that through the years, and that has made people to love and trust him. You cannot come and dismiss it with one sentence, yule jamaa wa kitendawili. That cannot erase the sacrifice that this person has made in the eyes of people for people to fall for him in such a way that they are willing, maybe I'll be taking too much time, but I cite the scenario when Baba was coming back from the States and the government was to stop him around Rikana there, stadium. And then the police were there and they were spraying bullets on the car where Baba was. And we see these young people came and surrounded the vehicle, shielding him. They were ready to take the bullet, but protect him. Now, people will not do that because you bought them cigarettes, or you bought them bread, or you bought them t-shirts. They will do that because they have seen you have put your life on the line. They are willing to put their life on the line for you. And that's how you get into leadership. So we need to review on how we approach leadership. Tusikubali kudanganywa na mtu kwa anasema anatupenda, lakini anatupenda tu kwa sababu anataka kile tuko nacho. Tunahitaji kupendwa na uzuri wa kuhakikisha kwamba uko tayari Jesus said, no greater love than this, a man lay down his life for his friend. We must get back to that proper definition of love and pursuit for leadership. Enough sermon. I want Tempa to take charge as I sign out. I believe, Tempa, that's okay for me. Julia should be given priority. Most of the people have not spoken the underline from Geoffrey, Julia, PK, and Fidel have not spoken. So Julia will be given priority, and then Geoffrey, like that. Your mambo ya kwe hivo. Of course, Mr. Kamau drives the bus, is also here. So as I go, let's keep on that. Yes, respect.
I just wanted to make contact with Fidel. I have a private message for you. Thank you.
Okay, the private chat section here, you can exchange contacts. And I should also say that there is a disclaimer we are bound to use because of some of the things that I've developed on this channel and on our WhatsApp group. We have had people who exchanged contacts here and then ended up falling victim to some bad behavior. So mkikutana hapa mu exchange contact, mseme ni Mtembei TV aliwaunganisha, sio Mtembei TV. You are all adults. If you meet and go do business and business go bad, it is not Mtembei TV. It's you who decided and did the business. Let it be so. We are platform, yes. We do business, yes. But mkikutana hapa mu exchange numbers, mpendane, muingie partnership, utume pesa ipotee ama fare ikulwe. Kama fare imekulwa, imekulwa tu na sio Mtembei ameikula. we must make that clear, because tumesikia vilio kadhaa, tumepigiwa simu hapa na vilio kadhaa. Tutaki hiyo mambo tafadhali. We want us to respect each other, interact freely, and do better business. Because we are at the initial stage of our television, want to grow into a worldwide media house, and we don't want to have funny cases before we even sprout out and spread forth our branches across the universe. Thank you very much, guys. Let's do this again later on in the day. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard,
Bernard, before you go.
Yes.
Bernard, before you go, and I'm sorry because hata tunaenda na wewe, niachie mtu mwingine aingie pia. Been here for at least 2 hours. Bernard, you're doing a good job. Na Themba pia mnafanya kazi mzuri, and we appreciate you for this.
Naingia ndani ya natoka
We appreciate
kidogo, natembea, so I'm out of curtain, naingia curtain.
Mimi natoka, lakini Mama Selina, thank you so much, na kila mtu, na tunakwanga tunawasikiza hata mkiona hatuko hapa because of the time difference, tunawasikiza na tunafurahi sana zile kitu mnafanya. Mmetupatia the diaspora people especially, mmetupatia somewhere to talk what we want to talk, so we really appreciate you. There's a lot of people listening to this, and thank you so much. Msichoke, najua inawasumbuaga because 8 hours, I know it's not easy. Ni kazi mzuri sana mnafanya. Thank you for giving us that appreciation. Tukirudi pia sisi tutakuja tuwapatie hiyo.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Themba, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin. We appreciate you. You guys are the ones who give us the motivation. Those of you who come to share your views, you give us the motivation to go on. So keep coming, keep commenting, keep sharing, keep talking. That's the key motivation that we have when you come in. So it's a partnership. You're not followers, you are partners. So we are partnering with you people. So when you come in and you give your views, we really appreciate it. Kuna mtu anikaribisha na maswali huko chini, wacha nianze. Themba, where is Patriot? I don't know. I mean, I only know people who come on the platform. So if you're not in the platform, I don't stay with all of these people. So mtafute mahali alienda, we don't know. If you find him, hata mimi nauliza ako wapi. So mkimuona mwambie this platform, when we share the link, anybody can join from anywhere. So mtafuteni, we don't own anybody. I don't even stay close to Bernard. So mkiona Patriot mali, mwambie watu huko kwa comment wanamtafuta. So even me, I don't know. Okay, what about numbers exchange on Tijuana side? Would you take responsibility? No, we don't take responsibility of adults. Wherever place you share your numbers, that is up to you. Where is Patriot? I don't know. Yes, acheni kuuliza mambo ya Patriot. Tafuteni. Today Themba is advertising for Tommy. What's that? I don't know. I'm not. Nobody is paying any advert here. Themba, much respect to you, sir. Gabriel Oduor. Thank you. Respect to all of you. Actually, the listeners, those people who comment on the section, you are the guys who keep us going. This panelists, all of you, you are the much respect to you guys because you keep us going. Thank you. Now, straight to Julia.
Asante Themba na Bernard. I can see some people wamekuwa so popular kama Patriot. Hata mimi I think nitadisappear for 1 week. Nione vile watu watabehave. Kama wataanza kuuliza na wapi Julia. I think Patriot is feeling good wherever he is. Nice to meet everyone. Kwa mjadala wa leo naona Baba bado yuko UK. I'm really pleased with Baba. He's very articulate on what he needs to do for this country about corruption and other things. So Baba, so far so good. He's representing us very well, and I'm not disappointed. He's meeting my expectations, and I know he'll do much more for us. So me as a Christian, I'm praying for Baba every day. Namwombea sana kwa sababu nampenda sana. Ukisikia Mkikuyu akisema napenda Baba, basi jua Baba amependeka kweli, kwa sababu Mswahili alisema sijui kizuri chafanya nini na sijui kibaya chajitembeza. So Baba is that one. Amependeka akapendeka kweli. So I pray that God takes care of him and God brings him back safely and sound. About the motorbikes, pick your motorbikes by the DP. I'm not surprised. DP anasema yeye ni Mkristo na Biblia inasema you'll know them by their fruits. Their fruits ni behavior zao. Hiyo ndio matunda ya watu kama DP. I expect more nonsense coming. So I'm not paying attention to such kind of nonsense. Kuna mtu hapa nilisema naomba siku moja nipoe jukwaa Citizen na DP. Akasema DP is above me. No, it's not like that. I'm above DP. I cannot debate with such people. See, I can't tolerate that. Can't tolerate such high class nonsense. Za watu kuambia breaking the law. You cannot be in the government and you're encouraging people to break the law. I don't know what kind of a country that we're going to be if this kind of a man is a president. It's going to be called a banana republic. But thank God we have people like Akina Baba vying for presidency. So we're never going to have that such people like DP for presidency. So we're never going to have that. About wenye matusi waendelee na Uhuru, I like that attitude. Themba I'm also taking that attitude. In fact, I'm not going to be arguing with UDA people here when they bring such low class kind of debates. Mtu akifungua mdomo kufanya maneno kama hiyo, mimi sitamjibu. Hata mimi sahi nimeinuliwa na Mungu wangu, niko juu pale juu. Siwezi discuss vitu kama hizo. I won't discuss such kind of low class nonsense. So I'm taking Uhuru style. Kama ni matusi mimi siwezi I'm not that kind of a person ati naweza jifunga leso naanza matusi pale kwa soko. Siwezi, sijaiona mama yangu akifanya hivyo na siwezi fanya hivyo. Mimi niko juu sana kama Uhuru. So I don't even think we can debate with the DP on the same table because I can't talk the way he talks. So I think it is high time we take Uhuru's attitude also, and we decide that we will not pay attention to such things because we are not those kind of people. So that is the attitude I've taken. Wacha waendelee na matusi. Na sisi, in fact, now I'm hoping that I'll wake up and find it is August 9th because I just want to wake up. This is what I'm looking for. In fact, I'm not even thinking about what DP is doing in the market, on the road. I'm just thinking about August 9 because what happens in August 9 tukipiga kura pare 6:30 7 p.m. kura zinaanza kuteremka, tunaanza Citizen inaanza kusema, you know how Citizen people, Citizen TV broadcasts and 9 TV, they see just a few votes like 10,000. And out of the 10,000, Baba will be having about 9,000. And you know what Citizen begins saying? This is random sampling. This is random sampling. This picture is not going to change. You know, we are not talking about 10,000 votes. And they begin saying, this is random sampling. This picture is not changing. Don't wait for it to change. Why they have that kind of an argument is because the sampling is all over the country. Si ati ni pahali ya Baba itakuwa imehesabiwa. Itakuwa random sampling. So mimi nitachukua popcorns na coke, nikae hapa kwa TV, nikiona kura zikiingia. So me I'm already there. Pale niko 9th 7 p.m. Kenyan time. Niko 10 p.m. na niko around 12 p.m. DP atasema kura imeibiwa. Taanza kutukana na Chebukati. Ile matusi sasa itaanza tena. Lakini sijui kama atauliza kama Kuria aliiba kura. Because if he begins saying that kura imeibiwa around 12 midnight, he should call Kuria. Kuria said they know how to do it. So he should call Kuria and ask, Kuria, kwani ulinimbia kura? Ulikuwa unasema you rig. Did you rig against me? He should ask those guys who are talking about those nonsense yesterday. So me, I have made up my mind. I'm not going to be paying attention to these nonsense things that are being discussed by DP people in the meeting. And I'm focusing now. I'm looking forward. I think what I need to do is now to attend the AZIMIO Diaspora TV because I want to make my proposals on the next Baba government on how we need to do in the sector of education because I'm looking forward to a different country. So gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, I can see Selena, lady and gentlemen, tonight I choose not to pay attention to all the insults that the UDA people are discussing. I am above board. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Geoffrey?
Thank you very much, Temba na my fellow panelists wenye kwa hapa. Nashukuru sana for the platform. Let me say one thing kwa hii mjadala ya leo nimeona hapa. I was comparing Baba in Chatham Hall na ile maswali yalikuwa nimeulizwa nika compare the Ruto yenye aliulizwa. They were the same questions but different people asking. And just saw the way Baba was answering and then nilionanga vile Ruto alikuwa anaanza questions. Then I see Baba is a leader who cannot compare with anybody. Baba knows what he's doing and he's very smart. That's why I can't wait to see Baba and State House so that they can be able to lead our country. Baba is somebody who loves our country, Kenya. Somebody who puts our country forward than his own ambition. You know, that shows who Baba is. When I look this, I've been saying, you know, I like respecting the office of the deputy president, but the guy who's there now is no longer a deputy. It's just something. It's a goon. It's somebody who need to be taken for mental evaluation. And let me say this. I've said this several times. This guy, the way he's talking, the way he's doing things, ningekuwa kama ni mtu mwenye karibu na yeye, angeenda angaliwa akili yake kama iko vizuri. Guy kama akili imeruka. You know, if for those who have done psychiatry, you can be able to tell. You know, I can say one example that kama anakuwa kwa mkutano ya NDC anasahau kuintroduce familia yake, mtu kama huyo anafikiria nini kwa kichwa yake? It shows that the person is not mentally stable. Is the vice president, the deputy president of Republic of Kenya. Alafu anaambia bodaboda kwamba aenda mfahamie mtoe nini motorbikes zenu. Then you tell me this is a person who wants to lead our country. Let him continue doing so. Hata angewaambia watu waende nini wafahamie. You know, this one shows that where he belongs. It's a criminal. I'm sorry to say this. This is not Mtembe views, that's my views. It's a criminal. This guy is not be supported near the leadership of our country. It's high time people to wake up and smell something. It's just preparing his followers to cause chaos in our country. For people who experienced chaos in 2007, 2008, you know, people have got bad memory to never forget. We lost friends. Some people lost family members. Some people lost properties. Some people are languishing poverty up to now. People who are well off before 2007 December. And then now we have a leader who wants to be the president of Kenya, is inciting, insulting people. Then you expect that things gonna be okay. No. I sympathize with my brothers and sisters who follow this guy. You know, there is their democratic right to follow him, to see him like an angel. But they need to open their eyes. This is not an angel. This is a monster. This is a monster who wants to destroy our country. He knows that they can destroy the country, his family, he's gonna take out his family and take them somewhere to live. But they have families. You cannot be able to take anybody from our country. If you cannot be able to respect the president whom we deputize, do you think this guy, if he's gonna be a president, you're gonna respect anybody? I don't know. I don't know those people who follow him. I don't know what they use. But anyway. Thank you, Demba. Let someone else talk.
Usiweke siasa kwa moyo, weka siasa kwa kifua. Unapumua inatoka. Usiweke siasa kwa moyo, weka siasa kwa kifua, kama vile Mandagwali, kwa mapafu.
Wanasema weka siasa kwa mbavu, usiweke kwa kifua, utapasuka.
Hii kitu
No, ni
haitaki.
uchungu. For real, Temba, it is very painful kwa sababu hebu imagine mahali nyumba baba na mama wanapishana, hiyo nyumba watoto watakaaje? Sababu mmoja, okay, heshima sio utumwa, mmoja anyamaze. Sasa vile rais amenyenyekea na yeye ndiye baba, can you imagine? Unaweza tusi baba yako. Tunashukuru rais kwa sababu hiyo ni uchungu, lakini amemesa. And I think rais yetu anapenda Kenya. Pole nimeingilia, lakini nilitaka kusema tu hiyo ya kusema usiweke hasira kwa kifua, beba kwa mbavu.
Yeah, it is. Now that's the unfortunate thing about politics. So he's part of the political players in the country called Kenya, and it is something that we need to redirect that energy now into mobilizing the voters, because the only way we can ensure that he doesn't see the gates of leadership is by voting unanimously against his leadership, because that is where it all starts. So that pain of not wanting the leadership of such a leader, because someone said here, that's a dictator in the making. And you could see that as much as he said that he doesn't want to worship Uhuru, he wants people to worship him. At Kasarani, you notice that. And that's the make of a dictator. You could see, if you can go back to that, you can see how Farouk, his personal assistant, is harassing people in that auditorium. So every day when he messes, for me, I think I pick the idea that there's a very immediate need for us to continuously mobilize our voters on the ground, because overwhelmingly voting against him will show him a clear statement that Kenyans are not ready for his leadership. So we can express ourselves and much more firmly on the voting day by voting against that. You know, that's how we tell someone a statement. When you're tired with the leader, the best thing you can do is vote against that particular leader. And so I want to urge us that for me, I want him to continue doing that, because it is giving us, he's decampaigning himself, which is a good thing. And as I think someone has quoted there, Michelle Obama says, when they go low, you go high. So you need to continuously go higher. You need to change the debate. As they keep hurling the abuses, the other side need to be showing Kenyans that, hey, this is not about being upset. He is upset. You can you can imagine how they talked on that day, and he said that hata Kaboga kamwambia nimekurumia ni uchungu. So he's talking out of anger because he had been promised, he had thought that he had the thing. Unajua mtu haikutoa nyama kwa mdomo, you know, iko hapo kwa mdomo, ulikuwa karibu na shiba, unaona sasa nimeshiba. And there's word, I think it has been played many times that before there was a time even said that he was the one making decisions, not UHURU. So you can imagine the bitterness that he is having. So he's bound to you know, to kind of follow that tangent and try to upset the situation, try to look like Mtadu. He's trying to, like someone has suggested, probably to look for a stalemate, you know, if possible, if it can go ahead and, you know, disturb the idea of an election taking place, you know. So that is the line that they are looking, you know, they are looking to irritate the system so that if possible, the election does not take place as it were. But unfortunately, I don't think he has that kind of, you know, following that can upset the will of the masses. People want to go to because it is coming out clearly to him that on a free and fair election, there's no way he can beat Baba. So that is what is coming out clearly to him. So what are his options? Upset the system. Make sure they do something that is going to annoy the masses, so that it becomes probably you know, a little difficult for people to end up with a voting, and therefore it will end up into what Kabogo said a while ago. There's a prediction that Kabogo made that there will be a handshake between Ruto and Raila. If you can go back to the videos. So if he predicted and told him to start campaigning early, now he also said that there could be a handshake between Raila and Baba. I mean Raila and Ruto. It could be also some kind of a way upset the system. And that's why I like what the president is saying. Let them keep hurling their abuses. Don't even let them do it. People are seeing who is it and who they are. And as it goes on like that, of course, he keeps decampaigning himself. So personally, like I said yesterday, I want him to wake up again tomorrow, keep hurling abuses to the president. The president is not a candidate in this coming election. So let him do what he can. The president is happy. He is continuing with whatever he needs to do. And the people are seeing. And you see the system, the people, the masses have started seeing that actually you cannot elect a president who cannot control his anger. That is not something. Raila went today to Chatham House. He has been abused. He has been insulted many times, but not even once did he insult anyone at Chatham House. He knew what it. I liked the way he gave the movement of the way the African, you know, politics and governance of Africa. That is that one is a very, for anybody probably in a political science class, you might need to go back to that YouTube. Raila gave a very interesting way of how Africa has moved, the different waves that have captured Africa. You know, the era of coups, you know, the era of reforms, and the era of now multi-party democracy, you know, and term limits. And of course, the challenges to that. That to any serious thinker, that gives you a point of going of reference, which I think was a good way. Even when he talked about Ruto, he just mentioned in passing, you know, he actually disabused the notion that there's the opposition is in government and government in opposition. That was very crisp and clear. There's nobody even, you know, giving a follow-up question. And there was no bitterness in his mind. He was just addressing himself to the leadership of what is coming ahead. So I think that is something we can pick on from Baba at Chatham House. So even those who are trying to tell us that we don't discuss a lot, there's a lot that Baba said that really created a lot of discourse that we can have, and we can we can educate people and they can pick from the differences from those two leaders who went to Chatham House. And I think I also liked what the president said. Wacha waendelee kutusi. Don't be upset. Wacha waendelee kutusi. Yes, PK, this is your time.
Thank you for the opportunity. And I don't have much to say because if I talk so much about Chatham, Baba's visit, maybe I'll be repeating what most people have said. But before I go into that, I would like to mention two things. One is about something that was mentioned by Respect, which I think may have been diluted a bit.
Hey, sauti baba, sauti iko chini.
Amuniski, I'm not clear. Na sasa?
At least you are clear now. Hey.
Yeah. Kuna kitu Respect alisema ambaye nafikiri maybe it was lost a bit or maybe sikupata vizuri. There's something he mentioned about people who come here, especially people from the other side, and mulimueleza na akaelewa na akasema ako pamoja na nyinyi, but there is that aspect of some people who specifically come here to derail the topic, which I think was lost a bit. Kuna watu wanakuja hapa, target yao, it is not just to debate or to sell their clients or the person they support. Their main aim ni kuchafua mjadala wetu, if I may say. And I think that was lost in you people trying to explain to him what he meant. Maybe I might be wrong, but I think that is where he was coming from. That there are people, you can see these people are intellectuals. These people know what they are doing. And they are not stupid, but they pretend not to understand. But their main aim is just to throw us off, to derail the motion that we are debating. And I think when we realize that such people are there and they are wasting our time, we should not give them airtime. In my view, they should not be given airtime. As much as we want to welcome people from the other side, why should we welcome people who are coming to waste our time when they know very well what they are doing? I think that was lost in the way you tried to explain to Respect that we are here to welcome everybody. As much as we welcome everybody, I think that aspect of people who just come to waste our time should be looked into. The other thing is about the disclaimer that has been mentioned here a couple of times. Bernard may mention akitoka, and I have to thank my brother namuona hapo Geoffrey. Kama si Geoffrey, mimi nilikuwa kidogo nimekasirika, manake nilijikwaa mahali, na vile nilikuwa na namba ya Geoffrey nikampigia Geoffrey, kanituliza, kaniambia wanaume hupatana hivyo, kwa hivyo tulia tu, count your losses and move on. Kwa hivyo I'm mentioning it so that I thank Geoffrey kwa kunituliza roho, na sio fair nilipoteza. Watu wengine wasione kama nimepita kiwango cha fair. Siko upande wa fair, lakini nilijikwaa mahali. Kwa hivyo watu wengine pia ni vizuri wajiangalie, wasije wakajikwaa kama mimi. But it is all good. I cannot blame anybody. I cannot blame Mutembei. It's just something that most of us should be careful about. Okay, back to the topic of the day. I must say that Baba, I think, took them to school. In my view, that is what I can say. Baba was very calm. Baba was respectful, the way, even in his demeanor, he was very presentable. He was clear on what he was talking about. And above all, I think Baba knew that he had two hearts. He knew he was representing Kenya, and he knew he's a figure larger than Kenya. He was speaking on behalf of the whole of Africa by virtue of his position that he holds in the African continent. So he rose above being a Kenyan and addressing Kenyan issues, but addressed issues that were touching on matters Africa. I think that was a good showing for Baba. And there was one tricky moment where somebody, I think there were two questions, which were carefully put across to Baba, and I like the way Baba handled them. One was about the border with Somalia, and the other one was about the Chinese people and their interest in Africa. The way Baba tackled those two questions, without making it look like we are at war with Somalia, or without trying to bring a clash, because anything he would have said about the Somali border issue, or anything he would have said about the Chinese people and their interest in Africa, I think he was so clear that there were no follow-up questions about the whole thing. And I think he did us proud on those two moments. Coming to the issue of the Bodaboda, the bikes, I think this guy has found a niche within the Kenyan population. He knows that the most vulnerable people are very easy to incite. And at any given opportunity, when he finds something that would drive him to incite such people, he utilizes it completely. The way he's driving, and I think he's testing waters on the way he's addressing the Bodaboda issue. It's not the first time. He's just building it up slowly by slowly. And I think he's building up the emotion of the Bodaboda people. And I don't understand how he tried to marry the issue of KEMSA and Bodaboda. I truly don't understand, because he tried to make it look like what happened on is it Forest Road? What happened on Forest Road is he could equate it to what happened to KEMSA, that the kind of force people went to the Bodaboda people is the same force that they would have used in tackling the KEMSA issue. He's just trying to be clever in playing around with people's minds. And the other niche that I think he has found in the market, in the Kenyan people, is the church. I think Christians are very, I don't want to say they are very ignorant, but I think they are very easy to deceive. Most Christians are very easy to deceive, and he has infiltrated that section of believers to believe in him so much that he has been able to twist their mind into following him. And I don't know how that can be eroded, or how people in the church community can be educated, because the church leaders are the first people that he targeted. And it's very unfortunate that our own church leaders sometimes, because they run our churches as a business and they are just out to make money, they've just been following him. Those are the only things I can mention. Apart from that, on commenting about Uhuru's visit to Kenyatta Market, I think there were two things that I saw in the way Uhuru was trying to capture the moment by driving himself to Kenyatta Market. I think he was trying to paint a picture of how the handshakers worked, because in the past he would not be able to go to such a place without enough security or drive himself. So it is a message I think he was passing across the whole of Kenya, that this handshake is working so well that even the president can just walk into Kenyatta Market, drive himself there, and people are comfortable. Kenyans love each other. This thing, this handshake thing is working for all of us, and we should embrace it and forget about people who are making noise and calling us names, which is a good thing. And if we can emulate what the president did and mingle with each other and forget about the noisemakers and people who are calling us names, then that would be a good thing for the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PK. And because we have many other people on the line, I'll ask the rest kindly 5 minutes, so that we don't keep others waiting for long. Fidel Bayara, dakika zako 5. Ikifika ya 5 na kusimamisha.
Yeah, I knew when it comes to me, it will come to that. So, but it's okay. I'm not surprised.
Wacha ku self-stigmatize. That is called self-stigmatizing.
No, not self-stigmatizing. I knew it was coming. But anyway.
Don't be too much of a whiner. And no, but before Fidel speaks, PK, you said something. I mean, we understood respect pretty well. Yeah. So it's like we said, we don't choose who comes here. Okay. And as we said, it's good to listen to people. They might not, some of them might not necessarily be having bad motive. They are just trying to progress their person, right? And maybe the way they think is best is how they do it. But now when they do it, then some of us here in the forum, we fall into that. We start responding to them, right? So it is not even us. You see, they say, if you talk and then I talk, then of course there's action, reaction. But if you talk and I let it rest, it will not progress. So if you see someone, like I said here some time back, that there are some people, I might not necessarily even respond to them. You see, you don't have to respond to everybody, right? Because some of them will be coming to irritate you, you know, and now you fall into that trap. And then now, of course, it goes on. It goes on because we are reacting. But if you notice that actually even this person, we don't need to, they have said, and then when they realize that you're not paying attention to them, they are not likely to come back again with a similar thing, all right? So it requires, some level of, temperance in all of us, because it's not only us. I cannot tell him don't speak, but if he speaks and then everybody's raising his hand, Bayara wants to respond, oh, so-and-so wants to respond. Now everybody has found that I should respond to that. No, we can't prevent them. So even us, we need to find that, there are things that we don't have to respond to everybody simply because they have said something that is different. Not wait till save on time. That is what I can maybe suggest. But we can't prevent them. If someone comes, he wants to say Ruto did this, Ruto did this, Ruto is the perfect, let him say it, he finish, he goes. And you move on. And if you go back to it, there are things that we have responded to many times. If you go back to our videos, you can see some of those we have responded today, tomorrow they'll come again. So it becomes like repeated. So, I mean, it's something that we are learning, and we can also learn so that we don't respond to everything. Fidel, your time.
Yes, Temba, thank you very much. Well, the thing that you talked about more or less like took the thunder out of my whatever that I wanted to say, most of it. Well, I want to really agree with Julia, her sentiments about not responding whatsoever to the kind of fire that is coming from the other side, because it's just a waste of time. You just let them throw their salvos, and as long as it's not sticking, that's why you see the DP is very frustrated, because he's trying to drag the president into the mud, and the president has refused to go into that particular vomit where he loved to swim into, So, and he gets frustrated by doing that, that the president is not responding. UHURU is telling him to continue hurling those insults. Ayo matusi, the Kenyans will judge who is presidential or not, presidential material, and who is not. And evidently, right now, people tend to see that the DP is not the presidential material, because everything that he has tried to galvanize the Kenyan, the society, the population around, doesn't seem to be working. It started with a hustler, didn't go anywhere. It started with a dynasty, did not go anywhere. Bottoms up, nobody, even the think tank, are wondering whether that is a new economic, dogma that is supposed to be studied. And since it's never been seen anywhere, it cannot stand even the test of time. So he's frustrated. He's resorting to insult, and everybody that is insulting is not responding. So he's getting into a point where we should just be finding a way of finding a spot for him, in some medical hospital to check whether his brain is working. But that's another story. Bernard played a clip a while ago when Charles Jonjo was being interviewed. And now you can imagine somebody as that prominent as Jonjo was able to realize the role who Raila Odinga is way back after Mwai Kibaki, tenure was ending, and he insisted that Raila was a person. As a matter of fact, even in 2007, Jonjo supported Raila Odinga, wanted Raila to take over, because he understood what this man stand for, and he had more or less interacted with him, and he knew where he wanted to take the country. Now you saw the display of statesmanship when he went to Chatham think tank, the stuff that he said, and the manner in which he displayed it as a Pan-Africanist. I mean, I was so impressed when he started talking about the integration of Africa, mentioning Kwame Nkrumah, what Kwame Nkrumah wanted to do, and there were two camps of thought. By that time, Nyerere had his own of integration, systematic integration, step by step. Kwame was looking at it holistically as a whole federation of Africa becoming a country at once without delaying, because he knew what will happen. And exactly that's what the imperialists did. As soon as the notion of Kwame Nkrumah was thrown away and they allowed this regional to get independence, they started manipulating leaders. People were showed what independence was, and how they were needed to govern by themselves and enjoy all the trapping of power. And nobody wanted to talk about Pan-African anymore. As a country, as a federation of states. And he was so eloquent about that, and you could even see that this is a person who has read, who knows his stuff, and he related it to his job, his present job of integrating Africa to become a whole one big place where barriers are taken away and there's a free trade and there's movement of goods everywhere. I mean, you could just see that this man has got his stuff. And that's what the president is supposed to be. A leader is supposed to do things like that, in the international stage. He's supposed to espouse the bigness of his office, and how that particular office relates to the international world. You know, they say we are just a little village. We're supposed to be interrelating with one another, and he connected all the dots of leadership. But compared to the other guy who went there last week, you could even see as soon as the headlights were shown on him, he looked like a deer that did not even know where he was, shaking. I mean, he was out of place. The guy was completely out of place. We're not just exaggerating. He didn't even know why he went there because he hadn't been prepared. He started talking about little tiny politics, village politics, insulting a Kenyan. He's supposed to be a leader. He's insulting a Kenyan, a total village politic. That's why he went to practice in international forum. So it just shows you how we are in terms of leadership, you know. And look at it. Even domestic policy does not have. International politics it cannot play. So you are wondering what does he really give the Kenyan population? What is he offering us? He doesn't offer anything, you know. And then you're saying, is this guy? Somebody had talked about mentorship. That Raila, how do you even bring Raila and Ruto and talk about mentorship? Ruto has not mentored anybody. I mean, the people that he has mentored, we have seen where they end up. He showed Jirongo what kind of a person he was with the 1,000 T-shirts, you know, right from the beginning. So that is the kind of mentorship. That's the kind of mentorship he's been doing to other people. That's why you see the people that surround him have got one common denominator. We know what it is, and he doesn't make any qualm about it. They belong together. They fly together. They birds of the same feather flock together. And
okay, Fidel, 1 more minute.
Tempo, you're taking my minute when you interrupted me that time. So
I
aren't you
give you
gonna?
5 minutes, Fidel. You're even wasting your minute. Just finalize.
All right, I'm going to give it to you back. I'm giving 1 minute to somebody else who is coming after me. Thank you very much.
Okay, just stay there. You'll have your other minutes later. Mr. Kamau.
Jambo
Dakika tano tafadhali. Tuko na Josephine hapo pia amekuja, pia nangoja.
Mimi nitachukua hata tatu. Mi mambo si mingi. You know, it's important to have substance. And when you have substance, I know you can go and summarize exactly what you want to say. First of all, I want to start with saying hi to everybody, and then get down to business, because the business today is about Baba being in the UK. What we saw today is a representation of a statesman. I think Baba has made a stature for himself and the country, where he's more of a Pan-African, you know, a person who speaks more of what Africa needs than Kenya. So you can imagine such a kind of a person. That's what I'm saying, and I keep insisting that we do not have competition. This is a person who has raised his pedigree to a point now that you can see that he's a true African and a Pan-African, and he talked of how African problems should have what we call African solutions. And what he did today in the UK and his speeches was just to give the solutions, or give what we need to become as a people of Africa. Because if you compare the two, the previous presidential candidate and him, you'll find a very big difference. A difference like day and night. Somebody has taken village politics, as Fidel says, to UK, and the other one has uplifted the speech to the African standard, to an African position, and that was good. I'm sorry for him as an Arsenal fan. He lost. I was watching the game also from Kenya. You know, I'm a Liverpool person. But maybe next time, Arsenal, once they get a good manager, or maybe probably where they acquire very good team, they might be able to beat us on one-on-one. And that takes me to the next point.
we have a very good team in AZIMIO. We have UHURU, we have Daira, we have Oparanya, we have Ngiru, Kibwana, Joho, Kiraito, Munya, Mukisa Kitui. I'm still not happy because we have not strategized on how to utilize each and every. There are people who are very eloquent, like Mukisa Kitui talks very good. Kenya Oparanya, Wakina Munya, but you'll find that the campaign of AZIMIO, we have, I think we need like 4 teams led by the principals around the country, because we have 140 days. We utilize those moments so that we debunk and, of course, disabuse the lies that are being peddled to, what thing we should know is that the deputy president, he has been able to confuse the young people. That is, the young people who believe that the gospel of lies, and he has also been able to use the predicaments, economic predicaments to Kenyans, Fuliza and staff, to attract some good crowd of people. And that is a problem. And until we get to a point whereby we have very intelligent campaign and people understand it's not about presidents, because what President what Ruto has turned out to be, it is now because his agendas are not selling. His manifestos, he's actually looking at the problem of each and every people. Kama kwenu hakuna mvua, anasema sasa hiyo ni shida ya serikali ya handshake. Kama kwenu kama hakuna mafuta, anasema hiyo ni handshake, mimi nitaleta. Kama mnafuliza, hiyo ni handshake. Kitu ambao hawaambii ni kwamba hizi vitu ambazo ziko zina to affect leo, zingine ni kwa sababu ya Russia, kwa sababu ya pandemic, and this is what we need to talk. He is not even talking about corruption that has propelled all these things to the position they are today. And until somebody goes and tell people, there's a cost of corruption, there's what we suffer as Kenyans because of corruption. If we can minimize corruption, then the other factors can be dealt with because they're international. But he's not talking about that. He's going to the young people and telling them the reason why you don't have anything today is because the handshake is there. We need to utilize this team. It's massive. It's a beautiful team. We need to see UHURU and a group of people in Northeastern. We need to see Mukisa and a group of people in Coast. We need to see Joho and a group of people in Eastern. And at the end of the day, because there's a difference between a crowd and the ground. And that is what we saw in the newspaper today of Nation, because they already published that, and of Star, where they showed that actually on the ground that many people support Baba. You have one more minute. Yeah, I'm finishing. So that is something that, those are 5. Actually, I've been looking at it. Nimepiga mbili tu. Nimepiga tu mbili Benademba. As I finish now.
Ulianza na 25, so you are at 31 now. I've even added 1 more minute. Wacha kupoteza wakati. You have 1 minute, maliza.
Yeah, so the other thing is Kuria. Kuria, watu wasishughulike sana na Kuria. Kuria wants to become, he's just attention seeker. Hizo vitu anaongea sasa, alinotice ya kwamba wakati Sabina aliongea, he became, he trend for 1 week. So he also wants to trend. And that is where I'm saying many people should not actually be concerned about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamau, for that. I want everyone to present, and then now I can give you guys a little bit more time in a second. Josephine, how are you?
I am good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. This is your first time. Give your maiden speech, or you've been coming here.
I've been following from the background. I think I've been following you guys since you started doing this forum. And honestly, I've been figuring out how to come live, and I finally did that today. Yay!
Welcome.
Yeah. So
now give your maiden speech and to give your views.
I'm out here in Dallas, in the US, and we follow everything that goes on at home. I mean, like, home is home. We are not gonna forget home because we live out of Kenya. Most of us, our interest is actually at home in Kenya. Like, our investments are there, our family members are still there, but so, like, politics actually becomes part and parcel of us. Like, who is going to be the president, who is my area MP. Like, I was listening someone saying today, I come from Kisii, I was listening to someone saying today, like, Simbarati is not going to be the governor for some trivial reasons that didn't make sense to me.
Alex, come back. Alex, come back to this studio. You have your fellow kissing here.
Alex
Come
needs to
back.
come back. Alex needs to come back. I need to tell him why Simbarati is going to be the governor of Kisii. If he can hear, he can come back. And I know Alex personally, actually. He used to be here in the...
Yeah, you can hear. He's in the comment section. He should be able to come back here so that we can hear that.
Sure. So about the politics, what's going on in Kenya right now, Ruto is an eloquent speaker. We have to agree about that. He speaks very well, but he comes out as a very angry person. He's so forceful. He's very crafty. And he will not, I mean, he comes out like someone who will not stop at getting what he wants. He will try to get what he wants no matter what. I'm not sure if you guys, if I'm getting across. He is, you almost compare him like with Trump here in the US. Like, he can say anything as long as he knows you can't use it against him in the court of law, they'll say it. So he comes out like almost like a mafia, I'm sorry to say. Like, he will take advantage of whatever is there for him to get what he wants. I've never been his follower. I've been a follower of Baba like all my life since I knew like Baba. I mean, I grew up knowing Baba has been trying to get to be a president in Kenya. So Baba's presidency, I think, will bring a lot of advantages to all Kenyans. He's very sober. He has a lot of experience. And we all agree that a change is really needed in Kenya. We can't just have two tribes, just like Njonjo said. We just can't have two tribes ruling Kenya. We have 42 tribes. At least let's circulate the presidency and all other things so that everybody at least gets the share of whatever is in State House. I don't know what is there, but the president should be circulated. There is no point of like just one tribe or two tribes being president. We had a Kikuyu, we had a Kalenjin, we had a Kikuyu, we had a Kikuyu. I mean, come on. I can be a president too if I'm given a chance. So let's give everybody a chance. I mean, like other tribes a chance to be president. At least it will like reduce a lot of animosity. Like, even if Raila rules just for 5 years, at least it will be a break for people. It will reduce animosity for people who think like it's just the Kikuyus, it's just the Kalenjins that are going to lead this country. I mean, Ruto should think about that too. It should be reasonable enough. Maybe he can give us these 5 years and then we come back in 2027. So, but he's not gonna do that. He's too forceful. Okay, and then I listened to the speech yesterday of is it the UDA, DNC, whatever it was. And Ruto talked about like him and his other cronies helped Uhuru and of course Uhuru and Ruto win the elections. They stole the votes for them. I would have thought like maybe today the DP should have addressed that and maybe corrected what maybe dispute. He needed to dispute what Kuria had said, but that did not come up in his speech today. What came up was the Bodaboda thing. Ruto is still the DP, is still the deputy president. So whatever he says, many of his followers are going to do exactly what he asked them to do. So can you imagine, like, let's say maybe in Kilimani or wherever the bikes are kept, maybe a crowd of like 200 Bodaboda riders walk there. What do you think is going to happen there? There's going to be a lot of chaos. There's going to be, you're not going to control those people because they have been told they're going to get their bikes. So you can't tell them, we are not going to give you your bikes. For what reason? Because the DP has the power. They listen to him. Or maybe they can assume like DP has already negotiated the whole thing for them to get their bikes back. He is in government, is the DP. He said something in public. All Kenyans, everyone in the world who was tuned in actually listened to it. So DP needs to know that words have power, and how you use your words really brings out what your intention is to people. So it really needs to be maybe careful what he says, but I think he forgets he's still the DP and that he holds a lot of power. And the DP also, I have a little issue with him. He kind of uses the churches. I grew up in Kenya, and you guys have to agree with me, most people that go to church are poor people. People that are so consistently in church every Sunday or every Saturday mostly are poor people. You go to a church, you promise those people anything, they're going to sing for you. They think you're going to change their lives. So he's actually taking advantage of those poor people in churches, which is not fair because he's not going to change those people's lives like overnight. Even if he became president for 5 years, he's not going to change everybody's life. It will take like maybe a century. Maybe our children or our children's children are the ones who are maybe going to change their lives around. But he's not going to change everybody's life by promising things that he knows he's not going to deliver. I like Baba's the 6,000 shillings dollars, the 6,000 shillings that is promising people. At least if that comes to pass, it can change a few poor people's lives. At least they'll be expecting the 6,000 every month. That is something that is tangible. But when you just say things like the DP does, that the poor people can't even make sense out of, it's not helping them. And lastly, I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm respectful of time. And AZIMIO, I support AZIMIO with all my heart. I've sent my campaign donations and everything. I support them with all that I have. But the thing is, like now, Baba is in the UK. Okay, I'll touch a little bit on that. Baba scored 100% plus in the UK. Everybody was waiting to hear what Baba was going to say in the UK and compare it with what Ruto said. And Baba passed like with flying colors. He answered all the questions like with a sober mind. He did not exaggerate anything. He did not minimize anything. He answered the questions as they came. And then lastly, now that Baba is in the UK, just like when he was, did he go to India? The campaigns slowed down because Baba wasn't there. That does not help the whole setup. So they need to organize themselves that whether Baba is there or is not there, the campaigns have to continue. They have to be consistent. They have to go everywhere in Kenya. Not like UDA is concentrating in the mountain area. Like they have been in Kiambu, Nairobi area, like for the longest time. That does not help them change people's minds who are in other areas of Kenya. So what I would really want AZIMIO to do is to divide up. There's so many of them. Is it Kamau that just spoke? He actually highlighted something that is really, really important. They need to look at like the heads, the most important people in AZIMIO, divide up, and they can be doing campaigns like everywhere in Kenya. We can't just wait for Baba to come back and we are all in Jacaranda or we are all in Thika, or we need to diversify the campaigns. We need to go everywhere. Like if it's today they're in Kisii, like when they went to Kisii, all of them were in Keroka. All of them were in Nyamira. All of them were in Kisii Town. All of them, that doesn't help. So the people that are in those regions should join Baba. And then when Baba goes like to Nyandarua, the people like in that region join him, so that the rest, like the people in Kisii, they can still continue doing campaigns in Kisii. I'm not sure if I'm making much sense, but that's my take. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine, for your inputs. Just for your information today, there was AZIMIO campaigns in Nairobi.
They better be.
Yeah, they were going around Nairobi, and they'll be doing that for the next 6 days. They are doing Nairobi, especially Nairobi area, Nairobi constituency. So they are sweeping Nairobi the whole of this week, starting today for the next 6 days. There was also campaigns that were going on in Mombasa.
That's
good. There was Shabal and his team were doing something in Mombasa. There was also campaign going on in Kajiado. Olelenku was popularizing Baba in Kajiado. There was that going on. There was a meet the grassroots mobilization campaign in Central. They were doing small mobilizations in Central. There was quite a number of activities that are going on.
That's encouraging. That's very good.
Yeah, the way the campaign is set, there are about 6 regions of AZIMIO campaign. So every single day, there's something that will be going on. I forgot. There was also something that was going on in Western. Today,
very nice.
the PAP. Tomorrow, there'll be a meeting of all the parties in Trans Nzoia.
Yeah,
those who will be campaigning in Trans Nzoia, they're meeting there tomorrow. So there's a lot that is going on. It's only that probably we are concentrating so much on what is being reported out, but there's a lot that is going on.
Yes. One other thing I need to reassure our AZIMIO people is like, we all believe, I don't want to be misquoted. We all believe Baba won 2007, 13, and 2017. I don't want to be misquoted. And he won without the central vote. So the central vote is actually going to be our extra votes. So we should be confident. We should be like helping our people build the confidence. Because, and I believe most of those people that go to the UDA rallies, it's not that they're all for UDA. Our youth, our young people are jobless. They're so idle. So when they hear there's a campaign, why not? They all go there. So some of those people are actually our people. Some of those people are AZIMIO. So it's a good feeling. I have a good feeling like Baba is gonna deliver this time around, and they need to give him the presidency for once. This guy has been fighting on behalf of all Kenyans for multi-party and everything. So let's just give him a chance. Let's let him also like sleep in that state house,
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine. And of course, you haven't talked about the president was in Kenyatta Market also campaigning. So campaigns were going on today, and the president said,
you went to Kenyatta Market of all places.
Yeah, the president was eating meat at Kenyatta Market. So there's a lot that was going on today, and it's going on tomorrow, and the campaigns are going. The thing about AZIMIO is that Baba doesn't have to be there for campaigns to take place.
Exactly.
But for the other guy, if he's not there, things are stuck. So now,
like you saw when he came to the US or and then he went to UK, it's like everything came to a standstill.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's good for us. So let him continue being disorganized. Us, we are very organized. And starting next week, there's already plans in place. We'll be giving you updates, especially the AZIMIO guys. I wish there was a way guys could be only AZIMIO guys to get the updates. We are in an AZIMIO Telegram forum where you get all the updates of what is going on, what is happening. So I wish some of you would be in that Telegram. We'll probably
for Azimio guys, we'll share the Telegram post. I mean, actually, you can join that Telegram. If you go to Facebook, you look for Azimio TV. There's a Telegram place where you can join.
Oh,
If you're
sure,
on
sure.
Telegram, if you're on Telegram.
What's it called? Azimio Telegram?
Azimio TV. On Facebook, you look for Azimio TV.
Okay.
Facebook page, and then they share the Telegram link that you can join and be part of the Telegram. They give all the updates on what is going on, what's happening.
Very nice. And do they have like on that page like where people can donate for the campaigns? Because I had to donate my money
Yeah,
to
sure.
somebody.
They do. They do.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think we are
Sorry,
moving on.
I took too much time. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You can stay on. I mean, it's your first time here, so we can have the latitude of time to just allow. We welcome visitors so that you come tomorrow again and tomorrow and the next day.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you so much.
we want to start taking our closing submissions, but before then, I want to tell those people on Facebook in about 12 minutes will be thrown away. We thank you so much for joining Motembe TV and even subscribing to Motembe TV. Kindly subscribe if you haven't, especially those on Facebook. If you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to Motembe TV. We are moving on our way to 300,000. Kindly subscribe and share so that we can reach as many people and for them to appreciate our discourse. And as we start taking our closing round, we meet here every single day from 9 Kenyan time, East African time. And the studio is usually full. We can only accommodate 10 people. But if you see it's full, just wait. When you see someone dropping off, you can always come in and join. Like Josephine has been trying and probably she has not been able to. But as we keep going, as the hours go, people drop off, you can join. For us, we like coming in a little bit late because this is when there's not as many people. Normally, I know the Kenyans like coming in early at 9 before they go to bed. So the studio is normally very full. So kindly subscribe to Motembe TV. Now, I will start with Geoffrey. Tapatia dakika tatu so that we give our closing remark. Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Temba. Wacha nisema hivi, let us continue talking to our people back home, wale wenye tuko diaspora. That's the only way to can be able to mobilize Baba voters. Na tujaribu kueducate watu waambie why we really want Baba to be our president. Tukifanya hivyo, you know, we'll make it possible and we'll make it Baba to win a landslide. Na kitu kingine nitasema, let us continue also telling our people that the dangers, you know, let us people do their politics in a very peaceful way. You don't want any violence. Sababu Kenya is the only country we have. Hapo ndio nyumbani, hatuna place ingine. Just called our home. Tuendelee kuambia watu this is mambo ya politics inaisha August, uchaguzi ikiisha. We remain to be brothers and sisters. Right now, for those who are supporting Ruto, na wale ambao tunasupport Baba, we are Kenyans, we are brothers, but only because of different divergent views or political principles. Kwa hivyo tuambie watu wafanye siasa kwa amani na tuendelee kupigia Baba debe through all means. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. Pike, dakika zako tatu.
Mi nitaongea tu dakika moja, hizo zingine mbili nitampatia Fidel. I think what I can mention is that the clip that was played on Jonjo was very significant in many ways, because it not only shows why we should elect Baba, but Baba is qualified, is the right person for this moment. In fact, it is even late, according to him, that we are thinking of Baba now. Baba should have been there even before. And he will bring so much in our country. And I believe it will be a moment of balancing a lot of things, and especially the animosity that has been there in politics and our tribal thinking. I'm sure Baba foots the bill, and we should strive to make sure that he becomes the president. Thank you.
Na PK leo sijui ni hiyo audio yako, it's having some irritating, you know.
Nitajaribu na ingine kesho.
Sawa.
Okay.
Wayara, umeongezewa dakika mbili.
Yes, Mr. Timber. Well, I will start with the ongoing campaigns that are being staged everywhere when Baba is away. I hope the people who are campaigning, who are doing the rallies and everything, should not assume that it ends there by just rallying people and people come to the rallies and then they think that is campaigning. They should start organizing teams that go onto the ground and explain to the electorate why Baba policies are superior than the opponent. And not only that, once they've already done that and maybe gone from door to door, whatever method that they have adopted, they should now start thinking about voter turnout. This is very, very important. The logistics have to be put in place, which will enable their people, the people that want to vote for AZIMIO, come out and vote, not just leave this thing to individual decision or somebody is the one who's going to decide whether they come out or not. It has to be a concerted effort that the party, the AZIMIO people make towards getting those particular voters to come out and vote, because this election is very, very crucial and is like no other. So, and the best way to be able to demonstrate that the country really is in AZIMIO is to beat this pretender to the throne by an overwhelming majority. So the margin has to be there to an extent where nobody can actually contest it and saying that there was rigging or there's anything. It has to be overwhelming. But in order for AZIMIO to be able to achieve that, they need to start putting logistics, identify people, voters, get their names, get their phone numbers, because everybody nowadays has got mobile phones, so they know. And then they pass those particular phone numbers to the coordinators, who can be able to coordinate each region by mapping it. And so each village, they map each village, they know how many people they have got there, how those particular people are going to go to the polling station, and vehicles that are going to be applied to bring them out and to take them back, so that you make the whole thing become fun at the same time, rather than just leaving it into the hands of the voters. People struggle. Some people will have excuses, but if you can be able to remind them by calling them their name, so they know that you know them, they become a part of the movement because you have already given them recognition. So I think the emphasis need to go into those areas. Resources have to be applied towards mobilization and conscientization, very, very important, and then bringing out the votes to come out and vote. When it comes to the opponent, I think we should just encourage him to continue to doing his matusi wonder why people get angry when he's insulting the president. The president doesn't mind. The president is inviting it. So supporters of AZIMIO should not be wondering why this man is insulting the president. I mean, what are we going to do? We can only complain and vent. And by doing that, we're just playing into their own hands because they're irritating us. They become an irritant, and they're doing it to irritate us, just like the way when they come to us, to this forum, they come to irritate because you ask them questions and then you expect them to give you logic answers which are logical. They just go on a tangent. They will never actually respond to you in a more concise, manner. They will go and say something, and then they continue just on that particular thing. And if you want to bring them to attention, they say, well, you guys are all like that. This is a hopeless forum. You only they never come there to have a conversation. They come there to irritate, to argue, and leave. So we should not be paying attention. You should not be paying so much attention to what they do because we know what they're going to do. But we should be focusing on how do we improve the organization that we, or the persuasion group that we happen to belong to. How do we make it better rather than what the frogs that are croaking are doing? Just focus on what we do. So if AZIMIO supporters can be able to do that, I think on the 9th of August, we should be all crowing as victors. Thank you very much. I give it to you.
Thank you so much, Fidel. Selina, are you there?
Yes, Tamba. I think we have talked today, tumeongea, tunafurahi, karibu Jospin, PK, na kila mtu. Nafikiri sisi wengine tumekuwa Brian, Geoffrey. Nafikiria tumeongea tangu asubuhi, lakini sana tumefurahia vile baba amefanya kutuwakilisha pema. Hiyo ndio very important, na sana Temba tumeona, lakini kidogo tu tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa sana mambo ya watu ya KK wakiwa US sana mingi. I know ya baba ni official kwa sababu alikuwa anakutana na government officials. Unajua hakukuwa anajitembeza ama inaitwa nini? So yake ilikuwa ni very official, anakutana na government officials. Si kama wale walikuwa nakimbia wanapiga mapicha karibu na White House, wanataka kutuonyesha, that is why it was coming more in Facebook. But hii najua inafuata protocol, but sisi wafuasi ya baba tungependa kufuata steps na kuona vile alifanya, kama leo vile tumeona kwa mkutano 2 actually tunasema heko na Kenya imeinuliwa. Mambo ingine sasa, hii ya rais tunamshukuru, amejitembeza akaenda mpaka Kenyatta market, akakula, akaongea na wananchi, na unaona wananchi wale wanatulia. Ile ilitushangaza na bado inanishangaza mimi ni hiyo maneno ya kuambia vijana muende mchukue mapikipiki senyu na pesa. Nafikirianga ukiwa na kesi Temba, kama ni kurudishiwa inaendanga kotini, alafu kotini inakurudishia kama kuna pesa uliweka, na saa zingine hata hizo pesa hairudi. Nashangaa hii incitement yote, kwa pati mbaya ama pati mzuri, iwe ni wewe ndi rais, unataka kutusiwa. Ungetaka serikali yenye watu watakataa kutii, kwa sababu inasemekana Temba, mtoto uleavyo ndiye bila akwevyo. Nafikiria Kiswahili ni ile ngumu but tunajaribu. So actually Huda wacha wachipange kwa miaka ingine. Kaniri naona alitoka, hiyo ni mzuri. And baba akiruti, najua kampeni imeshika moto kila mahali. Hii ya barabara hii kubwa isaidi. As for now, ile ya ndani ndani ndio mzuri, wanaenda constituencies, watu wanajipanga, na najua rais akitangaza amefunja parliament, that is where the real campaign itaanza, na mtaona mahelikopta ikikimbia na kukimbia. Hawa watu watashindwa mahali ya kwenda kwa sababu Mudavadi cannot go alone, lazima wafuatane na yeye. Wetangula hawezi enda peke yake. But can you imagine the group of Baba wakikawanyana? Kwanza hata mtashangaa, tutakuwa tunafuata mpaka hata si wenye tunafuata tutapotea, kwa sababu mahelicopters itakuwa unasikia wako Kisumu, wako Mombasa, wako Kitale, wako Central, wako Northeastern. So at least wacha tuseme tuchipange. Ile kitu tunataka kuomba tu wa Kenya, kwa sababu nimeongea leo na watu wachache Temba na wako na uoga sana. Watu wanaomba amani, watu wameanza kuingia na maji na baridi. Halafu hii watu, unaona hii watu wanakuja hapa. Kuna mtu leo alienda Facebook akasema hii watu ya Yuda wako na mambo. Anaenda kutangaza Nakuru ati Selina hayuko. So I don't know these people. They like killing me every time when election is coming. Kwa leo nilistuka nikipigiwa simu, hata nimeignore, sikutaka hata kusema, but kwa sababu hakuna watu wengi saa hii. Can you imagine mtu anaweza sema ati mtu amekufa? But you know sometimes hata baba ameuawa mara mingi lakini is still alive. Saa hii ako 77. So you saw these people are low. Wanaenda hata hakuna kitu wanajua. How could you go and say something like that kwa watoto ya mtu ati mumesikia kwa Facebook? But anyway, these are people, lakini tuko strong. Sisi tutasimama mpaka tuone baba ameingia State House, regardless of wherever we live. Ile kitu tunataka ni amani. Ingine nataka kushukuru my sister, my friend, Mother Karua. Watu wengi wajajua huyo mama. Msimamo yake watu walikuwa na tapatapa. Mama hawezi kuja mahali watu wanatusiwana hivyo, wana insight watu. She cannot. She may be where she is. She want to look for votes in Kirinyaga ya governor, na muombea. Lakini najua mama serikali ikiundwa atakuwa anatengeneza nchi. We need to have super people who can stand the country of Kenya. Hakuna kitu for 5 years. Papa anasema anataka watu ya kufanya kazi pamoja, atafuti wafuasi. Hoka hii KKA wanatafuta wafuasi. Baba anasema anataka watu ya kufanya kazi pamoja. So najua Kenya inaenda vizuri. Najua ni 2 minutes. Tunasema good night, mulale salama, Mungu atuweke, lakini mtupatie maneno mingi Temba. We are angry. We need to know what is happening huko kwanza ya baba. Hii ingine yetu ya Kenya, wachana na hii watu watusiane. Wasipotusiana wa Kenya wachue tabia yao. How could you? Unajua saa ile unatongoza msichana ndio mnafanya makosa siku hizi. Friendship ilikuwa inachukua 6 months 1 year ndio uchue mtu. Lakini nyinyi yenyu mnakutana hapo nje na kesho mtu amekuwa bwana na bibi after 3 months divorce kwa sababu hamukujuana. So let us know these people. Wacha tujue maneno. Wacha watuambie ila hatujui. Hata watufungulie sapa na watuonyeshe baba alipita. Uhuru alikubaliana na wameshikana na baba. Hata tuambiwe waliipa inatusaidia nini? Ile tunataka ni ya saa hii. Wacha watufungulie hiyo sapa tuone. Unajua watakasirika mpaka waseme. But Kenyans we will be okay. So mulipa. Sasa wewe kasi yako imeisha. Hakuna vile baba atakosana na Uhuru chukura iliipiwa. Nani aliipa? Na hata kama waliipa, si Uhuru wenye walikuwa nataka vile wanalia saa hii. So si tunasema, hebu mtufungulie hiyo sava tuone vile muliipa hiyo kura. Hiyo tu ndio tunataka. Muwaipishe kabisa hii serikali ya Jubilee. Mimi nataka Temba watapike yote hata ile iko kwa Mara. Hatutaki wawache kidogo. Wacha watapike mpaka Mara itoe white. Na sisi wa Kenya tunacheka na kusema sawa. Asante sana. Kuna nini?
Sawa Mama Selina, asante. Najua Mama Selina, dating ya saizi ni ya microwave. it's instant. Tukipatana tunaenda. So mambo ya kujuana for long hiyo imepitwa na wakati. Sasa hizi ni Twitter na Facebook na chap. Watu wamekosa time.
Ndio unaona hiyo relationship haiwezi kukaa. Ndio hii relationship ya Jubilee imeshindwa kukaa kwa sababu walikimbishiana wakapendana bila kujua, nao imeleta tabia ngumu.
Biria, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
I've just started hearing you. Toa maoni yako ya mwisho.
Sijaongea kabisa, lakini kwa sababu umesema niongee maneno ya mwisho nitafanya hivyo.
Hujaongea kabisa?
Mimi sijaongea.
What have you been doing on the platform?
Ninangoja kupewa nafasi.
I saw you kitambo sana kwa hii platform. You've been here, I don't know for how many hours.
Yeah, but nangoja tu na nyamaza.
Mtu ujitetea, my friend. Unajua uongozi ungojei kupewa, unajitafutia. Sasa wewe sasa umeanguka nini ya kwanza ya leadership.
Hakuna kuanguka. Kiongozi ni awe mnyenyekevu. Ngoja niingie hapo nianze kusema sasa.
Ngoja kidogo Biria. Nikwambie hiyo nakwambia utangoja. Kwa siasa they say in politics haupewi uongozi, unatafuta. Sasa wewe umeingia hapa, watu wamekuja kama kina Josephine, kina Piquet, kina Fidel, wameongea, wamekupata hapa. Unaona sasa hii unyenyekevu sana itafanya uumie. So unaona sasa wewe unakuja tu kutoa closing remarks kama wale wengine. Lakini kesho ukikuja, let me tell you, ukikuja once you join the forum and you join early, especially for someone like you is new and Josephine. When you come, get to know in the panel ni akina nani umepata hapo. Unaona, unaangalia unaona nimepata Selina, nimepata Fidel, nimepata Piquet, nimepata Geoffrey, nimepata Josephine. Now, make sure that wale wengine wataingia baada ya wewe, hawaongei kabla ya wewe. So, ukiona ule mwingine ameambiwa amefuata, ukaona wote ambao umewapata hapo wameshaongea, inua mkono, waambie tu bwana mimi hata sijaongea, huyo jamaa alinipata hapa. Otherwise, you will not talk. There are people here who can talk until ukose nafasi. So nimekupatia leakage. Tomorrow if you come, kuna watu kama Selina hapa.
Kama mama Selina.
Kuna watu kama mama Selina.
Ninamsikia huyo mama huwa anachemka sana. Huwa namsikiza.
Anaweza ingia baada yako na ataongea kabla wewe hujaongea. So ukiona Selina aliingia nyuma yako, usikubali.
Sawa. Asante.
Toa your closing remarks, dakika zako 3.
Okay, sawa kabisa. Kwanza ninataka kuwashukuru nyote kwa mawazo mazuri ambayo mnatoa, hasa kuhusu kwa taifa letu la Kenya. Wakenya wote ni wajue ya kwamba hatuna mama mwingine tunaweza tukaenda nyonya, ni Kenya peke yake. Na tusipo itunza basi tutaingia tabani kama mataifa mengine yalivyoingia tabani. Na leo nilishangazwa sana. Sijui kama imefika, bado haijapita usiku, kwa hivyo nitasema leo. Sijui wa Kenya lazima iwe imepita huko. Kwa hivyo nilishangazwa sana na nikakumbuka tena 207, maneno ambayo makamu wa rais amezungumza. Alianza vizuri sana na I think he was enjoying monopoly when nobody was going out to campaign. But now the field is flooded and people are campaigning. His numbers have started going down. Na sijui ni kwa nini makasiriko yametoka wapi, because he's not asking for the votes in a nice way. Kwa sababu makamu wa rais kuchochea vijana waende wakatoe baskili zao kwa polisi ni hatari sana. Na sijui kama serikali itafanya nini au wale watu ambao wako karibu na makamu wa rais watafanya nini, lakini sisi kama Wakenya lazima tulichunguze kwa makini sana jambo hilo, si la kuachiliwa hivi hivi. Na mimi ninataka, kuna mtu ameongea juu ya makanisa hapo, na nataka kuwauliza wachungaji, wao wanafanya nini? Au wanawaalika wanasiasa kwenda makanisa kutoa sadaka, lakini hawezi kuwashauri vizuri? Juzi nilisikia wachungaji kidogo kutoka Central wakikashifu yale maneno ambayo makamu wa rais alisema, na natarajia wachungaji ambao ni wakweli, wanasimamia ukweli, wajitokeze kuanzia kesho na wamshauri makamu wa rais vizuri, kwa sababu alianza vizuri sana. Hata mimi nilikuwa ninampenda, lakini baadaye nikaanza kutoka, kwa sababu nimeishi na Wakalenjini, nimefanya kazi na Wakalenjini. Wakalenjini hawako hivyo. There's something wrong. Na lazima watu wasimame, watu wa kutoka. Mama Selina yuko hapo. Mama, ninakutuma.
Niko kabisa.
Ninakutuma kwa huyo makamu wa rais. Kama kuna mtu unaweza ukamfikia, akamfikia, tafadhali aombe kura kwa unyenyekevu. Akipata safari hii ni sawa, akikosa angoje wakati, hautakuwa mwisho wake. Yeye tumejua tayari ni mwanasiasa mzuri, angoje wakati ule ambao wananchi watamkubali bila shaka, angoje, lakini si kuomba kura kwa hasira. Nina marafiki wengi sana Wakale, nina communicate nao almost every day. Sasa kwa sababu Mama Selina uko kwa platform, tafadhali sana, that is your responsibility. Umenisikia mama?
Nimesikia.
Aya, asante sana kwa
tumelia kwa hii kikao, tukaitisha hata wasee. Wacha nikwambie, kuna mtu ataki, unajua yeye ni ataki advice, anajua kila kitu, ataki kusikia, labda ile mtu anasikia ni hiyo mtu anaitwa Baruk sijui nini, lakini alikataa viongozi wote wa Kalenjin, anaambia hawajui kitu, anaambia amejipanga. So hii mtu ni kupanga na kujipanga, asikii maneno ya watu.
Tunafunga show.
Aya, la mwisho kabisa,
kucha kesho mapema tupige siasa. Saa hii ni watoto wanataka kulala.
Sawa sawa. La mwisho kabisa, kampeni ya mzee, naomba sana watu ambao wanasimamia, hasa wale ambao ni wa chama cha ODM, kama wanapanga mikakati ya kujua ni nani atasimama, na mjue sasa Azimio lina vyama vingi, wajaribu sana chama ambacho kina umaarufu mahali fulani, hata kama kuna mtu wa ODM na si maarufu, awachilie hiyo nafasi kwa mtu wa chama kile ambacho ni maarufu katika eneo fulani. Kemba, wewe uko Kenya au uko hapa US? Temba, uko hapa, uko wapi? Uko Kenya au uko hapa US?
Mimi niko US, niko Dallas.
Okay, sawa sawa. Mama Selina, tunakurudia wewe. This is your assignment. Ongea na watu wa ODM, wasilete machafuko
kwa Selina. Biria.
Yes.
Hii time hapa sasa saizi hii masaa kama hii Wakenya walilala kitambo. Hawa ni watu wako diaspora wote. Geoffrey ako US, PK ako UK, Fidel yuko Canada, Vancouver. Uko wapi PK?
Ako US.
Mama Selina?
Niko Maryland.
Oh, kwa hivyo sote tuko hapa.
Mimi niko
Yeah?
Chicago, Illinois, Illinois.
Fidel yuko Vancouver, Canada. Selina yuko Maryland. Wewe ndio huyo ako Dallas. Mimi niko
Na wewe uko wapi Brian?
Mimi niko Connecticut.
Oh wow, si mbali.
Sasa hii masaa Biria inakwanga ni ya watu wa diaspora mostly. Kuanzia
Okay.
hiyo, kwa sababu Wakenya walilala huko kitambo. Ukiona Banada anatoka, saa hizo ndio Wakenya wanaendanga kulala.
Oh, wow.
Watu wa diaspora, mimi mara nyingi nakuja kuchukua kwa watu wa diaspora, ndio tunapatana hapa saa hizi.
Sawa kabisa, lakini hicho ndio kilio changu kikubwa, kwa sababu nimeona kesi ya yule aliyekuwa former senator na former minister wa kule Kisii. Jambo kama hilo ni vizuri walisort out, ya kwamba yeye aende chama chengine na yule mwingine abaki, ili wasigawanye kura ya baba. Lakini mambo kama hayo ni yasitokee hata kidogo. Watu waelewane kama vile wameelewana, baba ndiye yuko juu, alafu huko kwingine chama ambacho ni kiko maarufu waweze kuendelea vizuri. Asante sana Kemba, na pole kama nimeongea sana.
Amna neno, we can have some latitude for people who are new like you, so usijali. At least mgeni siku ya kwanza anakaribishwa vizuri, siku ya pili anapewa jembe. Niulize Biria, kuna rafiki yangu anaitwa David Kalu, unamfahamu? Naona jina lako ni Kalu.
David Kalu anatoka wapi?
Anatoka huko Giriama, huko nini?
Huko ndio kwetu, mimi ni mtu wa Kilifi.
Anaitwa David Kalu, ni mwalimu, so sijui kama unamfahamu. Lakini Kalu hiyo jina Kalu hiyo mapasta wengi sana huko.
Ndio. Hata mimi ni pastor, natoka huko.
Wewe mchungaji
Kabisa.
Inshallah. Karibu katika mjadala.
Asante sana.
Your final words.
Hey, habari tena. I really don't have much to say, but consistency in campaigning is the key. And when we see the DP like starting to be too aggressive, that means he's seeing like his numbers are going down or things are not going well. So that's when we need to capitalize and like go to places. Baba needs to go to Rift Valley and campaign there too. I'm so happy that the DP, AZIMIO, what are they called? The UDA, they're not really going around the country. So they think like to concentrate in the mountain, that's how they're going to get all the votes. So we need to take advantage. By the time they wake up, Baba Menda everywhere. He has like popularized himself like in all the other parts of Kenya. So my other thing is I think I'm gonna agree with Julia. Julia was here earlier. She talked about trying to ignore the negativity from UDA. I know it's hard. It's hard for people to ignore like negative things when they hear them or when they see them happen. But when they see us like trying to say, wacha kuita baba mchawi, wacha kuita baba kitandawili, when we respond to them, that is what they want. But if we ignore, maybe it will die out. That's all I have to say right now, you guys. You have a good night, and thank you guys for having me. And I will try to come back again.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Kindly, you people, the new ones, stay on because we have a ritual for closing the show now that you are here as we are closing the show. Now, I want you guys to think about this. When you saw all the parties that joined KKA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance has ANC and Ford Kenya from Western, which have actually lost their popularity in Western because of DAP. Now, the other parties that have joined Kenya Kwanza, there's UDA. All the rest are from Central. TSP, the one for this guy, Moses Kuria,
the one for Kabogo, the one for Safina. All those parties are from Central. There's no party. Kiunjuri, yeah, TSP. There's no any other party from anywhere else in the country that has joined it. That is very telling. All those parties have joined Kenya Kwanza, and I opined here yesterday to weaken the relevance of UDA in Central Kenya. There's no party from elsewhere across the country that has joined Kenya Kwanza Alliance. On the other side, Azimio, there's a party ya Lonyangapuo that is Uko West Pokot, ndani ya Azimio. There's a party from led by one guy, is called David Ochieng, yeah, Nyanza, Azimio. There's DAP, Western, Azimio. There's UPA party, Kisi, Nyamira, Azimio. There's the party from PA, Coast, Azimio. All the parties from the northeastern area that are catering for the northeastern guys, Azimio. No party from elsewhere that has joined Kenya Kwanza. So that should tell you something. What they are saying right now is that people want to have their stakes taken care of in the government. If it was that easy, they would have joined Kenya Kwanza, but they know that is not where the government is going. So you take your basket, your vote basket, to where the government is going. So now what is going to happen? All these parties, as they have been started, these guys are going to be controlling the counties. So they have their governors, they have their senators, they have their MPs. And then, of course, they bring that to Azimio platform. So that should tell you something.
Okay, Temba, let me ask you a question, Temba. Temba,
wait a minute,
ukiendelea.
and then you ask a question.
Nakuuliza kwa hiyo unasema
To finish my thought process.
Watu ya Central, nauliza tu swali moja. Watu ya Central wamekuja na party. UDA watashindana na hawa ama Ruto atawamesa waingie UDA. Hiyo tu nilitaka, as you are talking, sisemi kitu.
No, there's no way atawameza kwa sababu all those people, kila mtu saizi anataka umaarufu. So there's no way UDA itaweza kuwameza. UDA ikiwameza, and that is what, if you want to listen to what Martha Karua said, you have to make sure your stake is taken care of. If you bring another party from elsewhere, you'll be going to someone else. Itakuwa sasa UDA ambayo ni party imetengezwa na Ruto, ndio sasa these people are playing allegiance to Ruto. So that is what they are trying to do right now, kuziba makali ya UDA katika Central. So all these parties unaona kina nini ya ku weaken the UDA in Central. So in Central there's chama ya Kuria, chama ya TSP ya Kiunjuri, kuna chama ya Kabogo, kuna Jubilee, kuna all those parties. There are so many in Central. All right? So either way, already that one, the goose is cooked for UDA in Central. So the only place UDA itakuja kunidini huku North Rift. Kwa sababu South Rift kuna Jubilee, kuna ODM, it's all there. Coast kuna ODM, kuna PA ya the Kilifi County governor, So what will happen? All these people, if you know you're strong in Coast, campaigns unaanza wewe unapiganga campaigns zako huko door to door in the Coast kwa sababu kila mtu anataka ubabe. So it will be so hard. Ruto saizi unajua lazima aende kwa sababu yeye ndiye anapeleka UDA all over. Sasa huku itakuwa tu yani ukinyamaza ODM imeshikilia huko PA imeshikilia huko ni Azimio but ni PA. So baba kazi yake ni ukuja, anakuja na address rally zinaendelea, campaigns zinaendelea. So it is well planned. Baba took his time to put up a structure that is a winning structure. That is not ile ya pupa ile ya kutoka leo mko tu kwa press mnasema mnaenda, hapana. It is planned. So we'll be giving you updates as we move on, and you'll be seeing a lot as things go by. Watu wa makasiriko wacha aende kasirika na endelee kutoa matusi. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your staying up to this time. Asante sana Geoffrey, PK, Fidel, Selena, and our new entrants, Viria and Josephine. We meet here every day, kuanzia saa 3 Kenyan time up to late. Ajua watu wa majuu diaspora wanakujanga later, wakati wale wa nyumbani wameshalala. So how do we finish? We finish by saying our national anthem. Na tunaisema kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu tunasema kwamba kama wa Kenya, we have to remain as one even as we differ politically. And that is one of the things that we want to constantly push out there, that hata kama tutatofautiana kisiasa, utofauti wetu wa kisiasa isiwe ni utofauti ambao inafanya tusikumbuke kwamba sisi ni wa Kenya. Hiyo ndio maana kila siku kabla tumalize tunasema wimbo wa taifa. But kabla that, wacha ni acknowledge some people ambao walikuwa kwenye comment section. Dominic Liza, Sami Kambui, Princess Diana, squeeze umekuwa mtu wa comment huku juu, sawa tu. Miss Mulinge, Kikwetu Ventures, asante. Chuichui umepotea sana, naona umerudi. Miss Mulinge, asante. Sami Kambui tena. Anderson Natse, nasema kwamba wewe uko pale Kino. David Olo, asante sana. Erika Suarez, nani mwingine pale, wengine asanteni sana wote ambao mmeweza kufika. Tafadhali kumbukeni subscribe to Mutembei channel, na unapo subscribe kwa Mutembei channel tafadhali subscribe ni pia Biria, tafadhali enda subscribe kwa, I also have my own personal private channel with my daughter. Okay. So tafadhali nendeni pale mnisubscribe tafadhali, mjaribu kunifikisha hata kama ni 500. Nimebakisha watu 10 tu tufike 500, nitafurahi sana. Nimeweka hapo Themba and Lulu Show. Ukienda pale YouTube upate Themba and Lulu Show, tafadhali jaribu usubscribe. Biria, wewe hujasubscribe, wewe kama ni pastor enda unatafutia washirika wako kama 10 20 subscribe pale. Just subscribe kwa hiyo yangu pia nitafurahi.
By the way, Themba, this is not my first time. I've been here.
Already?
There's a day you asked me a question.
Well, I've forgotten. Maybe you've been a long while since you came, right? We see different people every day, man.
Okay.
It must be a while. It must have been long, right? Because I remember the faces.
No, there's a day within this week. I was with Bernard.
I saw someone at the time. I think I saw someone like you in the traffic, but I'm not saying anything. Oh, well, traffic where, man? Are you a stalker? Aya, Biria, can you tupe wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili lakini hauimbi, unausema? Biria, kwani imekwaje?
Nilikuwa nimemute kidogo hapa. Nasema mtu mwingine aniongeze anisaidie huu wimbo.
Yaani hivi wimbo wa taifa mmeusahau jamani? Jamani wa Kenya jamani.
Ni kitambo. Unajua mimi niko karibu, naonekana mdogo lakini niko karibu kuitwa babu.
Hamna neno, kuna mababu siku hizo wako na miaka 30 bana. Mimi nasema hivi. Kuna jambo moja ambalo tunajaribu wa Kenya, we have symbols of national unity.
Yes.
One of them is the national anthem, the presidency, the currency. You know, we have things that put us together as a people. Sasa kwa sababu hatuna ile Ukenya, unapata hizi differences ambazo zinakuja, we cannot differ politically and just still remain brothers, you know. So we hate someone because we have differed politically, which is not supposed to be the case. We are supposed to have Ukenya, kwamba hata mimi na wewe Biria tunaweza kuwa na divergent view about a subject, but I still remember that huyu ni ndugu yangu. Na hiyo iko katika national anthem. Most of us Kenyans do not want to look at what makes us Kenyan. And one of the things that makes us Kenyan is the national anthem. Now, the whole of it is prayers, but we try to look at the first answer. It's a prayer.
Okay, let me try. If I
kila mmoja ambaye anakuja hapa kwa sababu tunazungumzia mambo ya Wakenya na Ukenya tuache kama tumejua tuko na Ukenya ndani yetu.
Sawa.
Hapa kama kuna mwingine hamna neno, utakuja hapa tena kesho na kesho kutwa, usijali. We nenda iangalie, ipitie ili iwe part of you. Nataka mwingine kama ataweza jaribu, sijui PK, Josephine utaweza?
Can try.
Ngoja nijaribu Kemba. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. That's where I am. Hapo ndio nimefika.
Hapo ndio umefika. Haya, nimalizie.
Nani? Niendelee?
Endelea.
Tupate na ustawi.
Na tukae kwa undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Sasa basi umeipata sasa Biria, tafadhali nyote kabla mjaenda mjaribu kuangalia wimbo wa taifa, manake ile ni ombi. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Yaani ukikumbuka hiyo utasema kwamba ni haki ya yule ambaye pia anatofautiana nawe kushikilia lile wazo nalo lishikilia. Lakini lazima tukae kama ni mandugu.
Sawa sawa.
Kesho tunapatana hapa kama kawaida kuanzia saa 3 East African Time. Asanteni sana PK, Fidel, Selina, Biria na Josephine. God bless you. See you later today.
Tufanye haraka tusifutwe maka